All right, welcome to Tabula Rasa, a campaign that is going to be run in The Strange. This is session 0, character creation and such. I am Lee. I am the GM. My name on there is Veneficus because I like that. I'm here with Brittany, Ebo, Brian, also if we are being cross with him,
Also Roger.
Edward,
Nobody calls you Roger.
or Ed, Jeff, and Richard.
Nobody
Or
calls
Dick
me
if we're
Brian.
being cross with him.
Or Buttface.
Or Buttface.
I
Nobody
prefer
calls me
Assmonger.
Buttface.
He is a collector.
He is the collector.
All right.
I am the collector.
So okay, I mentioned to you guys to not specifically come up with character concepts because I would like this to be a very group-oriented character construction scenario.
Okay.
A little bit of background, I guess. The Strange takes place in modern-day Earth. That's the base setting, basically. God damn it! Wait, like a belly dragon or like a regular dragon?
Keep going.
It's a regular dragon.
Okay.
Me? You? Me?
Anyway, it takes place in modern day Earth. I'd like you guys to make characters. Basically, what I want is for you guys to have an incredible amount of freedom with two very small criteria.
Okay.
Okay.
First, as a group or as an individual, however you want to have been invited to a retreat or getaway or birthday party or something at a very rich friend, his home in the mountains, not his home, but like one of his family's estates. His name is Robert Alter, but he goes by Bob. Sometimes people call him Alter. He hates being called Robert. He's
Give me
either
the name again. Robert what?
Robert Alter,
Robert.
Alter. Bob is what he prefers.
He must be invited to an event at a rich home in the mountains.
Not necessarily in the mountains. It can be
I
in a
thought you said in
state.
the
Basically, I said mountains because that's, I don't know.
Can
When
we
I
just make it
think of a
mountains?
retreat, I think mountains, but it can be basically anywhere.
It could be the
that's one of
desert,
the
but that
things
wouldn't
I'm
be a
letting.
retreat.
It's one of the things I'm leaving up to you guys is where this is actually going to be taking place, like where you guys are from.
I'm just typing
Um,
notes to myself. That's
The other thing is, I'd like you guys to be a group of people who knows each other. Either
Okay.
acquaintances. You don't have to be like best friends, but you have to have some reason to be willing to take a, say, 4 or 5 days, basically all expenses paid, to this very wealthy friend's estate for some reason, as a
Lee,
group.
have they spared no expense?
Oh,
He has
Jesus.
used the phrase "spare no expense." Depending on who of you knows Robert, when he says that phrase, he usually brings out a credit card that has a significant amount of weight to it, and when he puts it down, it makes like a noise. And then he's pretty literal about it when he says it. Other than that, you guys have as much freedom as you want. I'd part of the experiment here is that I'd like to give you guys a completely clean slate with which to do this, to make your characters in. And then additionally, this isn't part of the part of the criteria, but I'm not going to be rolling any dice for a while. When we handle things, at least for the early part of this game, or early part of this session, it's just going to be based on what you think you guys are capable of. So, like, if I ask you to do something, and somebody steps up because they're capable at it, they're just capable at it. At least for now, you're basically people.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about this event at which we will be going to some secluded place that is not quite in the mountains.
It can be, like I said, it can be anywhere. Oh, also, I would like it to take place in America. I'm not going to do any accents. That's just terrible.
Oh, but there's a lot of accents in America. That's a terrible choice. For you.
Okay, well, I'm not doing those either.
So,
Y'all, I think we're
Does this have to be a corporate retreat, or do we decide the purpose
No,
of the
it's
retreat?
you guys can decide the purpose
we
of
should
it.
all
It can
work for the
be
same
you
company.
can be adults. You could be in high school. You can be in college. It's
could
whatever
all-
you
Senior
guys
trip.
choose.
So this
My
could be like a
initial-
cram study thing too.
Yeah, it could be whatever reason you want. It could just be as simple as Robert's birthday. if
I
you guys
initially
want.
thought of
Huh.
Star Ocean till the end of time. It's
I
nice
played
beach
about-
They
resort.
go to a nice beach and then
Just
everything
need-
starts on fire
You
and
just need
dies.
the first 5 minutes, or maybe 25 minutes. I don't know.
Don't you spoil Star Ocean for me.
But don't worry, there's like 150 hours more to spoil that game for you.
Okay, first idea is I liked what Jeff started to say because it reminds me of like the corporate world here in Vegas when they have retreats like that, and it's like the owner of or CEO of whichever building or whatever, and they invite all the executive team, like directors and stuff like that, to like come over to like a big party or a retreat or something like that. And so that would be kind of neat if we did all work for the same company, and that's how we might at least loosely know each other. But we're all in like either different departments. I don't think, but some of us could actually work under another person, like a director and a manager type deal.
I also like the idea.
That's my first pitch.
One thing that like kind of dovetails with that is something having to do with a company or an organization. Could be even like a nonprofit or a government organization.
What
But
about
my idea was like it could be like some employees, or it could be like employees, students who are associated with it. If it's a company, it could be like high scale clients and employees and like student interns. Could do a lot of things where it's like a retreat that involves, people who are affiliated with a group that aren't necessarily all affiliated for the same reason. Doesn't necessarily have to be all employees. It could be all different sorts of people.
what
Well,
about
on-
some sort of younger thing like spring break or a high school class trip?
Oh, Roberts is like Weekend at Bernie's.
I think there were adults in that.
It could be that maybe he's
Maybe not.
I don't know, like he owns some place that would be a good reason to go on this field trip to, like maybe we're all part of a certain kind of class, like an agriculture class, and he owns like a plant or something, that we can go check out, or I don't know, it could be something like that.
Or it could be
I'm just
like
building off of your idea.
or it could be like a company thing, but then take your own family with too. Then we can be related as some of us as family and friends.
I was also thinking.
Like you plus one kind of thing.
You're muted, hilariously.
And then I coughed immediately when I unmuted myself.
You're
You
fine.
don't all necessarily have to know Robert. It can be as many as one of you know him.
Do we have to be friendly with him? Like, could we be like a crack team trying to steal from Robert's estate?
Hey.
Yes.
Oh, like one person's like the mole, and they got us all.
It is
Part of a
largely an invitation thing.
Okay.
So if
Well, the
you're
other
trying
thing-
to steal from Robert and he invited you to his house, you're the dicks here. I'm just going out and saying.
The other thing is, what if, and this is just to go back to the corporate idea, what if we suspect that Robert is going to step down as the CEO because he's going to retire or something like that, and we're all people that are competing for the next position that might open up, and that might add like character competitiveness.
What I want to make sure that we have is that, well, I don't know how the game is going to actually play out,
Starting to sound like a game of Clue.
but we want people to be
Plus, we were talking about Tim Curry. Oh my god!
not necessarily all accountants with the same abilities.
You can call me accountants. I don't
You
care.
might want to.
Well, consider that for a lot of people in the real world, your job does not necessarily define your interests.
But for
Right.
a lot
Exactly.
of times, it is a big part of your interest,
That is true.
Yes.
or where your knowledge lies.
That is true.
Except maybe a non.
You could be part of a larger company that has like
Yeah.
a variety of things going
No,
on.
but I mean, like, if we were, any company is basically going to have some kind of sales and marketing branch, some kind of financial branch, some kind of human resources.
Youth outreach.
Maybe not that, but that might double up with human resources. But you know what I'm
Frontline.
saying? Like, there's always like specific departments that are there no matter what the business is.
Oh.
If it's like a big company.
Robert's hosting an upscale dog show, and we've got like some people who are, like super rich and sort of fancy about it, and then we've got some like people just working the show.
Oh, actually, what if it was like Antique Roadshow and he's got he's auctioning off stuff from his estate because he needs to pay for a liver transplant.
Could some of us have been invited
That John does.
workers?
Oh, or not art gallery. That'd be
Like
You
some
sure could have.
people-
Goes back to the heist,
Like
Jeff.
some people could be from a company, or we're all workers in thing, so he needed us for the weekend, like caterers or something.
What if his house is haunted and we're part of like a ghost inspector squad?
Paranormal
Like-
investigators, and we're scamming him.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's
actually,
up there.
Or a couple of us actually believe we're doing the actual job
Oh man,
because
you
we're
guys going way out there. I love it. This is going to make this session very entertaining.
I like a lot of these ideas. I'm just keep trying to throw out
Yeah, yeah.
various stuff.
Jeff's just trying to broaden our horizons. Oh, there he goes. There you go. Oh, he turned the light off. Never mind.
No one will see me.
Those are horizons that need not be broadened.
Ah,
Hmm.
stop talking about him.
Welcome back, Ed.
You making fun of me?
We got worried there for a moment, and then all you did was turn the light off. Also, you do have some serious mood lighting going on. Like, you have the
Yeah,
only
you
light
do.
on you with, like, all the blackness in the background. It's pretty intimidating.
Oh my God, he's Robert.
Whoa,
Robert could be hosting
Robert California.
one of those super high-class poker tournaments.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Again, he prefers to be called Bob.
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 Bobber.
Hmm.
It's one of those things where Robert is like the sort of thing he gets called that his parents call him when he's being scolded.
Oh,
Robert.
he's young. Okay.
Yes, he's 26. Sorry, I put
Oh.
that in the chat. I wasn't
Please
sure.
put that in chat.
26.
Yep, I just saw it. I didn't have the main chat.
If you guys are younger, he can be younger, but he's not. He's not like an old man or anything.
Bob, 26 and rich. He just inherited the company from his parents.
He could also still be in the process. His parents
And-
could be
Is
alive.
he planning on creating
rich.
the ice palace?
We're all members of the board, and his parents died, and now he has the estate, and like he.
This is
I like
Icetown.
that. I
Yeah,
like that. All
Icetown
members
is
of
awesome.
the board. And fucking
Making me
Bob's
be old
got
again.
the company.
Huh? I see how it is.
It's like he's
Bob,
inherited.
Bob inherited the company and he
We don't-
promoted all these kids,
We
all
don't
these like
want-
20-somethings.
No, we're like all in our 30s plus, maybe up to 50s, and we don't want him to run the company into the ground. So he's having this barbecue because it was already planned, and he's trying to get to know everybody else that's on the board, and we're all like, how is this kid gonna run this fucking company, and how are we all gonna still have jobs? Bob.
Fucking
Damn it,
Bob.
Bob.
I remember when he was in diapers.
I don't know, just this horrible part of me wants to write Bob as the victim or the villain. But
Well,
You are welcome to write Bob to write to write whatever you want onto Bob. Although, I can give you some broad stroke things about Bob if you like.
okay, yeah. Let's,
Sure.
let's hear it. 26 helps us a lot. By
Bob
the way.
is he's very intelligent. He's athletic. Like he's a youth who he goes out and does things. You know, he likes
Rock climbing
outdoors
or-
activity. Yeah, rock climbing. He goes like skydiving. The whole works. You know, he
Yeah.
does all the
Base
rich
jumping.
kid, all the rich kid athletic things. You know,
Yeah,
like
Does he
Adrenaline
have like a
junkie.
sports car?
he owns one
and
of those water jetpacks.
Does he do
another reason it
recreational
should be at
drugs?
the beach.
Like, is he into like cocaine or heroin?
Depends on how well you know Bob. It depends on how well you know Bob. We'll just say
Okay,
that.
what are the
Recreational.
rumors about Bob?
The rumors about Bob is
Is he a
that
wild child?
he does a lot of
Playboy party
risky
types?
things,
Okay.
and he's very competitive, but he doesn't party a lot necessarily.
Okay.
He's pretty selective about the people he associates with.
Oh, there you go.
He is extremely competitive. He likes to win.
He invited us for a competition. It's got
He likes to win. He likes to
He created his own Spartan race.
he likes to be
That would be pretty interesting.
he likes to be responsible for
Oh,
he likes to, like
we're
he
on
likes
a,
to be a person who
we're on a reality
is
show.
in charge of things.
Oh, come on, guys. We're on a
no.
reality show. and
Wow,
I'm-
everyone was
It's
into
good, but-
competition until you
And
said
then
reality show.
No,
show
come on,
is like-
guys. Reality
Okay.
show.
Pardon me while I take the knife in the kitchen and slit my wrists. So
What? Come on.
Wow.
Come on.
no thanks.
Britt
you
really
don't-
got her point across here.
All the way
You're
across
using your
the
imagination
wrist.
tonight, Britt. Okay, I've been very positive about everything you've suggested.
It's weird.
I haven't
She matches
suggested anything.
absolutely
That's the
I was
point.
gonna say is
everything.
0,
Get the point.
and I must say that I am very positive about that.
Anyway, if at some point you guys have decided definitively that you know Bob, like you're friends or not friends or something like that, I'll tell you more.
All right.
I won't tell you less.
Friend of
because that's
me.
not possible.
Just gonna throw this one out there. None of us know Bob, but Bob is a computer whiz, and he's developed this algorithm since he doesn't party much. That's gonna like go out onto the internet and find the 5 coolest people to party down with, and it for some reason, and he doesn't even know, picked us.
What if Bob needs us to figure out if one of his inventions has true AI or not, and that's why.
God damn it, I hate you so much. And I hope you die in a fire.
Pardon while I get in my helicopter and fly to the middle of friggin' nowhere.
We've been over his estate for 2 hours.
Bob is not that rich.
Not to ruin the ending, but there's a robot in the movie.
Did Ed leave or is he just hiding?
I
Like
think
the
I
Phantom.
didn't see anything.
I don't
looked like
know.
he had some sort of child-related
It
He's
reminds
responsibility.
become one with the
Oh, I might
shadows.
have a
You know those
crisis.
things where it's like, can you see the image in this? And then you look at it for a really long time, and then a face jumps out of the screen and scares you. That's what's gonna happen with Ed, except it's gonna be like
He's Slendermanning me. I'm done.
Oh,
I'm out.
no. Aw.
it's just gonna be like a butt's just gonna
It's
show.
gonna
up.
be
Nobody fears Slender Man more than you, so.
I'll show you.
It's gonna be PT all over again.
Ugh.
I don't think I've ever seen Jeff jump at all, and that was quite a treat for that moment.
Are we waiting for Ed or
He's like, I hate you.
continuing?
You guys can keep talking. I don't care what you
pitch,
do.
pitch something. What do you think?
I like a lot of these ideas. I'm
Keep-
looking for
I mean,
what other
just keep
people are
pulling.
thinking.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Let's see. Bob. What about?
Has anything
The
really,
mysterious
really,
and
really
creepy
stuck
thing has
out?
also
other
crossed
people.
my
I
mind.
like
but
a
that
lot of
seems so
these.
cliche.
I really like. Well, the corporate one is a little easier to do. It's a little more believable because he has a lot of money for some reason, so it makes a lot more sense if he owns a company or something like that. Because somebody his age wouldn't have a lot of money otherwise, unless he like won
No,
the
he's just
lottery.
rich.
The poker tournament
Parents.
thing sounds
Rich
pretty cool. Because again, I'm just trying to think like rich young guy. You know,
Well,
like-
maybe if he's,
Maybe
more
Bob
competitive
isn't
side of
normal.
things, like you guys were saying, he has a lot of money to throw around. He likes the competition. What if he put like some sort of like contest out in the office, and it's like, hey, if you win in that department, I'm going to ship you out to my estate for 5 days, and we just happen to be in all those different departments that we ended up winning whatever said thing was.
Yeah, I know Lee said the U.S., but just tossing this out
still
there. What if?
I'm flexible. If you guys have a good idea, I am flexible.
Oh, Richard
What
knows
if
you're flexible.
Bob is
I know he does.
somehow? I don't know what the right term is. I want to say banned, but that's not the term for it. But he's somehow can't
Exiled.
go back to
Exiled.
his home country.
Excommunicated.
Yeah,
that's a church thing.
and no
Whatever.
one knows why. It's like a
He's
big
actually
secret
dead.
rap. So like, being invited to go see him is like creepy and weird.
Ed's got it.
God, Ed is so smart.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, it could be. That sounds awesome.
That's fair.
The game. I mean, that could even mean that the retreat is literally just in a different country, maybe on an island or something.
that's not really the premise, but that could be like a plot point for it or something. I don't know. Ed, you got any ideas, brah?
Oh, were you here when I went over some of Bob's
That happened, but I'm going to
traits?
When you said he was young, I don't know, explorer.
Yeah, he's like a you know, he likes to compete at things. He's very intelligent. He's very like adventurous in that rich kid sort of way. He does a lot of those things, but rumors, rumors say that he doesn't have a huge amount of friends. He's very selective about who he actually spends time with. I'm gonna switch over to a different song. Well, well, I can wait until Evo and Britt get back, but I was gonna say,
So far, I liked the board of directors idea, though. It'd be cool if there were options for like characters of all ages.
Yeah, well, I think the
probably
thing
not
is-
super young if you're the board of directors, but
Yeah.
you know.
Well, I mean, all of us don't have to be on the board. Some of us could be. There could be other reasons why some of us are there.
Well,
such
like
Also,
as-
a
like I said,
relative of
Bob
someone
could
on the
be
board.
younger, but he's not
Yeah,
going to be
exactly.
older.
we could bring. It could be like a spouse of somebody that's on the board. Could be a child of somebody that's on the board. Could be the maid at the house. It could be a handful of other things.
Like I said, part of the requirements here is that you guys know each other. I'd like you guys to have a remotely established relationship somewhat before this begins. That way you can have you guys can use some of this time to figure out sort of your hooks between each other. Unless you guys have a really banging idea and you want to roll with that, then you know we can kind of toss it out the window, I guess.
Is anybody here trying to be Bob's childhood friend?
Is anyone trying to know Bob? Like particularly know Bob?
Oh, you mean like in his pants?
No, I'm in the bed.
You always go to
I guess-
pants first. Why not shirts or socks?
I
don't
keep
know,
leaning
thought
towards
maybe you're
it's
trying to break down some
more-
boundaries and you're trying to make him homosexual or something.
Maybe more interesting to learn about Bob, like as part of the game, but I don't really know what the game is about, so I don't know.
Well, how many of your friends really know you, Jeff?
Yep.
This is part of it. Is I want you guys to be a little bit in charge of at least a little bit of the direction that the first session takes with this, and I also want you guys to be able to you know, like have a built-in way to interact with each other. So I think that would be fun. Wish Ebo and Britt were here. Boy, howdy.
Ma'am,
Jeff, are you looking to play an old or young character? Is that why you were asking that?
Oh, I don't know what
Maybe
kind
we
of
should
character
talk
I
about
want to
what
play.
we're thinking about playing. So
I've
that
been
way
playing
we-
a lot of like older characters, so I was thinking about playing.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to recommend is you guys could talk about your characters, like a little bit, and maybe that would give you some ideas about how you might want to be hooked into this thing.
how much of the game material do you want us to talk about at this point?
At this point, I mean, you could talk about it, but your characters know literally nothing about it.
I'm just saying, like, I read up on this game a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Since it has been out, I have read very little.
Well, I
That's
don't know
totally
It's
fine.
about-
Jeff knows literally nothing.
I
It's
don't-
about
I
interdimensional
also-
travel, isn't it?
Hold
It is,
on.
yes.
I was gonna say I also
I'm sorry,
don't know
don't-
anything
not
about this
spoil
game,
it?
and I want it to surprise me. I don't know
Um,
anything about it.
The
Well, I guess I don't know as much as I am trying to represent myself as knowing because I didn't read anything about it after it came out. I just
and
read
it has
about
been a while. And there's like I'm mostly using the stuff from the core book. There is like a player's options book, but I haven't looked into it yet.
Sure.
As for the powers and stuff, I'm gonna worry about that later. Part of the reason for this is I want you guys to figure out what kind of characters you are before you figure out what sort of powers are available.
Well, here's something I want to mention. I am playing a modern game.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I'm sorry, 2 different modern games with you guys. In both of those games, I'm relatively young compared to everybody else. I would prefer to play somewhere in the upper 30s to mid or low 40s this time around. But if we do decide, and I'm in no way, by the way, opposed to doing like a high school trip or something like that, and if it makes more sense for me to be a kid, I am totally cool with that. I'm just saying that I've played 2 youngins lately, and I would prefer to be an adult. If we did do a high school trip, I could be a chaperone or a teacher or something like that, but I'm not saying that we're doing that. I'm just saying I could roll with it either way. I just prefer to do an adult.
I'm in a different boat where Jeff had mocked my age, and I was kind of trying to feel something younger, but not necessarily like
Not
high
adolescent.
school, but like mid-20s.
Yeah, and
under 30. So, which doesn't really negate anything else, but I don't really want to go above that. But we
If
can
you
do a bunch of
want to
old
play younger,
things.
you can be the child of one of the players if you like.
That would be fucked up.
if you want to go way younger, it's going to get creepy. Jeff.
What?
I think it would be cool.
I'm sort of thinking like when Jeff ran a game a while back. I think it was X Heaven. Was that the one where we all played kids?
Keeps coming into my mind.
Yes, we did.
I wouldn't hate being a kid, but I also don't want to be a dimwit who doesn't know anything about the goddamn setting.
Richard could be Richard could be the teacher.
Which is sort of what I
And we
was.
could have
I have
chaperones.
been in
Guys,
Jeff's current
Teachers,
game.
Here's an
teachers
idea.
and gifted students.
Here's an
Teachers
idea.
and dumb
Another-
students.
Another
Come on.
Another possible thing is because this sort of thing does happen. Say there was like a retreat and a bunch of adults had to go to it, and whether it's corporate or whatever reason, but sometimes they do have to bring their kids along, and maybe not all of the adults did, but all the adults are all like having to do their retreat stuff, and so the kids end up getting stuck doing like other stuff, you know. And so if you guys really want to play kids, then it could be like this is the group of kids that like kind of loosely know each other, and they're all kind of stuck having to be together for the week because their families are all staying at this place because of reasons that are not something that kids really care about normally.
It's kind of cool.
The
They would
only
have to
reason
be
I was
pretty
thinking-
young kids for that sort of scenario.
No, it doesn't have to be. It's just that.
I guess that
it's
is
just-
true. I mean, if adults are doing business and the kids are off doing things like skiing or hiking or what have you.
You could also think of it like, let's say the kid was kind of a derelict. A rich and responsible adult might bring them along at even relatively higher ages, just to try and keep tabs on them, and
Well, not just
inevitably
that, but
fail.
They're
the
not
adult might be
spray painting
thinking-
everything.
Yeah.
The adult might be thinking like the parent or something might be saying, maybe if I bring Johnny to the camp and he meets the other kids of the other like respectable directors or whatever of the company, and you know maybe it'll
Sure.
Well, impress them or something like that.
I
One
mean,
falls into the family business or trying to. The other one is just trying to get away.
I'm saying like even from my perspective, where I wouldn't hate to play a young character, but I also don't want to play a character who is inept. You could be like a person who is trying to indoctrinate their younger, well, someone who is younger who is trying to get involved in the world of adult economics or science or social circles, and so they're trying to get introduced to this young up and coming Bob fellow who's got some kind of stuff going on.
Oh god, that just gave me another idea. I don't know if
Oh,
we're
God, here it
brainstorming
comes.
or not.
Go,
Alright.
go.
You're all.
No bad ideas.
I'm into this.
Bob has invited us, and he has guaranteed that if we take part in this new amazing business that he's constructing, and if we sell enough of his stuff, then we can start to get employees of our own, just like he did when he
Oh my
became
God,
rich.
Pyramid scheme.
So you're all playing idiots?
No. Like a pyramid mega scheme. Where you're
Each
almost
of you is at the
reason
top
why
of your
this
own
isn't-
pyramid, but under him.
The only reason this is not a pyramid scheme, guys, is because you guys get to get in right here on ground zero.
Yeah, this is the plateau. This is a plateau scheme.
Except I'm just one step above you guys, but you know.
if you get invited to do a pyramid scheme by a billionaire, guess what? You're lucky. You're pretty high on the pyramid.
Well, anyway, so what I was thinking is that the reason I was even kind of thinking like I was a second ago is because not too long ago we went to Colorado and went to the Stanley Hotel,
Ooh, okay.
and it's a really cool, creepy place. But since like the brothers, like I forget what it was, but one of them had like a disease. I can't remember which one it was, and the doctor told him that he should move to the mountains where like the air is thinner and it would be better for his particular disease. And so what happened is, since they were like always with rich people and stuff, whenever these big muckety mucks type parties and stuff would happen, they would all just bring their families out to Colorado and like stay at his house, which turned into a hotel much later. But his house was like a many room house, and there was like whole floors devoted to whatever age of children were staying in those.
Yeah, there was a
on those
children's floor.
floors, because the adults would want to, like the men would all want to like play cards and smoke and whatever, and the women would like gossip and do their thing and whatever.
Drink,
other
eat,
room,
and
then
shit.
the children would go on these like expeditions and stuff. Like they'd go hiking together of all like it'd be a group of somewhere between like 14 and 18 or something, and they would all go like hike or hunt, or they'd go and learn how to do something so that it would better prepare them for their adult lives or whatever, being young heirs to whatever in the future. So that it just immediately reminded me of that, because that's like the last time I've been in a place where whole families would go for retreats, was at that place, and it was really cool to check out. And so I was just kind of thinking, I think that is a feasible scenario.
That's cool. I don't really have much.
If you guys
Bad.
are all looking to play young. There's also the possibility, by the way, I'm sorry, Britt, 1 second. There's also the possibility that Bob himself, like his parents are still alive, and he does not run any company, and he's just rich and he's young. And like the other young players, their parents are visiting Bob's parents for the whatever, and Bob is showing them what it's like to live in his neighborhood. Because they're all probably from wherever.
What if Bob brought us out for a murder mystery?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a dinner party?
Clue.
Some real clue shit up in here.
No,
What were you gonna say?
I'm into some
Sorry,
clue
no.
shit. Clue.
I don't remember.
Oh,
That's my problem.
by the way, the meatballs thing is awesome.
Yeah,
That's sort
is
of-
it okay?
You get inspired.
I sort of like the idea that Bob is trying to impress people of all ages. That way, whomever we are, we can be, older or younger, and Bob is trying to impress us for different reasons. Trying to impress us as young, up-and-coming persons, or their parents, or his own parents, compatriots, to try to get, investors, participants in some project. So we could be either older, younger, maybe even weirdly young people.
I think when we keep talking about Bob being rich and we keep coming back to the business thing, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially if he's very picky about who he hangs out with. Like maybe he's the kind of person who would toss that all into one weekend, and he's trying to both cultivate new talent and impress old money and stuff like that all at the same time.
That's fair.
But now when you say that, it makes me want to say, and for story reasons, it makes me want to say, why the hell would Bob want to do that? Maybe he would want to, maybe he is trying for one specific thing. Or trying for like a specific age bracket.
Yeah, maybe
You can't leave part of that up to me.
Or
I was
maybe
gonna say, but isn't that the point? We don't know the reason.
I'm just saying maybe he's even trying to wedge everybody into one narrow thing, regardless of what age you are, regardless of where he knows you from. Maybe he's trying to maybe it's not like he's trying to impress people of all ages. Maybe it's like he's trying to get everybody, no matter what your age is, to participate in one narrowly focused project. Or maybe it's not even like he's trying to get young, innovative minds and old, wealthy, bank accounts. Maybe he's trying to get young, old, super young, super old people.
Yeah.
Who are all uniquely endowed with some sort of mental or physical quality. Maybe he's trying to get them all to just laser focused on some sort of project.
So we're part of a sample size. He's trying to test something out on a wide range of people.
Right.
Yeah, maybe.
The only way he can get the results he's looking for is if he gets it from all these different perspectives, so that he doesn't miss any angles.
And I'm not trying to put an overly heavy burden on Lee, but yeah, maybe whatever it is that he's trying to do is mysterious, no matter what age you are. It seems weird to you. If you're old, if you're medium, if you're young.
The intern to the senior, pretty much.
People would show up because they're curious, or because they're adventurous, or maybe even because they're bored. Who knows?
He's probably offering a payment of some sort.
Yeah.
Everybody chases money.
Yeah, this is like, what do you call it? What is it called? Like the survey type stuff,
Yeah, like a sample size, or are you talking about? Or
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're like at the mall and then there's like the survey people, and they just hit people up from all these different demographics to see how they respond to the flavor of this cereal or whatever. But obviously it's not something that's simple or stupid. It's just, that's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to get, and everybody will get paid for their time.
And he's got contacts in TV, so how we all know each other is that he pulled us out of a live studio audience for a different show.
we're getting on. So serious.
Why are we getting back to the TV thing all the
No.
time? God.
I like that, because that would give us some time to get to know each other, because we all know we were selected.
Well, I'm just saying there could be some sort of innocuous seeming tie that binds us together, even though we don't know each other very well. It doesn't have to be.
That kind
I
of
do like
sound
the-
a little bit like a Willy Wonka thing. If we all come from different,
Oh,
doesn't it? Right?
yes.
Like we all kind of came from different walks of life, because we all are trying to inherit the thing that he's gonna give away.
I was thinking like young, upwardly mobile professionals, high school students who are interested in getting college credit, and Bob's parents' friends who are interested in getting in on the ground floor of some sort of investment that they're interested in. But I also really like the idea of a bunch of people in a sample size for some reason, for whatever reason they want, like a studio audience, or like in the running for like a reality show, or in the like even a raffle, something kind of random, like what Jeff was saying. I kind of like the idea of it being random, and obviously we're all interested in getting Bob's attention, maybe even getting Bob's favor for some reason, because he's got some moxie, he's got some juice, but we're all kind of interested in what he's got going.
The thing is,
whatever reason.
Ed, I really like the idea of the sample size. Like, there's a little part of me that wants that more than the other ones. The only thing is that it kind of takes us away from the original idea that we have to all know each other unless we can find a way to force it.
Like I said, you guys could be
Okay,
acquaintances.
okay.
Like if you guys were like if you guys were, for example, like they were saying, like sample size. Maybe you were in a studio audience for some. I mean, you guys all if you were at a show or at a at an event or something like that, you could have all been seated near each other.
What
It
if
could have
we?
been people
have an
who have-
idea.
What if we were
Hold on,
grouped
honey.
up? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
Okay, so my cousin is a super genius. He and his wife are both really smart, and they were in like tryouts to be on Jeopardy.
Mhm.
And apparently, what happens when you try out to be on Jeopardy is essentially you get into be in a mini game show that isn't on TV. So they play a bunch of like trivia games together for a long time, and you're not on TV. And so like my thinking is like we could be in something like a TV show or like a contest, and we get grouped together for reasons that we don't really know, but we're still like competing or endeavoring, and we have to figure out like maybe we had to figure out before we meet Bob like why Bob would want to meet us, or we would have to try to figure out a reason why as a group Bob would want to meet us.
What
Maybe-
about what if,
Like that's what the show is about. Is
What
about trying to get Bob to meet you.
Maybe
Something
we
like-
did something.
Might even
or
be.
what if the reason we're there is because it's celebratory that we all made it to the next level and we're going to all be on that show.
It could be either. Like I think it could be both. Like maybe we got into we all passed muster as individuals, and so we're all like celebrating together as some sort of contest winners from different walks of life. Maybe even some of us know like Bob or his parents, but whatever it is that we're like in, the whole point is that we want to get to this engagement with Bob, and we need to maybe get to know each other, get to know each other's strengths in order to make some sort of a proposal, a project, a video package.
I'm not
or
trying to
something
compare it
that
too
Bob
much,
would like.
but it kind of sounds a little bit like, and this is not a bad idea. I'm just saying that it's kind of like the Hunger Games situation where it's like we kind of won something else that got us to this point, and now like because they have like that celebratory moment where they all kind of meet each other, but then they know they're ultimately going to have to compete at the same time.
We could also have an anonymous shared interest. Like, I don't know if you said if it's modern or not, but like,
It's a modern game. It takes place in modern day.
all right, we
You mean,
could
like,
know
different,
each other under aliases, but not know each other in real life. Like, maybe we all frequent the same message board, or play like the
that's
same
kinda
game
cool.
or something like that. And so, like, that's probably where he like picked us out from.
Like if you think about it, everybody plays WoW.
Have any of you guys ever read a book called Ready Player One?
Oh, that sounds
No.
familiar.
I've been audiobooking it recently on my sister's recommendation, and
I
it
don't
really
remember.
it's got that vibe where it's like, let's in the near future there's an MMO that is essentially a virtual reality MMO that everyone plays, and there's like a big contest in it where everybody is like searching for the same sort of things, and so it's like for years and years everybody's basically, there's a lot of networking. It's like your Facebook, it's like your your email. Everybody's on this thing together, and some people are like competing for the same thing. And the premise of the book is, of course, that at one point a person is kind of makes progress in this contest that everybody is in, but nobody has got any clue what's going on. And so now everybody's like moving toward a goal. I'm just saying, like, it's very much like what Jeff was suggesting, where it's like some sort of shared world, shared data sort of thing, where people are like, I mean, in a sort of a slightly more real world context, you could just say like some sort of problem or real world like project. Maybe
sort of like
somebody-
that.
somebody makes progress on, and suddenly more people are interested all at once.
Have you heard about the protein? I don't know, the people who fold.
I'm proteins.
There are people who do like these they basically set up this science stuff as like a complex, like a super complex game, and there's like a whole, like, this is a real thing, and there's people who they go and like they have these things where they're trying to do it faster, trying to make it more efficient, get it in like less moves and that sort of thing, and they're like there's enough people doing it, and these people are like intelligent and fast enough that they're like beating computers, and they're teaching, they're using the information gained from these people in the way they're doing this as part of this community to like basically teach their computers to be better at it.
Huh.
Wow, I didn't even realize that was a thing. It's almost
Yeah,
like
it's a
they
real
are
thing. It's
themselves
crazy.
acting like a single computer by all
They
working at
kind
the
of
same
are.
task,
It's
trying to
wild.
be more efficient than the last time. The whole MMO thing hits a little close to home for some of us, I think, because in a way, I was starting to think, and I don't think this is like a great idea, but I was starting to think about how, like, some of us, like, say, like Todd, who we played MMO with, we were all like kind of different ages in the same guild, and there were some of us that were like a little more rich than others, and if we did decide to do some kind of meetup, like it would always end up having to be at like somebody that has it like more together, so like a richer person, everybody would like be maybe invited to that.
It can be mysterious, selective, awkward, every bit of that.
Well, the whole idea is that everybody does already know each other. We probably are very intimately close, but we haven't all met each other in real life before. That did kind of seem kind of cool.
The game is called Fold It, by the way. It's protein folding as a game. Pretty cool. Anyway.
But anyway, so that idea I was just mentioning isn't as exciting because unless Bob has some like crazy thing that he wanted people that he felt were competent because they make really good judgment calls for rating or whatever. There's a reason why communication skills. There's like a lot of reasons why people that work together as a team in an MMO would actually do really well.
You know what an alternate reality game is, right? An ARG. Basically, where people will
like Second Life.
No, it's more like
a reality game is like where you get like an email or a text from some. I mean, almost all ARGs that actually exist are like ads. So you get a text, you get some sort of hint from some sort of company.
Yeah,
and
and
Valve
you follow
does them
the
like,
hint.
whoa.
I mean,
There's another company that does them a bunch too. I don't remember.
I'm just saying ARGs seem cool if they weren't all ads.
That is true.
But it's like
Portal 2 was a really, really huge ARG.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds great.
What if we all solved some sort of different thing and that location led us to this place?
Miranda.
oh yeah, like yeah, I
Led
know
us
what you're
to,
saying.
like a geocache or something with coordinates here, or led us to a sort of Willy Wonka ticket type thing or something like that.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't solve the group must know each other.
I mean, like I said, you could like it can be as light as acquaintances, and again, if you guys are really into it, I'm willing to waive that to an extent.
I think that the ARG thing works really good if it's like we all solved an ARG that we thought led somewhere, and it turns out it didn't. And so we were all pooling our knowledge to try to figure out why.
Oh, that's
and
why
maybe
we're on a
like
message board.
1 or 2 or 3 months, and we're like all trying to figure out like why did we get this hint? Why did we all solve it? How did we all get to the end?
People think that we're conspiracy theorists.
And it's like we all are starting to think maybe I'm the one who's crazy. Maybe this is stupid. Maybe this whole thing is stupid. And then maybe it turns out it wasn't stupid.
Yeah, we have a breakthrough, or
We all got
the
together.
invitation or something.
We all got together. Maybe we all got to various stages of that process of thinking like this is stupid. I'm stupid. I shouldn't have ever done this. This is moronic. Or maybe we're like, some of us are just like, yeah, this is real. This is super real. And then we all get to the point where maybe it is a little real, and we have to decide to what degree we think it's real.
Or maybe like each piece that we had solved or figured out eventually took us time to come together.
I like
with a
that.
conclusion that led us there.
So, like, as a team, like, after figuring out the puzzle that you guys had figured out, as a team,
We got frustrated and eventually tried to
the stuff that was left over had to be put together, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like 5 different, basically like weird abstract puzzles, and like probably lots of people have figured one of them out and then figured it went nowhere, but we were the people who eventually like pooled our resources together, probably online or maybe in our hometown or whatever, and figured out that it had to be solved as a team, and then that's how we acquired
Exactly.
Bob's
Yes.
Location.
And this is interesting because I remember seeing a thing like relating to, maybe it was the one for that disaster movie with Slusho, the big monster first person. Cloverfield that had a big ARG. One of the people who was like
Yeah.
one of the people who was like a big solver of it, they were like, "Oh yeah, I just did it in my spare time." They were like a 45-year-old mom or something. Like people just do stuff because they're bored or because they're interested.
I really
There's
like.
another word for that. Viral.
Viral marketing, yeah.
I really like the idea, though, that no matter what it was, we may, at any point in the ARG before the Bob part, there was at least a long enough delay that especially the older members of the group might have just resolved that this is stupid and they shouldn't have
I
pursued it
gotcha.
any longer.
So it's
I just like
perfect because it allows us to be from different walks of life,
Yeah.
but we had to work together at some point,
Right.
and it gives us the opportunity to be problem solvers as a group again, like
I
we
pre-
normally do in a
Right.
role.
I prefer the space for older player characters to still be in contact with everybody else, but also be so skeptical that they just give up and hate it.
Well, but see,
And they have their own, like, a lot of time people
Maybe
who
they're
have
still-
their own responsibilities to get
On-
back
on
to,
the-
that sort of
on
thing.
the flip side,
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
the flip side, that also means that there's a possibility that there's young people who have also just lost interest because there's better things to do, and old people that are clinging to it
Right,
because it's the
right,
only thing
right.
that makes them feel alive.
No matter what the age, I would like for there to be a spectrum of this is
Not
real,
content.
this is not real, and at various points you're like, this is real.
Like full of doubt.
No effing way. And up to the very end, it's like, it can't possibly be real. But then at the beginning of the game, we all meet Bob,
I think
and so then it must be real. Something must be real, at least a
Ed,
little.
You're really selling this.
I
right
think
now.
Ed wants to play a disgruntled skeptic. That's what I'm getting
Oops.
from this.
I double posted a thing without. I don't even.
You might have hit up and enter by accident.
I must
when you were on your rant.
I was
So excited he had to repeat it again.
I didn't contact.
Will Wheaton!
Wait on.
It's okay,
Listening to
Pun.
Will
Well,
Wheaton's
I didn't
voice
know
for
until
over 8
today
hours.
what an ARG was, but that sounds pretty cool to me.
Yeah,
It's
I've
pretty
always liked
nifty.
viral marketing, like when Nine Inch Nails
Most of
did
them
one
are.
album in it was Year Zero they did as viral marketing, and that was a
so
really
good.
campaign.
And they led you all the way to this like street in LA on a corner, and they would throw people in the vans and take them to this remote location, and he threw on like this mass concert.
Yeah, but then like this,
Freaking
then like the SWAT team raided it, and they ended up having to kick everybody out.
and
of
threw everybody back in the
No, like,
vans and dropped
yeah,
them
that
off.
was pretty dope.
in Shadowrun and Eclipse Phase, they talk about like AR versus VR.
Mhm.
I guess in that it's augmented reality as opposed to alternate reality.
Mhm.
The point
Yeah.
of ARGs, which is a real thing in modern times,
Mhm.
is that you get clues to a thing that you research.
Mhm.
And it just so happens that almost everything that exists in that sphere is an ad for something, and it sucks. But there are a lot of things. I'm sure that there are a lot of things that exist in that sphere that aren't ads. But the point is that there's almost no
Is that kind
real.
of what geocaching is?
There's no real incentive to look those things up
No,
unless you want to.
geocaching isn't
Kind
an
of, it
ad,
also
though.
No,
offers
that's
up
what
like
that's what geocaching is. Geocaching is an ARG that,
Without the ad
that
necessarily.
you're being provoked. Geocaching is an ARG that you're being provoked into looking into just because you want to find a thing that somebody else hid that a lot of other people have found.
Yeah.
I would say that geocaching is basically the basic form of an ARG.
So
If you live in a longitude,
text messages.
But I
and
don't
stuff.
agree with the part of it possibly being an ad for
No.
anything, though.
I'm not saying that that ARG means ad. I'm just saying that almost every ARG that exists
We're getting off track.
that you can ever hear of is an ad.
That's true.
No, he's just talking about the ones that really exist. But
You
he's
can
saying that
get
it's parallel with that.
So
you can
okay,
get into an ARGs that aren't ads, but you have to get into them. You don't get drawn
So-
into them.
Geocaching is more like Easter egg hunt.
You get into them.
so what if like during this, you know, you guys are near the end, or you guys have reached the end or something like that, like as a group, you've pooled your efforts over a significant period of time, and all it led you to was something simple, either like an address or a website or a phone number or something like that, or an email address, and the only thing that was there was on the other end of that thing was Bob with an invitation for the people who solved it.
Pretty into it.
I'm not saying I want to play this character, but what if one of the characters was just like said, "Yeah, if you want to go, you should just call this number," and then a friend of somebody that didn't even have anything to do with solving the clues, like actually called the number and then got invited too, even though they
Obviously, the super genius is a clear character for this, but you could also play a character who's lucky, a character who had a friend who did it, a character who just
Or
has
just
a lot
like
of
a
time on their
click
hands.
click.
Character who is at the top of a company who heard about this and they were just thinking like
Like crowdsourced it among their
they just put like their one underling and that underling put like 3 underlings onto pursuing this thing.
Poor
And then they
intern.
were just like, well, we found this number. We didn't call it because we thought we should defer to you, and then you're just like, all right, I guess I'll call it.
and then you get invited.
Right,
What if-
exactly.
What if it was like not
Or
necessarily all the same thing where you didn't have to be lucky or intelligent, but something was physically demanding or something like that. I don't know if that.
I mean,
would
I like the idea that there might even be multiple ARGs in place.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them is just like you need to like find a geocache that's on the end of a construction crane, and so you like scale it in the middle of the night and climb across the span, and then find like a little parcel. And maybe you didn't even find the coordinates. You just got tipped off by some nerd on a message. Maybe some guy that you knew from the army, or some guy that was in high school with you or college. And you're just like, well, I found the thing, and they wanted the number, but maybe I'll call it. Or maybe I gave it to them and I called.
That
one
could be
coming-
something.
Go ahead.
That could be something related to being lucky too. Like maybe someone just walked up to someone on the street and they're like, they just gave them a card and the person called the number on the card or something stupid, or
Yeah,
they found
could
something.
be.
Like they were like passed out drunk in
In a bar.
bar, and then they like
Woke
were,
up with
like,
a
talking-
card in their pocket.
talking to, or woke up with a card or talking to
Hey.
Ralph, and then they saw like a card on the floor or something like that.
Like, all right.
What I was thinking
has to figure out that.
back with the one where if
Talking to Ralph on the
there are
big
actually like 5 separate games and we ended up having to pool our resources to actually solve it and realize it's just one game, then each character can basically come up with a game that was appropriate for their strengths.
What if
Yeah,
Like a
I
game
think
to
there's
themselves.
one about us all ending up knowing each other at least for a little while because we all almost gave up once we got to that step because we just like we found our way to ourselves but we didn't figure out where else it was going, and then either somebody has a breakthrough or because of everybody's game being thought of as one whole game, it led to as a bigger clue to like
Yeah.
to where
Like
it needed,
maybe
where we
Ebo's
needed to go.
game needed a strong rock climber and Brit's game needed like a smart computer whiz,
Or
etc.,
what if,
etc.
each game like ended with a number or contact information or an address that led to another person in the group, and only one person in the group ended with getting a contact information for Bob.
Yeah.
And that contact led to them contacting like everybody who had contributed for whatever reason,
Yeah,
and
I like it,
also
like, being a
getting
web
them
like
invited to whatever Bob's thing
Thing.
was. Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's sexy.
Okay, what's the difference? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I'm just saying, like instead of everybody in an ARG of some kind leading toward Bob, it was just like
Everybody
maybe
got led to each other, and
there's
then
like a handful of them that like led to a person. Maybe they didn't think it made a lot of sense, but then that person was just like, well, why the hell did this person call me? And then that contributed to them following one more clue or something, and that clue led them to making the web a little bit bigger until finally some person contacted this reclusive.
It's like,
Well, like
between the
the
five of
idea
us, we
is-
ended up with 6 names, and so we were able to process that the 6th, who wasn't one of us, is probably the end point.
Right. Yes.
Right.
I get it.
We basically
None of us were given to Bob, but when we put all of our clues together, it turned into where we need to go.
everybody got 1 or 2 contacts that led to other people in the group, and at least one person got a contact that wasn't one of the 5 players, and that was outside of the group.
To
Leading-
make it a little more interesting and maybe believable, instead of it being that we were given direct contact to a person, we were given direct contact so that the clues would intersect with whoever's following the other clue. Because there's no way that Bob would actually, that would just mean he predetermined everybody and made sure that we got in touch with each other. Instead, it's if one person was following the clue from the subway and another person was following a clue from this restaurant, they're going to intersect at some point. It doesn't matter specifically what it is, but that's how the characters start to web together, is
I like
because
that.
everybody's clue eventually runs into somebody else's clue.
And then when we pooled all our resources and found the final location, there were 5 envelopes with invitations.
Yeah,
Eh,
because there was
cool.
only 5 original. Oh, you know, it'd be funny if there was. This is just a whatever dumb thing. What if there's actually 6 invitations? Because there was a 6th clue that nobody ever picked up on, and the rest of
You
the
guys
five-
just it took you so long because you were doing it as 5 people and not 6.
and we just threw the 6th invitation away because, you know. fuck
I
that
like
guy, he
I
didn't
like
figure
the
it out.
idea of there being like a stern warning in each invitation not to open someone else's invitation, and we all know that there was a 6th, but we all decided not to open it, and we may or may not try to mention that if it comes up.
Well, the interesting thing is, will Bob be waiting for this 6th person to show up or not? And
I want to know what Lee thinks about that.
is he waiting to see if we come clean about it, that we know that there's a 6th person, or there should have been?
Never was.
Or is he going to play it off like, well, these are the 5 people that made it?
If
Never
we were to
gathered.
go
I would
with
say
this
that I've
route,
been taking notes this whole time, but I haven't been.
if we were to
Well,
go with this
ooh.
route, are we basically comfortable in leaving all of Bob's motivations and machinations behind this entirely mysterious and up to Lee?
Yes.
I am absolutely interested in that.
Great.
Lee, I hope you're taking notes.
That is actually that is actually a little bit what I expected, but not entirely.
I'm
Like
assuming
that I
that
would be doing a lot of.
he has a set of machinations that he is willing to modify for our needs. But if he doesn't, well, start machinating, I guess.
There was
I'm
one
machinating
part
right
of
now.
the whole thing that we talked about that I wanted to make sure if we could do it this way or not. I want to know if we can do it in the way that we actually didn't realize we had to put all of our clues together right away, and we did actually stump for a moment.
Yeah, I
That
I
gives
still
us time
like
to
the
get to know each other for like.
I like the get to know and the frustration that comes with not knowing.
Yeah.
I thought that was the most intriguing.
I also
when,
like
when you're backed into a corner by a puzzle, basically.
Yeah,
I like to have the autonomy of I would like to be able to say when we start playing which characters were forthcoming with their information and which characters were stubborn, or which characters were stumped for a period and which characters were just ravenous for help. I'd like for that to be a thing, but you know.
Right. Well, that's going to be part of how we play our characters.
Right.
I bet.
But I'm just saying, like,
And-
yes.
You like to know beforehand.
But yeah,
And like I
the
said,
idea
part
is-
of this,
go
part of
ahead.
this first session is, and part of the reason that I'm not going to be, I'm not throwing you guys into the numbers of the character creation is because I want you guys to have a free space to develop your characters without worrying about that sort of stuff. Like your characters as regular people.
So, like, play as a person and then decide what our character statistics are.
Right.
how we
A little bit
understand
of this is trying to, is trying to force people in a way to create characters kind of the way I create characters.
Okay.
And so far it has gone swimmingly. This is way more bonkers than I thought it was going to be. So I'm way into it.
So, okay, so Jeff, if you missed it, the idea is that when we start playing this game, we won't have character sheets with stats on it yet, but based on how we are playing our character, we can then decide what like attributes or skills or whatever most makes sense for that character based on how we've been playing it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
you guys can do that however you want, and there's quite a bit of freedom in that sort of thing.
if you envision that your character has been a little bit more sneaky or has been going out of his way to like
Maybe he's a
lift
war
something-
veteran or whatever, I don't know.
Right.
I mean, there aren't a
it's
whole lot
really-
of stats in general in this game, right?
I don't know.
Right,
anything
there's a
about
lot of
any
freedom in that sort of thing. Well, you played Numenera, it's the same system.
Yeah, I don't really remember. I remember their character sheet looked really cool.
It uses a 3-stat system, basically.
I remember
Anyway.
I played the roguish type class, and I felt like the warrior type class, and I was okay with that.
And there's a lot of freedom with that sort of thing. And
I remember rolling to dodge, and
I know some people will think of the things that they're doing in that sort of way, and that's totally fine. I don't want to try something different. If one of you can hardly say
Not that
3
shit
words,
again.
then by the end of the game, I expect you to be saying
Train.
10 minimum, because we had a guy who barely made it up to 5.
what are we talking about?
So you better double up on that.
You still never figured out how he was learning new words, did you?
No, reading them in the newspaper.
Wait,
Oh man, yeah, that was.
Were they
fun.
things that Rory said? I don't.
Closer.
You're really close.
I do not remember what we're talking about precisely.
Oh, Barney. And
Yeah,
his tiny vocabulary.
that's what I. Yeah, I don't remember how he learned words.
Anyway,
No, that's all I can think
Well,
about.
I have to
so.
mention this, and it's too bad that Rory's not here because I may have told him already, but I remember the first session of Fate that we played. There was the room where Sam was in. It was like underground in that house, and and Lee had said that there was a trapdoor in the floor, and it had like a key code that you had to put in order to open the floor gate. And Rory, being like a code cracker, was going on, and he was like trying to like find all these different ways. And I said, "Hey Lee, can I spend a fate point so that from like some very abstract thing, like I figured out the code?"
Oh
And
God.
he was like, "Yeah, sure." And so I was like, "Lee, let me try this." And I like whatever the number was, I typed it in, and you were like, "How'd you know it worked?" or something like that. And then Rory, you could see the look on his face, like this. How did you? What did you do? Like I tried everything, and I was like, well, the thing is, and I took one of the Snapple facts that had a year in it, and it was like something like, in 1766, the blah 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 was the reason. I just figured that it had to be that I had the most abstract like method for solving this, and then Lee's like, yeah, that was it. That was the thing, and you could just see Rory. It looked like his head was just gonna split in half. Like
I vaguely remember that happening, and by my recollection, it was you said what number you were entering.
yes.
I think you might have said at that time that you were spending a fate point, but the way it seems to me at the time was that you picked a number and that number was correct. And I was just like,
Well, no, but I
oh my god.
specifically did not say that I was spending a fate point because I only did it in private chat to Lee on
Oh.
purpose.
I guess I might be thinking of something different, but it
But
just
I
seems
did.
like
I did say try 1740 whatever, and then Rory had to like, why that number? Like he was so frustrated, and then I'm like, just try it, and then he does it, and it worked. Like, how did that work?
Yeah, he looked like he was gonna kill somebody. And that is when Rory's love affair with Fate ended.
Oh man.
Oh yes, one person is a dog.
Oh,
It's
Koromaru!
Brian. So,
Are we going
What
back
if
to
Bob was a
if
dog?
you guys want to talk more about your
This is
characters,
Homeward Bound.
if you guys want to talk more about your characters, we can do that for a while longer. Whenever you guys are ready, like character-wise or what have you wise, I am going to move on to the next phase. So you just tell me. I'm going to change the song.
Well, what is the next
Oh
phase?
my God.
Do we need to know what
I was
sort of
muted the
character we
entire
want to
time.
play by?
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, Evo.
Where do you want to
Say
start?
something interesting?
I'd like you guys to know.
No, I meant the song. The song was muted.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he just assumed there was
I
no
know I'm important.
Yeah,
Thank God,
I'd
Evo's
like
not
you guys
important.
to know, to have at least for yourself, to know a little bit about what sort of character you want to play going into the next section.
I mean,
As a group, you don't necessarily have to, but you can sort of figure out the actual characterization process, like ages or what have you. I don't know, anything.
I had a
At whatever
fun
rate
idea.
you want during this next.
It's your
or
idea,
during-
Evo.
at this point.
Lee decides what each of the 6 things were, and we pick 5 of them. Types.
Oh, like six different clues, and then
Yeah.
like,
Or- We just pick our own clues or something.
You guys can do whatever you want with your clues. I'm not going to come up with 6 clues. I will bust my brain wide open.
okay.
I'm going to get to the last person. I'm going to be like, this is the dumbest thing. I cannot
Okay.
come up with a good one.
First
Whoever
of all-
gets to this one is an idiot.
I want to
Okay,
play. I want to play as, like I said, like a middle-aged guy, maybe like in his mid-40s or low 40s or something. And so I'd like to think that my clue came printed in a newspaper, because most people probably don't read newspapers anymore, so that would be a real obscure way to get a clue. Like maybe filling out the crossword puzzle and then looking at the results to last week's crossword puzzle.
Yeah, what if it's like a clue over time? Like this is a thing you do regularly. Is like you do,
Right.
like you read the newspaper thing and you notice like something weird.
Right, or something like that, or like the number of the crossword puzzle. Sometimes they skip one, and maybe I thought it was just a typo at first, but then it happened again a couple weeks later, and then it was like, what the fuck? So like something like that. Mine came from doing something religiously with the newspaper, and then I started to find a trail, and then go from there.
I'm down.
Okay, mine's done. Go. I could talk more about my character if you guys need time to think. Let's see. He is graying. He is not interested in coloring his hair. It is kind of like a brownish, like a light brown colored hair. He's not balding or anything. He doesn't wear hats. Let's see. He comes from the city. Somebody in the city would read the newspaper probably
Which
when
city?
they're drinking coffee. Let's go.
New York's a big city,
with-
Denver.
New York is good. Let's go with no, because then I might want an
I
accent.
mean, if you have New York,
Chicago.
there's also like Chicago, Seattle.
I love
Those are like big. Those are big. Like
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Seattle,
the Phoenix
perfect, because
paper.
people in Seattle definitely drink coffee. So
Yep.
he is maybe let's see if he's from Seattle, the Pacific Northwest. It's kind of gloomy there sometimes. He stayed because the weather is nice, even though it rains a lot. Let's see what else. He is divorced. So he wouldn't have to explain anything to his family.
I'm
when-
literally just watching Richard's brain work on his face.
Yeah. Okay. So he's divorced. He doesn't have children.
It's very animated.
Maybe he is interested in someone, but it may or may not go anywhere. And he's not like obsessed with this, but he's like really impressed with himself. And even though he's tried explaining it to whoever his significant other is at the time or whoever he's dating, they more or less like kind of brush it off because it's like it's kind of cute that he figured something out, but it can't be anything really that big of a deal. And let's see. I don't know how he would exactly cross paths with somebody else, but eventually it gets a little bit deeper, and he decides to keep the secret from whoever he's dating because they would seriously think he was crazy for chasing this down. So he decides to take a trip to visit his family, quote unquote, as he leaves town for this sort of thing. We'll say that he likes watching the Mariners play, and maybe the Seahawks and Sounders. And he does enjoy local brewery beers.
Because he's from Seattle.
And he's not a hippie or anything. He
likes
just
craft beer.
enjoys. Yeah, he's a practical guy.
Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with that.
There you go.
It's like a man from Germany who likes German beers. That's what.
So I think I've fleshed out a pretty good guy. Let's see. His name is going to be.
So what about the rest of you while Richard comes up with a name? Does anyone else?
Yeah.
Do you guys want to bounce ideas off each other? Or, like I said, if you feel pretty good about the way your character's turning out inwardly, then I can move on.
His name is Eugene, but everybody calls him Eugene.
Eugene is dorky and...
I think no, but Eugene's like about that age, right? Wouldn't that be?
Eugene's such a terrible name. It's
Yeah,
so-
because I knew
Okay,
several
okay.
Italians with.
I mean,
Okay.
I like the name
I'm
Eugene.
making fun of myself.
I like the name Eugene. And
Yeah,
I think
it's
a
for a
great
person
name,
in the
I love
40s a person in their 40s who lives in Seattle, Eugene is a pretty good name.
Okay, I thought so too. I'm just.
Great name for anybody of any age.
Hey
It's
Ed, I'm making a character. How about you make a character? You can name him not Eugene.
Shut up! I'm trying to live my life.
Okay. I'm not saying that I want to do this, but maybe we had someone come along for the ride, or someone brought their significant other, or something like that too. Or other
My
possibilities.
significant other.
Like someone came along for the ride as a player. Like one of the players is just along with somebody else.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's entirely possible.
Maybe whatever this ARG thing is, it just kind of came up that somebody got glommed on because they knew all of the things that their significant other knew, and then they brought them to the place.
Maybe one of the people is smart enough that they figured out two of the angles, and they were like, I actually can't do this without another physical body.
Maybe there were only 4 of them, and someone stole it and stole the final thing and gave it to their friend.
Well, okay. I was actually thinking, what if one of the clues was kind of tough, and so somebody actually worked with one of their buddies on it, like halfway through, and so those two people are actually sharing the clue all the way to the end.
Oh, that's a cool idea too.
I mean, they don't have to be like in a relationship. They can just be people that know each other. That when the clue was stumbled on, somebody got only as far as they could, and then they asked the next person that they thought would be the right mind to mull it over, and that person didn't think that they were a crazy person and actually went over it with them, and then figured out the next step, and they were able to go as like a little team. But then that person died, and now Evo is alone doing clue by himself. No, I'm kidding. That was just dark. And also, you were the dumb one that got stumped, so you don't know what you're going to contribute to this.
You drink it. Nope. All of this makes sense.
And your name is Ruben. There you go. You get that. You're Ruben now.
Ruben the Rum Runner? What?
No, just Ruben.
No last name. Ruben.
Ah,
Like I said, you don't have to Richard your character if you don't want.
No, that's just
if you
how
feel
I-
comfortable. If you feel comfortable with the way your character is in your head, you could share or not share as little or much of it as you want, depending on how how much you've interacted with the other characters personally or something like that. Totally fine.
Oh, boy. I was just about to say a really scandalous phrase.
I know you were.
I don't want to.
you're
I can
allowed
feel your
to?
scandal.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
feel your scandal
I
in
don't
my.
wanna- I don't want to circumvent your authority as a GM, but I think we all really do need to describe our characters and to say what we want to do.
That was going to be my first step. Was having you
think that-
describe your characters
I
when you
think-
meet.
I mean, like, describe what kind of character we want.
Oh,
He doesn't.
What are you
want-
thinking so far?
He doesn't want 5 and
What am I
super
thinking?
intelligent
Yeah.
people.
Right.
that's actually a decent point.
I mean, okay. Richard is talking about, like, kind of an older guy. I mean, I have not read this game very hard. When it first came out, I read what the description was, but I sort of kind of know what it is. I mean,
Yeah, I got a little bit of it.
my default character, I feel like, would be a young, like, prodigy, sort of maybe high college or grad school student. But I also kind of like the idea of just sort of like I like the idea of we'll call it a high school or college aged, or maybe even college age but not college student, like internet person who is like hooking up with these bits of data, and they're just like trying to find, they just feel like, without being ambitious, I can just be goofing off on the internet and find something deep. And then eventually they find something that is kind of deep. And it leads them into this chain of stuff that seems to be getting deeper and deeper, and nothing is quite wrong with it. And this could really hook up with the idea that Ebo had of somebody who's just like, they're getting deeper and deeper into something, and they reach a point where they need to get someone's help to, like, get past an obstacle. Maybe there's like a physical challenge, maybe there's like something that they need authority to access, and so they have to get into somebody. Like, I'm thinking like a guy, we'll call him a male, around 19 or 20 years old, who's got nothing else going on. Maybe he was in school, but the demands of actually maintaining an academic career just were too much. And so he was just into his ARGs or chat rooms, message boards, you know, things on the internet that actually exist.
Is this
So,
is this your guy? Or
I'm going to try to describe my guy.
okay.
And Ebo, I'm just trying to say, like, you're describing a significant other, and I'm just saying, like, if what you're saying is what you want to do, I might have a significant other that could be your character. No big deal. Hey, gender irrespective.
He's
I'm-
just saying if you
I'm wide
want to get
open.
boned by him, tonight's the night.
But it's just basically, this guy is like, he's so sure to himself that he's ambitious and can achieve anything. But he hasn't achieved anything in the framework of the real world. But something comes up on internet, and he just thinks that this is the thing that he was meant for. And he follows it, and he either gets to a point where he needs someone else's help to achieve it, or he just achieves it, and then all of a sudden something in the world is happening, and he's like invited to some sort of party with this Bob, and he's got to like dress up in whatever he calls fancy clothes, and he has to go meet like a guy who seems to have his life together and seems to have stuff. I like this idea. I want to be this guy. This guy
I
who's
like
kind
that.
of he is his mom and dad and his siblings think he's a loser. All of his friends that he went to school with think he's great, except they're wondering, hey, why aren't you in school anymore? Because he flunked out or something, because he was too cool. And then he's trying to just, wants cool to be his lifestyle.
This is his chance to prove it.
And then either it is or it isn't. Or maybe
And
something
that's a
medium.
good reason for him to not tell
like that.
anybody too, because if it flops, nobody has any expectations.
You know, he's already gotten to the point where he thinks that he's probably failed in his entire life. And it's almost all over, and he's only like 20, we'll call it 24. 23. He's still young enough to still be in college if he hadn't lapse out of it due to his weird and bad grades. And he was majoring in something like just not great either. Like not
Political
philosophy.
science.
Not philosophy, that's on the nose.
Economics.
Political we'll call it economics, because economics is one of those things where if you meant to go to school for it and you got good grades, you could get a great job. But he went to school for economics and he didn't really mean to, and he didn't really get good grades, and so now it's like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Freakonomics, but it's a book and a podcast I really like, and it's like economics, but it's not lucrative. So that's my character.
That sounds
That's
cool.
the character I want to play.
I'm into it.
One of you wants to be my significant other.
I like it
Boy or
because
girl, I'll work it
Ed
into my
likes it.
story.
I mean, if Ed is behind this, then
No, I
I'm
think that
behind
sounds
it.
awesome.
Ed's great. I mean, he's so cool. He's so wise.
Anyone else?
I got an idea that's kind of out there.
No way.
Lee mentioned something about connections. Richard, how interested would you be in possibly changing something about your backstory?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So here's my current work in progress.
Okay.
I was going to play a teenager named Sarah, and she worked with her friend named Shannon to solve this puzzle, primarily searching around online and walking around locally, looking for clues. And they worked at this together for a very long time. Shannon, unfortunately, had a horrific home life. And at the end of the game, when they both discovered that it ended nowhere and that it was hopeless and there was nothing, that was sort of the last straw, and Shannon committed suicide.
Got real in here.
That
Whoa.
Dark is good.
That caused Sarah to sort of break down and spill the beans of the whole thing to her dad, which would be Richard. And then it was only then that the two of them realized that, hey, wait a minute, I'm working on this too. These games might be connected.
Oh,
And
and
that-
then maybe
Oh,
for a moment.
Richard, didn't you say you were divorced?
Plot twist!
Right.
oh my God.
So
Shannon killed herself and you could have helped her.
this could be one of those situations where it could be like the father and daughter now finally have a reason to talk about something.
Yeah.
Or it could be that they've always been really close, but for some reason they never talked about this. Actually, I always kind of like the father-daughter relationship that is actually really tight, like, because the stereotype always seems to be that the
Like-
father and daughter aren't on the same.
When you guys are talking about
90s.
potential like romantic relationships or something, like it might seem like a weird coincidence, but I think actually if we're thinking of this from the angle that individual people are solving these and they're leading nowhere and they're just giving up, it would kind of make sense that the group that decided to work together already had those relationships that kind of bound that and sparked that interest in working together to figure it
Oh,
out.
like you're saying that other people probably did get some of these clues, but then they gave up because they didn't.
Because it
find
led
someone that
nowhere.
they could work
Yeah.
with. But because we are like-minded people that know each other, that we trust to do things like this together, is why we excelled when other people could not pass those hurdles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
That's all I got.
All right. Jeff's character also lives in Seattle.
I like
Also, Suicide in Seattle kind of fits. And
I like
That is true.
parent-child relationships that work, because I feel like the stereotype is the opposite, and also I really want for these chumps over here to love me when they're older.
I love when you call them chumps. That's my favorite.
I love these chumps.
I'm sorry, but like, never mind.
Usually you call them
you
spawn.
guys try to race it with Megan. She's awful. But I love her. She's great. But
That's
also,
right, Megan. When you're watching this, when you're 18, and
Don't. When you watch this when you're 18, you'll know. You'll know what's happening.
So how are
You
Ebo
can't say
and Britt
that she's
feeling
gonna
about
have
this?
the time
an
when
idea?
she's 18,
This
so
is pretty
exactly what
cool.
you're talking about.
Guys,
How are-
everybody have
How are
outlets.
Ebo and Britt
So
feeling
great.
about characters?
Ebo has an idea.
Go
Ebo,
for
I want
it.
to hear
Ebo
us.
has a non-specific idea that he wants
Does
to
Britt have a
bounce
more
off.
specific idea? Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. Never mind. I was just
No,
gonna make
this-
fun of you for being Ebo?
No, this is completely way greater than anything you would come up with.
I trust Brian.
Ebo is roughly in a punk, not necessarily a gutter punk, but like an actual punk, which I think fits a little well with the scene. Maybe 18 years old, boy or girl, doesn't matter.
It's up to you.
Being Ed's either friend, brother or sister, or significant other.
Wink.
And is it possible here? Okay, I'm going to throw this out there. Either I am Shannon, who tried to kill herself, or which is
Oh my
I've
God.
been thinking of the punk idea right away, which is almost perfect, or a friend of Shannon, which is also cool, and maybe that's how I relate to Sarah, if I need to at all. But I was thinking high school, which it still works for Ed as relating to significant other.
Yeah, I'm not above
It's just
the high
like
school.
five years. So
Do you want to be the younger character related some way to the one of the other younger characters? You're
I
like a
want to
punk.
be related to like a punk.
Is this ARG something you fell into or something you pursued actively,
No, I
or were you
would
like
be the- I
invited
would be
by one of the other characters?
Ed helped me, or Ed invited me to help.
Like he needed your help.
Yeah, and I'm kind of just.
Maybe he needed like a maybe if you know
Alchemist,
maybe
didn't
you have access to something he doesn't, or maybe you are capable in a way he's not. Like like if you know if you know people in a dangerous part of town, or if you know maybe you're an urban explorer or something like that in some place.
Yeah, how did you find your
Like what did you help Ed with? Like if Ed was doing like this half of this brainy work, what was your half of it?
Oh, if he didn't want to go to the bad side of town because one of the clues was-
knowing people, being generally what punks
Delinquent?
delinquency, smoking, drinking, doing drugs, knowing people who do. General ref.
Yeah, I would smoke or drink anything that you have to offer, but probably would be hesitant to
Punk
start
shows.
doing it unless somebody knew where to get the things to smoke or drink.
Probably in a band. So
Of course you are. In a band.
in Seattle, like everybody.
yeah.
No,
So,
I mean what I
that's-
meant when I said that, it probably sounded weird, is that everybody in Seattle is in a band. Not that you're in
understood
Seattle
what
like
you
every
said.
other players. Okay.
I got it.
So Britt,
Everybody in Seattle.
So
Britt,
yes,
there's a puzzle that's missing.
Okay.
It's missing the fifth piece.
yes, there is.
It's a
I'm
I'm
not
making
Shannon, right?
I'm making
I
hand
wanna-
gestures, but you can't
Okay.
see them because I turned my camera off because I was eating.
Oh, I thought it was because you were
Hey,
picking it
fat
up.
slob, you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a.
If you needed more time, I still kind of want to
Oh yeah, Eagle, you can go ahead.
talking about this, Lee.
I didn't realize you weren't doing.
Well, I wanted to get Jeff and Richard's opinion on Shannon, or being a friend of Shannon, or how-
Are you going to be Shannon, or are you going to be some dude, or what?
If you're trying to set up some situation where Eugene is getting tag teamed by two young girls, one of which being his daughter, you are gonna fail at this
Ugh.
terribly.
Okay. The idea I had
That was
for
too
uh,
vanilla.
for that.
the idea I had for Sarah was that she'd be like the girl who like dresses all goth and stuff to be different, but is not like a punk or into drugs or anything like that.
Oh
I
man,
love
kind
the
of a-
idea
Kind of
the
a
girl-
poser. Not necessarily a poser, but definitely.
She just wants to be part of a crowd.
in that
yeah.
case, my character just believes that you're in some kind of phase. But
So
Which is
no matter
absolutely
how you
true.
try to
Which
act,
is
you're
100%
always going
correct.
to be who I think you are.
Yeah. So Shannon could have been a friend of hers that's actually into shit and knew Ebo's character. That would make a lot of sense, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, she was the one who went the extra mile, and from what you made it sound like, Shannon had it rough to begin with.
Yes. Yes, Shannon did not have a good home life.
Oh,
Shannon's the real victim here.
Maybe I went to rehab with Shannon.
Maybe Bob's the real victim once we all get there.
hey, I'm the real victim. Never been.
Well, you were destined for greatness, and it has not happened yet. So I
God
agree.
damn it,
You're
stupid
the
destiny.
All right, go ahead, honey. What do you got?
Oh, I didn't know if Ebo was done yet.
Yeah, I'll be a friend of Shannon's, I guess, or knew
thought
her
Jeff
from, like,
was
rehab
Sarah.
or something.
I thought you were going to be Ed's friend.
Oh,
Well,
no, I
You can be both. You can do both.
no.
That's totally fine.
So, are we
Okay.
going to go for all of us are kind of from the Pacific Northwest? Because that would be there's a lot of really cool retreat type, either mountainous or forested areas. In the
I love the
Northwest.
Pacific Northwest. Vancouver.
Sorry,
that's dope.
What the fuck is a Anna?
If Britt put that as her character icon, I am truly scared about what happens.
I thought Jeff was implying that I did somehow
Britt's
know
gonna be
Shannon.
like,
She was
Yeah.
I am the
Same-
test
the same
monkey
shit.
that found the code.
Yes, I don't.
in the
You're distressingly
cipher.
good at that.
Shut up.
But I think
I've learned from the best.
That's what he sounds like.
Okay.
No, if we're like building interrelations, I was assuming you meant both, actually. But
Yeah, I did. I'm just saying that adding a Shannon, like I'm in a relationship with Ed somehow.
You could be. I would be up for any kind of relationship you want to suggest.
You guys could be friends.
I'm just saying,
Be
friends,
more than friends.
romantic,
Yes.
regardless of sex, I'd be fine
it's
with it.
complicated.
It's it very well be very complicated. It might be that whatever this Shannon is just a goddamn
I want to
wedge.
hear it from Ebo. Ebo, how do you want to be related to Ed?
Ebo, who the hell is Shannon? God damn it, I want to know.
What?
Shannon was.
Or are you Shannon?
No.
No.
I don't
I'm asking him as a jealous lover.
Are you Shannon?
Unless he's Shannon, in which case I'm a jealous amnesiac.
I was thinking of being friends with Shannon,
Whichever.
maybe from rehab, and then
What kind of rehab?
either younger brother to Ed or significant other. And I'm probably gonna roll a D2 to see which gender.
Well, whatever. I'm good for whichever.
Do we want
He's
a?
coloring again.
Well, what
Is
is
it a banana?
God damn it! No, it's
Is it a banana?
It's a picture of my character. He just isn't got his face drawn into.
Maybe we should see if we want how many females we want.
We should see what Britt's thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, if we
sure.
end up with 3 females, that's just fine, guys.
I don't care either way. Mine
Guys
wasn't
could
gonna
have
be.
5 females
No.
for
Couldn't
all I
figure
can-
out if I wanted male or female. I don't have any sort of attitude present, but I kind of took a culmination from everybody. Again, I left pretty open-minded as Lee. So on this, so kind of doing this on the fly. If there's any smithing you want to do with this, please by all means. So I think I was kind of going the younger route too. Like maybe I keep falling back on the college intern thing. Maybe some sort of assistant to a boss. Ends up overhearing their boss or said person, whoever you want their higher up to be, mention this puzzle. Because say this, my character's been working at this office or interning for like the semester or whatever you want to go. Hears him mention it, starts looking over it because she heard multiple notes and said, hey, I think I'm really on to something. I think I'm like really breaking through on this. So out of sheer curiosity, my character actually can access the boss's files. That's why I came up with the assistant idea and starts looking over it like maybe he's on a, across for a trip or it's a late night shift that I have to work, and just figured out the final hint based on his notes out of pure happenstance. That's all I've got.
So you sniped this?
Kinda. Not, but like, the person is not like a super genius or anything, but just based on it, just had a different point of view, saw the notes, and said,
So she's a little. So your
I don't know if
character's like
it's
a
a
little
he or she
sneaky.
yet. I guess you could say in a sense. I don't know. I don't really.
You don't get into your
I
boss's
am
files
bleeding
without
through
being a
somebody's
little sneaky.
microphone
Hey.
very badly, by the way. I don't
Guys,
know who
find
it
her
is.
keepers, right? I mean, if she found
Yeah.
it, she gets to keep it.
Oh,
I'm
that's-
not hearing it, so it might be through me, but I don't know.
what's
I don't
that?
know,
No,
but
I'm
Is there-
sorry.
Are you
I don't know. I
listening
don't hear it
in
now,
here?
so. But whatever changed. Anyway,
So
so
you're kind of like a little sneaky.
right, and probably my character, just to think about it, would even go as far as, because I've gone through his notes so many times, would actually remove one of the beginning pieces of the notes just to throw him off to do something selfish for myself, because I can see myself slaving away from this asshole for like the last year or two, and just this person being a total dick and just saying, you know what, fuck this, I'm gonna do something for myself for once that I've never done, and throw him off course and take it for myself.
So do you know these? Do you think you know these other characters, or are you just some? Are you some Yahoo?
Well, I don't know now. Everybody
exactly.
seems to be piecing their stuff. This is the first time you're hearing it, so that's why I said if you guys want to smith anything, go for
It's
it.
like-
If not,
well,
I will
again,
totally
this-
roll with this without knowing anybody.
Well, again, we were talking about how at some point in your path of going over these clues, it will intersect possibly with another. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to explicitly figure out how, but one way that your clue started to go is going to somehow cross with somebody else's clue. And then once we start networking, we all start meeting up at the coffee shop every weekend to go over where we're like trying to piece it all together.
Maybe
Yeah,
in the
aside
notes
from
that
having figured
somebody's
out your
stuff was
clue,
there.
Like
And
after having
that was
figured
it.
out your clue, in all likelihood, your characters would have known each other for some time before, like, the culmination of this thing, like before you're, before either finding the contact information for Bob or something like that. Even if you have been just talking on the internet, you at some point, like, you know, for like a little bit of time, maybe your characters have been associating with each other, trying to figure this out.
What if one of the clues led to like a business in the Pacific Northwest that she's interning at, and when the character went there to basically confront the person, that's the moment that she just sniped it and said, "Oh yeah, I'm right here."
Oh, like
she hardly knew, like she hardly even knows anything
Well,
about
yeah,
it.
There's no telling how long her boss had been on this trail, and
What's-
he might have got stopped like right at the intersection, and and then like, you know, one of our characters is also going down this intersection, and then we would say whatever catchphrase, just test the person to see if they know what we're talking about, and she does, because she also clued in on it, and so she like.
But
you
it's
guys-
not my notes, it's his.
It's not, but you still sniped it, so you
Exactly. I actually know
continue-
what's going on.
you
I
would
just
continue
didn't
down
do
the
the
game.
work. I just kind of,
You just kind of stole the credit.
pretty much.
You did what your boss
Well-
does to other people.
Well, that was one of the things that I was this audiobook that I've been listening to lately. Ready
What's with
Player
all
One
fucking cats?
is all about
Mona Cash Cats.
basically like this alternate reality game where somebody promised a large amount of their money to whomever basically captures their obscure pop culture tastes the best to get their hints. So I'm thinking like it could even be less like they sniped and more like less like a malicious snipe and more like there were hints in front of this boss's face for like a year, and they just never like grasped a single one. And maybe Britt's character was like a well-meaning assistant who was just like trying to give them these clues or trying to like show them the way to go, and they got into a situation as an assistant where it was just like some sort of clue came up where they were just like, yeah, I understand, I get the clue.
Maybe this is mine now.
Well, yeah, and they were just
Maybe
like,
this is meant for me.
all right, yeah, it was just like, hey, are you the one who is here for this thing? And they were just like, instead of trying to like call up to their boss, it became obvious that like, no, if I call up to my boss, this thing is going to disappear. But if I bite, this thing is going to keep going.
Right. I'm the one.
And
that
I am
really
going to be
understood it
I'm going to
anyway.
be in this. If I call up to my boss, this thing's going to disappear. If I bite, this thing is going to be mine.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying like a little.
It could be like
I don't care how this rolls. I mean, please
Well,
keep
no, I'm
throwing
just-
it out. Like
He's
I
just
said, by all
giving
means.
you another
Right,
angle,
yeah,
so the
yeah.
character doesn't have to be
No, I'm not.
strictly
You don't have to
sneaky.
explain that, honey. I get what he's trying to do.
I'm
That's
not,
what I
I'm
said.
not,
Roll
I'm
with
not
it.
saying that. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying like this is just an idea that has come to me because I've been listening to an audiobook in the last 48 hours, and this is just seems like, yeah, it's like, well, I better take this, or else this thing is going to disappear and nobody's going to get it. I
I'm
like that.
cool with rolling with anything. Like I said, I left this
Take my-
entirely open
Ooh la la.
with
Well,
no
okay.
imagination.
Then I'm
You're
going-
less-
So
then I'm going to make the decision for you.
I mean, what you should do, Britt, is definitely like try to
No.
find something that calls out to you as a character you want to play.
Yeah,
If-
Britt, you
Like
need
if there's
to
any
decide what you want.
that
I
really
came up with this
if
obviously.
there's any of these
so
that
I'm rolling
really
with
jump
it.
out at you, like something that tells you that that this background is something that I can see myself really like getting into, like you know, like either one way or another, you know, like, but definitely whatever's happening, you need to own it.
Of course.
Whatever of these ideas, like
Yeah.
it has to be like we could toss out ideas, but you have to like
Yeah.
you have to,
So
like,
make
I
sure
would-
that you
I would-
what do you want to do now?
definitely
I would
wanna
not
play
have
the
rolled
role.
this out and put it on the table if I did not believe in it.
Well, okay, but which one are you going to choose? Like, what's the one that makes the most sense to you? That you can get behind?
Unless you have any more ideas, or you even want to change them, that's totally fine.
I can see an assistant stepping in and saying, you know what, like, I mean, I can see both sides of it because that's where the little details start coming to play. Is she fed up with her boss at this point, or is it like Ed said, where it's been this?
Well,
Go ahead.
maybe you're fed up with your boss, and maybe you think that this thing is meant for you, or maybe you might even change your mind later and say, I can get something for my boss out of this. Or maybe you're just like, well, maybe I don't need my boss anymore if this is really good. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, you can be as duplicitous about it as you want as a character.
I don't see her or her. I keep saying her now because we keep saying assistant and just makes the most sense at that point.
Oh, I feel
Um,
very sexist now. Thank you.
Thanks, fucking Edward. God
Well, no, it's
Damn it.
probably more
I'm
because
sorry.
Britt is female.
No, it makes sense. I mean, if this
No.
seems to be the assistant route going, I'm okay with this. Like, this is cool. Like, let's roll with it.
So tell us about your
I
character.
don't see her being. I don't see her being like a very selfish person that wants to like actually do it. But I can see there be that breaking point where, you know what, this is something that has become mine now. I need to own up to it.
Like I've done enough of this work. I've invested enough in this. Maybe I don't want to lose it.
Yes, exactly. Like,
Yeah, it's like I've invested so much in this. It is kind of mine too. So
Right.
why can I not also enjoy this?
so like Ed said, you know, you go to that, you know, for whatever reason we have to go to Seattle, and obviously I'm in tow because I'm the assistant. And we go to meet up at the spot. He's sitting in his fucking corner doing whatever the hell he wants, and I'm waiting for the person. It's like, hey, did you, you know, are you so and so? Is this what this is? And it's like, yes,
Okay.
and
Yes,
that's it.
that's me. Sure. So you're basically like you're sort of like an X factor compared to these guys. Like a lot of these people know each other either tangentially or directly, and you are sort of like at this point it's like Jeff and Ebo may have met like once or twice. Ebo and Ed know each other. Jeff
Right.
and Richard know each other, and maybe during their explorations, maybe Ebo or Jeff, they seem to be like the sort of people who get out and do stuff. Maybe one of them was following a clue or finishing a clue, and they came to wherever you were, and they found you, and you were like, "Yes, that's me.
Well,
Let's
Right.
do this."
thing. Maybe we even know Brittany as a telepresence. Maybe we like know like posts that she's made on behalf of her employer
Yeah.
or personally, but like we don't know a lot about her before whatever it is that prompted her to
Yeah,
start like being a part of this on her own. And so it seems like she's advocating some other person, or well, it might not seem that way to us, but
She might be really good at her job.
to her, she thinks she had been advocating some other employer, but now she's just like, this person isn't following these breadcrumbs. It doesn't
Maybe
make
it was
sense.
not as serious of a game to that person.
Sure.
They were just like, "Oh,
Right.
this is pretty cool." Like
Maybe
they
it
were
was a
just tuning
throwaway.
in for next week
Right,
or
right, right.
whatever. But they didn't actually really want to follow it. They were just
Maybe
like,
they didn't really want to follow it because maybe he's a benefactor or like an investor with whatever company Bob works for.
Or they didn't even get it. They just didn't even
Yeah.
get that what they were doing was something
They could be someone who's like on the sly. You know,
Right.
like maybe they are looking out for you or for somebody or what have you. It could be any of a number of things at that point.
but
at that
in
point,
the end,
that's mine.
you decided to take the reins because you've already been contributing to this stuff. So you decided
At
that
the point that
yours.
it happens, I've put in the most work, so.
right.
Mhm.
And you probably either feel maybe like your boss didn't want it bad enough anyways, so why would they care? Or it's kind of crazy and maybe this isn't even the right thing, but you're just chasing it because why not? And they would have never had the guts to do that, or, you know what I mean, for any number of reasons, really. Or maybe they just are not like that. I forget, I think it was Ed,
Who the hell is eating something?
maybe it's like Ed
You're
said.
allowed to eat, Ed. It's okay. Eat all you want. So here's my question:
I love how he's eating
Not
that
allowed
shit
to
really
eat.
slow.
Are the lot of you in a position that is comfortable enough for me to move on to the next section, or should we give some more time to this?
Hey, welcome back.
Hi.
I just
I
want
actually
to bring
still have a
up
little bit to
that
eat, but I've
Like
been doing this. I've been doing this so much that I haven't been eating.
Hey,
this
Jeff's here.
is you know,
One
maybe
ended
not
up
that
being
important,
female.
but maybe her boss doesn't care because they never understood the value, or maybe they damn well know the value and now they're the super villain. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff really
Okay.
likes the supervillain
You know
idea,
what?
and I kind of am into that.
Yeah.
Actually, right now.
What if I'm the supervillain? Oh, I am the supervillain.
Don't
What
think
if
so
this-
highly
this
of
name-
yourself.
Her boss has been letting her go down the trail. This is all
What
for
the fuck was that?
this is all for Lee to consider, of course.
A
Not for me,
horrendously obese cat.
But the idea that he has been baiting her to go down this trail could be for any number of nefarious reasons later on down the line.
So,
Well, my character is Eugene, so I put his name as my character on the private chat.
nice. I like that. At this point,
Good call.
if you guys are willing, I'm going to try to move on to the next step. Everyone comes from
my
Seattle.
buddy-
I actually did not expect you guys to all come from the same place. This has turned out way different than I thought it was going. No, that's awesome.
No,
This is
we're all
awesome.
from different walks of life in Seattle.
Okay. So, it's been maybe 3 months since any of you had a major breakthrough. And during your exploration, maybe during your weekly Skype chats or something like that, I don't know how you guys meet up. Do you guys think you'd meet up in person or or on the internet?
Probably a little bit of both. I bet you all week we kind of like loosely keep together in like a Facebook group or some kind of forum, but like at least
Sure,
once
how
a
about
week or
this?
once every other week we get together and probably drink coffee.
At some point, somebody requested access to your Facebook group. No one has ever made any sort of inclination to join this group.
Don't you hate it when that happens, by the way? But
And maybe, like, would you guys have turned it down? Would you guys have basically ignored it? 'Cause
maybe a couple times.
basically, this guy, Robert Alter, would have requested access like 10, 15. He's insistent.
We would have asked everyone if anyone knows the person. No one owns up to it, and so we never hit decline or accept, because everyone knows that's what you do.
Sure, then he would start asking people individually if he could join your group. He'd say things like like I have clues. I have the sixth piece. I can finish your puzzle.
Well, if he starts saying that stuff, then we might consider. But I imagine what happens first is it says so-and-so is requested to join your group, and all of us see that, and then we have a conversation about, does anybody actually know this person? Because I think that they're just trolling or whatever, and like that
Right.
conversation probably happens for
And during that conversation, like I said, he's very insistent. During that conversation, you would have gotten messages like Britt would have. 'Cause I have a feeling, like if she's like a college intern, she probably has a fairly in-depth online presence. Maybe someone tweeted at you that they can finish your puzzle. Robert Alter did.
Interesting.
All you have to do is let me in.
Well, I mean, would we have done that after a certain amount of time?
Right.
It's up to you. This would be like near the real-time portion of this game.
Well, okay, my character would have felt like we were kind of at this stumping point anyways, where we've just been talking about it. So he's going to think, oh, maybe there is somebody else that we never found when we were crossing paths. And so they very well could have the next thing that we need to keep going. That'd be how he would respond on Facebook. By the way, I had a really funny thought. This is not related to the game, but I just wanted you to know.
Moving on then.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Lately, Gil sellers have been sending me friend requests instead of just sending me tells.
Yep.
And
That's something
so
they
it shows up on the friends or on your friends list that somebody's asking to be your friend. And I thought about just straight up inviting this Gil seller into the link shell just to see what they do. See if they accept it or not.
So, yeah. Would you guys have it's modern. It's this year. Today.
Okay.
I don't know. Would you guys have invited him to your group? If he didn't get anything for Brittany, he would have moved on to Jeff next.
Well, like I said, my character would have like kind of.
He's insistent and a little impatient, is what it seems like.
Blocked.
So, what about Ed? He'll say, "How curious are you?"
What form is this?
Yeah.
Is it an email?
Yeah, an email.
Yeah, I would say I would reply something like,
Say curious as a cat and an asshole.
I would say curious as a cat and an asshole.
He'll say, "That's a lot. I have a reward for you, for the lot of you, if you're willing to come and get it. You've made it this far."
Oh, really?
All he'll send you is an address. It's in Colorado.
Ugh.
He'll say, if you agree, I can have you here within 2 days. Free of charge.
I'm skeptical.
Skepticism is good.
Great. Well, find somebody
His picture,
to a
his
real
picture is
person.
his picture is kind of a like a slender guy with kind of unkempt facial hair and like brown hair that's a little uneven. Like he doesn't take care of it. It just mostly goes up. You think if he let it grow out a little bit longer, it'd be like a Jufro.
Do you want me to share this information with people?
Of course.
Do you think they're gonna trust me?
I hope so. I'd like to see all of you.
All right. I'll forward it along. Let me know who to.
Yeah, he'll he will request that you forward it to everybody.
Yeah.
All he's requesting is an agreement, basically. Yes or no is what he wants back.
Yeah, I'll agree.
What about the rest of you? You have his email address. It's
I would request that we all get
it's
together.
Bob Alter. It's bobalter@gmail.
I would request that we all get together and talk about it in person rather than talking about it over the internet.
There's a coffee shop near your place.
Yeah,
Pretty
we've
good.
met there before.
Sure have.
We could just speed the meeting up instead of doing it this Sunday. We can just do it tonight.
Fine.
Yeah, sure. You guys can meet at the coffee shop. Let's do some character descriptions while we're at it. Put people on the spot, because this is one of my favorite parts. What does Eugene look like?
I believe I described him, so I'm going to stick with most of that. He has light brown hair that's peppered gray. Yeah, depending on the time of the year, what time of year is it?
I don't know. Spring.
Spring? Okay. I imagine their springs are still a little cold because it's cold here, so it's probably cold there.
God, it's so cold. We're talking Pacific Northwest?
Yes.
Damn cold all the time, isn't it?
It is cold until
Rainy.
until 2 months of summer that they have.
It's
Yep.
raining
Line up.
about 11
So,
tenths of the time.
Considering that, it probably is rainy out, so he might be wearing like a long coat.
It's not clear, but it's not. There's nothing coming out of the sky right now.
Oh, you know what?
It's just gray. It's kind of overcast.
Yeah, he just wears a long coat with a button up because he's older and whatever, probably just got off of work. And so he's wearing business attire. He has glasses. Let's say he has, yeah, he wears glasses. And
Perfect.
yeah, that's it. He's not wearing like a scarf or anything like that. But yeah, he's just.
Since Gene described himself, what does Sarah look like?
All right. Sarah's about medium height for a 15-year-old. Certainly not shapely or anything. She's sort of more or less like a flat board. She's wearing dark jeans, dark shirt, probably like a brown winter coat then, I guess, if it's cold. She's got very, very long jet black hair, but you can see like a little bit of brown at the roots, and a bunch of far too dark makeup on.
Sure. What about Gil?
Yeah, he's probably like 5'11", pretty tall, not super built, certainly not terribly large in any capacity. Got dark hair that he keeps unkempt in a way that he thinks is probably stylish, but might or might not be, depending on whether you like people to actually do anything with their look.
Mm-hmm.
Pacific Northwest, so he's probably got dated sort of button-down shirt on jeans, a green waterish proof coat to repel the weather. Doesn't look like he's super healthy, but also doesn't look like he's gonna die. Just looks like he probably is a cold most of the time. He's probably on a smartphone most of the time. That's about
Sure.
it.
What about you, Kay?
Kay is shorter than Gil. Not slight build. I would say skinny. They're
Male?
currently wearing a hoodie, and you can see green tipped hair coming out the edges of it, but the hoodie is kind of down. From what you're guessing, Kay is a female, but you don't really know.
Sure.
Tall boots.
And what about Natalie?
Natalie is a female, about 5'4", 5'5", about medium long length auburn hair. Walks in looking like she was something out of a Banana Republic advertisement in a magazine. Has full business attire on right now, probably like a black business dress with some sort of cardigan, has the earrings, the necklace, everything's done up for the most part, some sort of pair of heels, and probably some sort of portfolio or business manila folder that has a stack of note sets with her at all times that she kind of fumbles through a little bit, but makes do with what she's got, always tries to be prepared, and walks in and just sits down. Probably a cup of coffee in her hand, too. It's been a long night.
Yeah, the serving people, or one of the like waitresses, will see you guys come in, and they'll just make up whatever you guys regularly order, and bring it over to you.
Oh, do we do this all the time?
You guys have probably done this at least a few times. I think Richard had mentioned wanting to meet up on the regular.
Sure. Kay is a short female. She's about 5'2", and she wears tall boots. I think they're called fuck me boots.
Big tall ones.
Describing the waitress?
What?
No,
You
No,
describing
me.
the waitress?
describing himself.
No, I'm just
Yes,
serving.
him.
I'm sorry.
And she's got green green hair that looks like it's black underneath, and it's just green tipped, so she's had the black color for a long time.
The waitress is kind
The
of
green color for a long time.
this is like a family-owned place, and the waitress is kind of a middle-aged, dumpy Hispanic lady.
Oh, sure. Her
mean-
name is
Rosa.
Okay.
Ah!
How racist are we?
What?
I went right to Rosa too.
That's
And we call her Rosita when we become familiar with her. That is very natural.
Yeah.
Gil is both grateful and a little ashamed that they know his regular order. And will drink it.
Yeah,
And
if
pay
you guys
for
have been here even like a few times, maybe like 4 or 5 times, she'll do that automatically. And then you guys notice that there are a lot of regulars here who get that sort of treatment, and that seems to be one of the reasons that people come back. Also, the coffee is very good.
Eugene will say things to her like gracias and stuff as if he knows Spanish, but he doesn't, and he just knows a few select words, and he's just being nice because he thinks that's what he's supposed to do.
That is what you're supposed to do, yep. Yeah, so you guys are here. Probably have like a
Yeah,
table.
Gil will sigh when Eugene pretends to know Spanish.
He doesn't. He never says he knows Spanish. He just thinks that he should respond to her in her native language.
Natalie will order her usual coffee, which is a tall red eye, one shot, double cupped, upside down. Oh, and substitute soy milk.
Well, Eugene just drinks black coffee.
Yeah, Gil's black, except with lots of sugar.
But he is trying to blow it on it because it came out a little hotter than normal this time around.
Oh, that's why I get it double cupped.
Listen, guys. I know that you don't all agree, but this sounds legit. I really think that maybe this Bob guy is for real.
Well,
Bob guy.
Oh,
You didn't hear
the
from him?
email.
honey, he's talking about the guy that was trying to get in on the message board.
I think this is the thing, you know? Like, we've all kind of been waiting for a thing, haven't we?
Yeah, but we didn't find it like the other ones. I mean, doesn't it seem like it's a little bit peculiar that this guy comes out of the blue? I mean, how do we know this guy isn't just spying on us and trying to get in on something?
That is rather perfect timing, isn't it?
I think he's been waiting. I want to talk to him, and I think that you all should too.
Well, what kind of instructions did he give?
He gave an address. That's all he had.
An address?
Did he have a date and time too, or was it
Nope.
just
He
the
gave
address?
you an address, and he said, "I'd like to meet with you. I'd like to meet all of you." And then he requested a yes or no from everybody.
Oh, Eugene will reach his hand out. Did you print it out?
I will write it down if you want me to.
I mean, is it on your smartphone? Because you could just show me that.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I'm gonna be playing with Sarah's feet under the table with my feet and see if she blushes.
Yeah, you'll probably get a stern look after a few moments.
So
She does it
Eugene
constantly.
is kind of thumbing over the smartphone. He would know how to use a smartphone, but probably is not great at it.
Yeah, you'll see the picture of Bob. He's
He actually has a picture?
Yeah, he has a picture attached to his, like, it's his Gmail account. I mean, it's attached to his Google Plus and stuff. He has a picture. It's he's wearing like a windbreaker. He's giving like a thumbs up. You can see he's like what do you call it, like a parasailing. He's got kind of like scruffy facial hair, and he's got like the very beginnings of a Jufro.
He's all the way in Colorado. Isn't that kind of weird? I thought maybe this was a thing that was only played here. I'll slide the phone back over to Gil.
Colorado's not that far.
Colorado sounds better than this dump.
It's not that bad.
It's more trees. It's not much different, to be honest.
What I'm saying is we're all from here, so wouldn't it have made more sense if another player of the game was also here? Or...
Maybe, what's
I'll
the
admit,
difference?
I've been looking for the next thing, and I don't know where to go, and I know you guys haven't. We've been talking about it. It just seems too good to be true.
Colorado's not that far. It's just you have to use the different instructions on the Betty Crocker box.
So it looks like all he really wants is some kind of confirmation.
It sounds like he wants to meet. It sounds like the confirmation he wants is in living color. Don't.
Eugene just shakes his head. Isn't that
It's not.
Gail shakes
I'm a
his
good
head.
person.
Okay.
I'm a great person.
Listen, I want to go, and I think you all maybe should. I don't know. It sounds like something real.
I do have some PTO I guess I can spare. Hopefully, if I can get my boss away for a little bit.
Yeah, Eugene's just kind of like pulling on his hair a little bit as he's thinking about it.
I need a really good
It'd
excuse.
be okay if you missed out on a couple days of school, I guess. If you want to go. It sounds like you want to go. I'm talking.
Oh yeah,
to
the
Sarah.
email that Gil had, or the email correspondence said 4 days, all expenses paid.
I can ask my teachers.
4 days, all expenses paid. Sounds pretty good for whatever, Ugh. I would go even if I hadn't been following this.
Well, I only want to do it if everybody else wants to. If we don't go as a group, then I don't think we should go unless we have the full group strength in numbers.
I'm in. Okay.
No, yeah. We talked about it.
Yeah. Well, I just want everybody to know.
Yeah, Sarah will kick back when he says K.
I also have.
I just put in my PTO request.
Pathetic.
I'm gonna wink at Sarah.
Excuse me.
I also have PTO, so we can do that.
Sure you do. At
I
whatever
just have a job.
at whatever dive bar you maybe wait tables at once a month.
Eugene will shoot Sarah a glance, and then look over at Kay, what the hell is that all about?
Oh, where do you work, hey?
I'm gonna name a bar.
Would I know where that bar's at? I'd assume I'm
probably.
frequent enough.
It's in a divey part of town.
Yeah.
It's in a part of town where if you were to go the way you're dressed, you might feel unsafe.
Okay. Everybody's cup of tea. That's fine. Sure. And she's gonna drink her coffee and just kind of sink into her chair.
Let's
So is that a yes?
It
I think
sounds
that's
like
yes
yeah.
from everybody.
Great.
Did it sound like we needed to get travel info, or was
It
that?
sounded like he was waiting for a response, yeah.
I'll respond yes, and I will encourage everybody else to respond yeah.
Yeah, Sarah will look at her dad and she'll say, if we go over the weekend, then I'll only miss 2 days of school.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. If we're gonna invest ourselves, I'll just write a note and it'll be fine. Tell 'em
I'll
that
just write a note.
we'll tell them that we're visiting family.
I don't think schools will look into it too closely, to be honest.
No,
so
they won't. They won't.
You'll be
Yeah.
fine, dear.
School, right?
Sure.
I encourage you guys to think of a backup plan in case it's some kind of creepy, I don't know, something that ends up turning on us. Let's all make sure we have a way to get home.
Gil, your phone vibrates as you get an email back.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
Yeah, it's tickets, like plane tickets, like Virgin.
Yeah, I'll
Nice.
sort of look across to everybody, and I will fast thumb everybody whatever information they need.
Yeah, there's 5 tickets there.
Yeah, I'll try and grab the phone out of your hands.
Yeah,
Already?
I'll try to hold it up and forward as best I can.
Yeah, she'll
What-
cross her arms. Let me see that.
When are we leaving?
What do you want?
They're for the weekend.
No, really, Gil. Let's find out what this is all about.
All right, I'll turn it around and I'll show it to everybody.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah, it's a receipt for
I'll forward
5
you
plane
what-
tickets.
Gino will
Whatever.
put his glasses on and
I want to try and see if, like, whoever this is has entered my, like, official ID number or social security number or something like that.
Nope, you're supposed to pick up they're like, it's like you bring the thing and then they give you the tickets at the place.
Ah,
They're
okay.
ordered
Kinda
kind of in
like
your
a-
name. Kind of like will call for that sort of
Yeah, I
stuff.
mean, if you draw a line in the sand, I'll let you handle my phone because I don't have the assertive power to handle a female and her dad.
Yeah, she'll just let out a sigh and just sort of shake her head.
No, I'll take it. I'm gonna see if the tickets
Okay, yeah,
are
that'd be good.
authentic, and I want to see if they're in the same rows.
Yep, you guys have a they're first class tickets. The
I've never flown first class before.
also it's for the weekend, and you can tell that every seat in first class has been bought as part of this.
Mother fudge.
How many visitors was he planning on having? Look at it. He bought all the first class.
757 with that would have 12 seats. That doesn't make sense.
Uh,
I've flown these planes all the time.
I better go home and pack my.
Yeah, you guys are like
Nice.
3 days out from the
So-
What's
weekend,
the
maybe 2
departure
days.
day? Yeah, is it 3 days?
Yeah, you leave on a Friday, you come back on a
Oh.
Monday.
I have to start packing. Daytime outfits, nighttime outfits. So much to choose from.
Yeah, I better pack my nice clothes.
Hopefully he paid for baggage too. That's important.
Oh, yeah, I probably should pack a few changes.
4 days a lot. I
You'll
mean,
say
that could
what's
be
the best
3 outfits per day.
Listen, we're all gonna go, right?
If that's what you guys want to do,
I think-
I'll look out for you.
It's creepy, but it's the end of the line.
It's creepy. That's
Also
creepy.
not
Oh,
creepy.
I
Well, it
guess,
doesn't necessarily mean it's the end.
I guess I don't know.
Sometimes it could be another step.
Look, she's right. It is creepy. The thing is, though, is that we've been stuck on this for all this time. We've spent how much time trying to figure out this last clue? We may as well. I mean, I could use a vacation. There's no way you actually want to be at school those days anyway.
Is it creepy? Is it still creepy if it's real? Whatever. Let's do it. Just let's at least do this part. If any of you don't want to do anything else, then you should flee. I'll help you get out. I promise.
Hey, Lee, does
Yes.
if we scroll further down, does it show the tickets to leave?
Yep.
Does it say anything about refundable or not?
Yes.
Hmm.
He left
don't
many
know.
openings.
Well, we'll make sure that we get our departure tickets and our I forget the names of them now, but
Yeah, I don't know.
whatever it says on there.
I'm
probably
terrible at
says-
this shit.
Yeah, me too. It probably says on there like arrival and departure, and so we'll see if we can get our
Itinerary.
our departure itinerary as well.
Airplane number.
Well, that's easy. I can just download everything into my planner and coordinate
Yeah,
from
when
there.
you get to the
Should be
very
fairly
bottom
simple.
of it, when you get to the very bottom of it, you see a message that because you guys were distracted by the tickets, you didn't really notice. But at the very, very bottom, at the end of like below all of the barcodes and whatnot, you'll see look forward to seeing you guys. This should be a fun trip. With a smiley face.
Well, he's optimistic, anyways. I don't know. I mean, this is the sort of thing in the movies where it turns into a trap, but this whole thing has been interesting, anyways. I really do think we should check it out. I'm with Gil on this one.
Let's do it.
That's something nobody says,
Uh,
except sometimes
Who we
Kay.
trust.
You know, I think that normally I wouldn't be so gung-ho about it, but he is kind of agreeing that we're at the end of our rope and this is the next step. And it's crazy enough that we've already gotten this far, so why would it not get a little bit crazier?
Yeah, those of you who probably spend a notable amount of time on the internet or researching this sort of stuff over the internet, you know there are other people who are interested in this from basically all over the planet, but nobody has come together as like a group and tried to solve things as a team. Nobody has gotten anywhere near as close as you guys feel like you are.
Well, I think we all have some packing to do and have to make arrangements then. What do you say we meet at the airport at X time based on the tickets, Lee?
Yep.
And
I can fast forward to the airport if you'd like.
No, I don't want to do that. I'm just saying that that's what time we should meet. And if anybody has a change of heart, we'll stop it in the tracks. Nobody has to get on the plane.
I'll agree to meet at X time, and I'll show up at X time.
That sounds lovely.
I'm just reminding you that
And I will pack my fanciest clothes, which are
Probably near the ones you're wearing.
Clothes. Slightly khackier and slightly cleaner than my current clothes.
Nice.
Well,
Nice
what do you
seeing
say, kiddo? Should we head out of here?
Yeah, we've got some work to do.
Yeah, sure. I'll throw some money down on the counter or whatever we're sitting at, table. And I'll smile and I'll put my coat back on.
Sure. So-
Let's say I have like a pickup truck and I can drop you off at your mom's house because that's what we normally do around this time. And I'll tell you that you should just tell your mother because I know she doesn't like talking to me anyways. Come up with something good. I don't know.
She might not be happy to know you're taking me somewhere for 4 days.
Well, I usually get you on that weekend anyways. So, and if she has a problem with it, I'll work it out with her later. I'm sure she'll appreciate that I'm not coming to her personally.
All right.
I'll write a note for your class or whatever.
Yeah, Jeff, what are you gonna tell your mom?
Yeah, she'll lie. She'll she'll tell her that she has a school trip that weekend that she forgot to tell her about. That they're
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, they're going down to Oregon to visit a farm. It sounds really boring.
Sure.
Oregon
Are
does
you
sound boring.
Is Sarah very perceptive or that sort of thing?
I would imagine her being very perceptive. Yes.
Yeah, you can tell that she seems a little more excited at the opportunity than you would imagine. Like of you being gone, and you know that she has been seeing a guy, although she hasn't been telling you about it because she's kind of nervous about that sort of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Ugh.
Gross.
Gross.
Kissing. Ugh.
Smooches. Gross.
Gross things.
But yeah, she'll agree.
Makes
Maybe a little bit more readily than she should. But again, she seems a little distracted.
Sure, and then she'll say, Dad says hi.
She'll grumble something caustic and pour herself a glass of wine.
Sure.
Come on, make her drink the hard stuff. Come on.
Yes. You're such a hateful bitch. Just when she was getting all wet thinking about her new suit, you're gonna go and drop the D-bomb on her.
Are any of the rest of you doing anything in your 3 days?
I would probably be trying to tie up loose ends at the office and everything I can to keep the boss at bay.
It is not that difficult. He he has been largely staying out of your way. Like lately, since this sort of thing has been winding down for him, and he hasn't been, it hasn't been sort of providing the same thrill that it did for like the first couple months, 3 months that you were here helping him with it, basically. Basically doing his hobbies for him while you were getting paid for it. He's been largely just sort of giving you tasks to do, like projects, and then letting you do them. And then like, is there anything? What sort of internship do you think this is?
Probably any sort of business that would be in regards to like entrepreneurship. Like, I would say my person is a pretty big dreamer. Like, she wants to own her own company. So probably something that would be at a Fortune 500 or something.
Sure, this is like maybe it's like music production place, something like that.
Oh, sure.
I know there's a lot of like
I didn't really think too far into it.
I know there's a lot of independent music in Seattle. That's kind of a big thing.
Something in a very pretty large building. How about that?
Maybe like a he's one of a number of like talent scouts, something like that.
Building Productions.
But yeah, he'd have you working on things like marketing, extra bullshit, working on websites, that sort of thing. Basically just medium-term busy work.
Right.
Which is fine. It's what you'd expect here.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not that picky about it. He figures that if you're a real go-getter, do you do work from home? Like, do you do work when you're not at work anyway?
I would say they're still paying me to an extent where I could be like coordinating his schedule from my phone while I'm there. So he's probably texting me back and forth like, I need to change this to this, or I need to do this, cancel this, do that.
Yeah, and even while you're gone on the, he will be paying you. So, he's not that picky and he's pretty flexible. He's just kind of lazy.
That's fair.
So that's easy. Gil and Kay, neither one of you have jobs.
Hey.
Are you guys? Are you guys just going to the thing on the appointed day?
To your dive bar.
Getting my stuff as ready as I can.
She doesn't work at a dive bar.
I know that was the joke.
At the day.
I'm
He goes
gonna
to a dive
get-
bar.
Ah, yeah, I do go to the bar.
He works that whiskey bottle.
I'm gonna go get trashed at like a really shitty bar.
Yeah, sure. You know a lot of them.
Whew.
And go to a concert.
Bet you
Yeah,
sweet
you can get
Bippy.
trashed at like a really low-class strip club, maybe.
No, I don't want to go to a strip club.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't
You're
even
Portland. This is
think I'm
Seattle.
allowed. I don't know if there are strip clubs that are 18, 21.
I said low-class.
Lee, just so you know,
They don't.
Yeah.
They're not very detailed with their carding.
I just want you to know that there is something I want to do when you're done with these guys.
Sure. Yeah, I was gonna say if there's anyone else who has anything to do in those 3 days,
Yes, I do.
and then
have
Eugene would
something.
speak up.
What Eugene is going to do, that actually the first thing after Sarah goes her way and then he drops her off or whatever he does, then he will go home and he will try to check out the town that's in and find out if it's in a rural area or a city.
The plane arrives in Denver,
Okay.
and then you can tell that the address he's given you is you can get satellite like on Google Maps,
Mhm.
but you can't get like a street view or anything.
Mhm.
But the nearest actual street you can get is like a highway that's like 4 miles out, and the estate is huge. Like
It's a very wooded area.
it's wooded. There's it's not fenced in, but you can fairly clearly tell which like even on like there's maybe like maybe a couple years old or maybe a year old satellite image of this.
Mhm.
But you can tell which areas are taken care of.
Mhm.
Like the trees are in rows. The that sort of thing. Like the lawn is nice. Everything around it within maybe like a few miles is taken
It's a
care of.
pretty big estate that's not fenced in, so there's very likely to be wildlife that may come in and out.
Perhaps, yeah. But again,
Um,
like you can tell that the area is taken care of. Like that's the easiest way to tell what's different. And also, you can tell that there's like 8 buildings to the state.
Well, he doesn't know if it's appropriate or not, but he's been to Colorado before.
Probably.
And so what he has decided is that he's going to contact the transport authority and see if he can bring his unloaded hunting rifle with him because there are elk out there and maybe there's a chance for him to do some hunting while he's out there.
Yeah. Are you is Eugene a hunter? Like, does he have a license?
Yeah, well, he lives in the Pacific Northwest, and he has a license there. And
Sure.
let's say he also has a license to hunt in some other states, because I think that's a thing where
I think you can get temporary licenses.
right. So what he has
Maybe
decided
Eugene knows a guy.
Well, he doesn't have to know a guy. I mean, it's probably one of those because, like, I know there's. I'm not going to look it up and see if it's factual for these
No, hell no.
particular states, but I do know that you can get licenses that are like for different states at the same time,
Mhm.
because a lot of people that hunt will follow their game from state to state.
Yep.
So he will just make a inquiry and get his proper casing that is locked so that he can actually transport a rifle
Yeah, that's totally fine.
on the airplane. Because he hasn't been to Colorado for a little while, but he did enjoy his time there when he's gone with his buddies.
Yeah, totally fine.
And so he'll make sure he puts all the proper documentation together for that, which he does not mind that there's a paper trail of, and will pack normal things as well,
Mhm.
such as flannels, because that might be the sort of thing you'd wear.
Because you don't want to buy flannels at the airport where they're going to charge you 6 times more than they're worth.
Well, no, I mean, I have an excess of flannels because I live in Seattle, and I imagine it's going to be colder there too, so I may as well bring flannels with me.
Yeah, you're expecting snow that week, or this coming weekend.
I might text Sarah because she probably didn't think about it, but I will remind her that it is going to be snowing there, so she may want to pack some warmer things. And I'll put a little smiley face at the end.
Aw.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Dad.
she'll text back a single lowercase k.
You know what? Eugene's just happy that it's not K with a period at the end.
Or KK, period.
Because
KK boss.
then it would really maybe mean I was annoying her if she put a period at the end. But he doesn't really know how to read into these things.
Sure. So we're gonna move forward to
Yes.
eh?
Word up.
Yeah, you guys can get to the airport. First off, of immediate note is that when you get to the airport, there is a one of those little you call them
Fuel signs.
like a little car
Cars.
thing, golf cart sort of thing. And there's somebody like holding up a sign with your names on it.
Yeah, I will.
He looks very nicely dressed.
If I get there with Sarah quicker than anybody else, I will wait till other people show up before approaching that guy.
Sure.
Yeah, Sarah's pretty organized, actually. Pretty good.
Well, she was top
Yeah,
level.
you can Sarah, you can tell this guy he is trying very hard to like blend in and to look like you know, like a regular chauffeur sort of guy. You can tell that's Bob under there. Like that looks just like Bob.
Alright.
But he's got like a hat on and he's got like his collar, you know, like way up. And he's trying to look real like stiff and official. And he's got a sign.
It's just too loose.
When he thinks you're looking away, you can tell he looks pleased with himself.
Alright.
So yeah, when the rest of you guys get there, does anyone else think they're observant particularly?
I would say Natalie is.
Yeah, you probably noticed too. It looks like Bob under there. He's got a pretty convincing fake mustache, but he's still got a little bit of the Jufro sticking out. Looks a little bit more fully grown now.
Kind of laughed to myself.
Natalie's
look
probably
around. I'm
Kay's
guessing Kay is not there yet because she's probably late to everything.
Yeah, the three ladies can tell that it's Bob. He's not he's about 5'10", I don't remember how tall Bob is.
I don't know if Kay's necessarily
Bob's like 5'8".
Perceptive, but she can probably see through Bob's bullshit right away.
And yeah, when the five of you are there as a group, he'll like, are you the party going to meet Mr. Alter? He'll gesture at the sign with 5 names on it.
I'll look at the rest of them. If they don't say anything, I'll say
she'll
yep.
roll her
Yes,
eyes.
sir, Bob.
And he'll put his arm around his daughter, like almost defensive.
Excellent. If you'd get in, we'll take you right over to the plane. To the getting tickets, you know, and then all the rest of it.
I'll give him a kind of weird smile and say, "Thanks."
Yeah. He'll wait for you guys to get in. He'll help you load your things into it, and
Oh no, I'll load. I'll help load bags.
okay. Yeah, and then he'll start driving.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to tip this guy or? Is it...
I would not advise that.
He'll like cough loudly when you say that,
I'll
and
just
then
look
he'll
at him
sort
and
of whistle
smile.
to himself. He'll explain interesting things to the airport, or to you about the airport. If you've ever traveled here, 99% of it is bullshit. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, if okay, first of
I'm
all,
alert
it-
for it.
Oh yeah, Eugene, you
Interesting.
traveled. You could tell he is not. He is making this up. He's a person who has been to this airport, but he is not. He's not saying things that are factual.
Well, he is clearly getting away with disguising himself, but my skepticism is starting to take over because I'll correct him the first couple of times before I maybe start to get belligerent because he is.
He'll say, "Sir, I know my job. I've done this a lot of times.
Well,
I'm
clearly
tipped
you
very
don't
well,
because
typically."
this is the A gate over here, and you don't even know that.
I said 8 gate, A gate. Oh, you see, it's just a slip of the tongue.
We're
I'll take
running.
you guys to get your tickets.
If if you could just get us there.
You guys
safe.
get there actually pretty quick because
We're off
you
schedule
know
by
that-
2 minutes. You understand this, right?
No.
We're actually already there.
Oh, lovely.
Where are we?
He'll say, yeah, you guys are at the place to get tickets and the whole works. I don't know. I don't remember how going through an airport works. It's been a while, so. Okay. But yeah, he'll basically ferry you guys from one location to the next as you guys go through the airport process, all the while keeping up that he is a person who's very good at his job, despite what Eugene says.
Yeah, Eugene's just like shaking his head. Who is this schmuck? He's just. Where do they get these guys?
Yeah, and then when you guys get to the gate, he'll
Oh yeah, I
He'll
would
say-
have told Gil that was Bob, and whisper.
I would totally have believed him and been in favor of it.
Yeah, when you guys get to the gate, he'll say, and 10 minutes to spare. Isn't that nice? Plenty of time to go in before everyone else because you're more important than they are.
Yeah, Eugene will straighten up his coat and he'll take out a $10 bill and he'll say, my better judgment says that I should give you this, but I really don't believe in people getting paid unfair wages. And he'll give him a $10 bill.
And he'll say, thank you very much, sir. It's been a delight. At least you were entertained. Then he'll drive away.
No, Eugene will just kind of shake his head. He'll grab Sarah's bags too if he's got the
Yeah,
extra.
she'll let you take her
Yeah,
bags.
I can't believe that driver didn't take our bags.
The Willy
We get
Wonka
terrible
thing.
service in this
Definitely creepy.
Where did he take us to?
He took you guys to your gate, or to your to your gate, so you guys can board the plane.
All right.
Well, this ought to be a treat. I've never gotten to fly first class before, so
You know, this is weird.
Oh yeah, there's nobody else that gets in first class with you guys. Like when you guys are, like boarding because you're more important than everyone else is. Like Natalie said, there were 12 seats. Only 5 people get in first class.
Are there any flight attendants?
Yep.
I will see if they will bring me a mimosa.
Yeah, they sure will.
yeah,
I will see if they will bring me two, apropos of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I will also
give it
ask how much it costs to drink on this.
For you, it costs nothing. Everything for the first class passengers on this trip has been paid.
I will tell
I'll
them
take some scotch, please.
to bring me another mimosa after my first one is done, and not
So that you always have a backup mimosa.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
Nice.
I will take a glass of Moet Chandon Brut, 2007, please.
Kay, do you want anything?
Okay.
You want a mimosa? Why don't we have some?
Let's have a mimosa.
I'll
Oh, yeah,
whisper
let's
to
do
the
it.
attendant that Kay is underage and
You know what's goddamn weird?
Proper adult supervision.
The Denver International Airport.
yeah.
Nothing
Well,
about-
in Denver, it's not going to be any different on age restriction.
Sarah will
We're
move
not
to a
going to
role
another country. Kid.
all by herself.
Yeah, you guys have a whole
Yeah.
section to yourselves right before, right at the bell, when this plane is about ready to be done. Oh, sorry, Evo, you were new.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't
was
hear what Sarah said, and I did not hear what Evo said.
Sarah first, please.
Oh,
Sarah's-
she's gonna move to a row all by herself, since there's plenty of space.
Oh, okay. Well,
Doesn't want to sit next to
Eugene will
Dad.
look a
Hey.
little dejected, but whatever.
Kate's gonna drink the mimosa. Right away, she's gonna make some reference about how it's really odd that we're going to the Mile High City, and then she's gonna go to the bathroom.
God damn it.
I'm not saying it out loud. I'm just saying it.
Well,
quietly
Eugene,
to
She's saying it to herself.
Eugene's gonna throw back the scotch. He's going to ask for newspaper and coffee,
They'll give it to you.
and then that's what he will do for the remainder of this time. In which he might take a nap if he gets bored enough.
Yeah, right before the plane, like when it's in its final boarding procedure, a guy matching Bob's description will saunter into first class and plop himself in one of the empty seats. and he'll say, "Can I get an old-fashioned?" He'll look at Eugene and wink.
From the cockpit.
No, he'll say it. He'll say, he'll walk in from the
seat
regular.
next to Sarah and point. Like he's excited that he just noticed somebody.
Yeah, he'll say that to the flight attendant kind of loudly.
Old fashioned, huh?
Yep, I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy.
I like that.
Rather feminine cocktail, but
Oh, come on. Only dudes drink old-fashioned. That's what I was told.
come on, whiskeys and sugar cubes.
Eugene will,
Honestly.
he'll stand up and
Sugar
he will
cube.
offer a handshake. As Bob, is it?
Old fashions have sugar cube in it. Yes, they
Bob
do.
Alter. Well, I didn't know that.
I'll audibly
Ruin
slurp
all
up
of my
mimosa. Natalie.
Can no one just let me have my drinks?
Sure thing, Bob.
Yeah, I'm Bob. Nice to meet you. This isn't. Oh man, I really wanted to buy this plane, but I just couldn't. I have like an amount of leeway, but this doesn't cover it. I can't do it. I'm not like from a movie. But I tried to be. Was it good? You guys got here all safe and everything. The chauffeur was nice. I picked him up personally.
He was all right.
Oh well.
You need to work on picking out your drivers. His factual information was, let's say, disappointing.
It was skewed.
That's a
at
shame.
best.
I thought for sure he would do his job better.
Yeah, he seemed quite stupid.
Oh well, he's fired. He'll pull out his phone and you could tell type some meaningless things to do it
Eugene
and
was
then put it away.
like, this guy knows how to get things done. I gotta say, I'm a little bit impressed.
Yeah, they're gonna start the takeoff procedure while you guys are talking.
Well, you seem to know a lot about us. Why don't you tell us about yourself?
Yeah. I've been following your guys' progress a lot. When I was going through my own clues, they
Your own?
keyed me in.
Yeah.
Didn't you feel like it was difficult? You guys were trying too hard?
Well, at one
There
point,
weren't just 5 pieces, there were 7. And he'll hold up a notebook, and he'll hold up another notebook. And he'll say, I've been doing double the work.
so why Colorado?
Well, that's where I live. I mean, I don't live there. And honestly, no one lives there. We just own the place. It's a nice place.
Wait.
I don't know.
You own Colorado?
My family. No, not the whole state. The estate. The place we're going to.
Who's your family?
He'll say, independent investors, that sort of thing.
Well, maybe you can tell us a little bit about your clues, and we can start getting started on this puzzle now.
Yeah, I'll say, well, my clues were strange. The ones that I got were, it seemed like they were meant for me. They were things that only a person like me could do. Like, I don't know, I went to Alaska, I went to, like, Amsterdam, I went all over the place chasing this thing.
Yeah,
I had to do it on foot.
I certainly wouldn't have been able to do all of those things.
The other ones that I got, it was unpleasant. I don't know. Tried to talk to a guy, and he had information about a lot of you guys. He had information about me. Seemed like he was done with his stuff, with his part of it, very quickly. It's some sort of computer genius. I don't know.
Well, where's that guy now? Shouldn't he be here?
He'll look at you straight in the eye. We had a fight.
What the hell are you talking about?
He he wanted my information. My bodyguards. I don't know what's a politer word for hospitalized.
Took out
Ooh.
of commission?
There you go. Took him out of commission.
Hospitalized is pretty polite. I mean,
My bodyguards hospitalized him.
more than not hospitalizing him, I guess. But you know, what
Anyway, he hasn't woken up in like 6 months.
Do we need to worry about your bodyguards?
Do we need to worry about you?
I hope not. I mean, unless you're gonna come at me with a knife. to look at you.
Well, we only want the information that'll help us get closer to our goal. We've been working
That's
together
what I'm here for.
and not fighting.
That's what I'm here for. None of this shit makes any sense. It just keeps on going forever.
Yeah, Sarah at this point has put away her homework and is now taking notes in a different notebook that is probably familiar to a lot of you. And she'll ask him, is that why we're meeting in person? Because
Yeah.
your friend can...
No, are you talking about my bodyguards? No, I don't.
I think
Based
she's
on-
talking about
You got a
I'll be
computer friend.
I'll be honest, I cheated. That guy had a lot of information about you guys. So I borrowed it. I wanted to meet you guys. I wanted to meet up with the other people doing this. At least some other people doing this. And I don't know, I met up. I saw him. We had a fight. I confiscated his materials. And I did some research on you guys. And you seem to be mostly on the up and up.
Does Bob seem like he's bullshitting through his teeth?
No.
Okay.
He seems like he's telling you the truth because he has no reason not to.
Well, what are the rules here? What's the deal breaker so we don't end up taken out of commission?
I don't know, don't try to kill anybody?
Why not just email us? Why are we going to Colorado?
Oh, right. I think I think that the game is rigged and I'd rather talk about it in person.
Well,
I don't
you
trust
said
it.
it would be worth our while. I suppose you could tell us what this reward is.
Yeah, I think I have a plan to skip ahead.
Well, what if it just keeps going on forever?
I don't know. It seems weird, doesn't it? If it goes on forever, and we each find clues that we can solve, but other people have a hard time solving. Doesn't that seem weird to you?
Yeah, Eugene will just scratch his head. Kind of like you got me there, but he wishes there was something else he
It's
could
never.
say.
I've been doing this for a year, a little bit over a year. It's never ended. It seems so arbitrary. I don't even know. It's like it's something I do out of habit.
Well, I wouldn't say any of us are obsessed or anything, but I think we've been all about doing this for the same amount of time.
There are going to be other people there. My family does use that place for things, but it's a very big complex. So we'll have free reign to do what we wish and to have as much enjoyment as you want. I don't think, honestly, that my proposal will take very long.
Okay.
We have time. I mean, there's hunting. There's no like. I mean, I don't know. It depends on how much of a sportsman you are. My family curates the land, so I mean, there's no bears or anything. But that echo from her headset is really distracting. So I mean, you guys can, there's plenty of space to do stuff. Pretty nice.
Well, it sounded like a couple of us were in need of a vacation anyways, but we really should make it worth our while.
Also, I
We're all
don't think I
gonna
can
be there.
finish it alone.
Well, I think that's the point.
I think so too. Are any of you good with computers particularly?
I'll look at Gil, but I won't say anything.
I'm alright. I mean, that's pretty much
He'll toss you.
what I got here.
He'll toss you like a ready, like a hand notebook, like a little one,
Yeah, I'll grab it.
and he'll slide over a backpack full of papers. Some of them sort of spill out when they get there, and he'll say, "That's what the other guy had." He also had a computer, which is it's at the estate, but he just had a lot of stuff. Like you can see in the notebook, you can see your guys' names, like some loose details about you. You can see the same sort of things for a lot of other groups, or a lot of other people, but no other groups. You guys get, at a certain point, you guys get way more focused than any of the other people do.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll look over this stuff for a little while.
Sure. And he'll say, in the meantime,
Wouldn't it have been easier for you to just come to... I mean, you were already here. We could have just got together at the coffee shop.
what fun is that?
Well, it's plenty of fun. I like going to that coffee shop.
I don't know, I like skiing.
We're going
I
skiing.
I also like Ambien. He says, that's how I make it through flights. He's gonna hold up a bottle. Anyone like to nap on the flights?
I'm
Not
fine with just a little liquor.
not that nappy.
Plus, I've got too much stuff to coordinate, so.
Suit yourselves. He's gonna. he'll look at Kate and he'll say, I get night terrors, wink. And then he'll pop an Ambien, and then he'll sort of like get one of those fluffy pillows that kind of looks like, you know, like the neck pillows, you know, and he'll sort of relax on his seat, and he's out like a light in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, after
Unity.
we've been in flight for a little while, I'll kind of just look over and see what everybody's doing.
What are you guys doing on this flight? I don't know how long this flight is, like 3-4 hours?
Sarah's doing her
what I'm
homework.
doing.
Oh, right. I know what Kay is doing. So Kay is going to probably enjoy this flight.
And then I'm going to take Bob's Ambien while he's sleeping,
Are welcome to. There's 6 pills in there.
and I will take one
Sure.
for myself and one for Gil.
You'll take Gil's or you'll give one to Gil.
She'll offer one to Gil after she's already taken it.
Gil will allow you to have it and also probably try to get another mimosa at the time.
Okay.
Like he thinks he's really edgy. But
Alright.
he'll get
Drinking
the
mimosas in first class.
brunchiest drink that has ever been invented.
The what? Asterisk?
Brunchiest drink?
Oh, crunchiest. I thought you said crunchiest. I'm like,
No, brunchy. Est.
Yeah, it's not even a very long flight, but the flight attendants will come and ask you guys if you want food, more drinks, anything like that. They'll basically wait on you hand and foot.
Oh yeah, I'll take some pretzels.
Sure. You guys have filled up half of the seats in this first class, so there's plenty of space. Bob snores lightly. Not loudly, just a little like gentle snore.
Since Sarah's observant, she will notice that Eugene looks like he wants to make small talk, but he doesn't end up doing it because he's thinking that's probably not what you want to do, and so he keeps going back to his newspaper.
I should
Oh, yeah,
ask
Evo.
Sarah for an Ambien. What?
A little booze and Ambien, and you'll be out in like half an hour if you try to stay awake.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, if
Oh,
sometime
also, I'm pretty sure you're baked, so you're gonna be pretty done. Get it?
well done.
I'll probably pretend I'm working with my glass of wine and my smaller laptop out, but I'm actually on playing games of some sort.
Yeah, for any people who've flown, this is like the most comfortable flying you've probably ever done.
Virgin is amazing, by the way.
Well, I guess version is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gil will just let it be if Kay is unconscious from Ambien and food.
Can I ask real quick, like out of character, how old is everybody again?
Gil looks like he's probably in his 20s, maybe?
Maybe.
42. I like the number 42. We're gonna stick with 42.
The answer to life.
Typical.
I like it.
We'll go with 15.
Okay.
Kay is around 17, 18, 19.
Okay. Around? Is there an actual number there, or just?
Not
Did you ask
21
her?
is what he's trying to say.
Did you ask
Trying to
her?
drink mimosas.
If you asked her, she said 45.
I said out of character.
Out of character, she's 18.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can finish my homework, I'll near the end of the flight, then go back and sit by Dad.
Sure.
Yeah, he'll make small talk if you're comfortable and how things at school are and blah blah blah.
Yeah, she'll actually talk about school and teachers and stuff like that.
What do they got you learning these days?
Well, I'm taking math, English. The courses are pretty easy. They keep telling me I should take some sort of AP course, but you have to sign up for it, and I don't know.
I've always lived by the philosophy of never let them know what you know. They always expect you to do more. Plus, you get to have one up on them later.
I guess.
All I'm saying is, if you're doing good and your grades look good, there's no reason to push yourself harder than that. You already do a really good job.
Oh, shucks.
Thanks, Dad.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. You don't look like he's satisfied with his advice.
Sure.
Oh, he'll hand you the most recent Sudoku puzzle or something if you want to have something to do.
Yeah, she'll work on it.
Yeah, cool.
I will talk to Gil until.
So Kay is determined to also miss the bus ride.
I'll talk to Kay.
No, I'll hang out with Gil for a while if Bob is sleeping, and then she'll take some Ambien as long as Gil's satisfied. Not in like a sexual
This
way,
is
but
what, like a 5? This is like a 5 or 6 hour flight or something, maybe.
Something like that.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's a direct flight. We're not connecting, so it's probably like a 4
I intend to be sleepy when we're getting off the plane too.
Natalie will probably stay up the entire flight because she does not sleep well on planes.
Sure.
Eugene will not go to sleep either because that's not a very long time, and he's also being vigilant.
Sure. Yeah,
But
you guys
he will
can
offer his pillow to Sarah if she wants to take a nap.
I
you
won't
guys
stay
can
awake.
get to Chicago. Or not Chicago,
Wait,
to
Chicago?
Denver.
I was
To
like,
Denver.
what?
What? What a twist!
get out and it is actually
M. Night Shyamalan twist!
Yeah.
because
Hey, you
that
are
did catch Kay off guard.
Hold on.
you are practically unconscious.
Chicago would Hartley be on? Tell us how with Hartley.
Kate's like,
be on.
No, Heart to Hartley it has long since been canceled because Michael Hartley died. Michael Hartley died in a tragic gasoline fight accident.
That's
Oh.
what they tell us, anyways.
Okay, you took the Ambien quite a bit later. You are mostly The Walking Dead during this this onboarding process.
That's okay. I don't weigh a lot.
Sure. It is on Gil / whoever else to move Kay at least partly through this.
I believe it's Bob's fault that he offered it up.
Bob will help. He seems like he's been through this process before.
No,
And,
Sarah will help carry her if she sees Bob trying to help.
Sure.
My virginity is intact.
Yeah, Gil, Bob is going to talk to you during the like, basically you guys are getting moved to a bus. Or, well, not a bus, probably like a big SUV, and Bob will talk to Gil about the stuff that was in the notes. Is that awake?
I'm awake.
What's up?
Okay.
oh god!
God, he's role playing so well. Left on the plane.
I'm just
Rookie
listening.
If you wanna call it, we can move this to another
No,
session.
no.
Okay.
I'm doing alright. I am a little snoozy, but I'm listening.
It's the jet lag.
Sure. Anyway,
All
Bob
that
will talk to you
Ambien.
about this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 2-hour drive. Bob does not drive, but he does ask the driver to play like a variety of musics. He will listen to practically anything. And yeah, he just basically plugs in his phone and hits shuffle, and you get a bizarre and eclectic combination of like world music and like heavy metal and like other like electronica and all sorts of shit. He's very talkative and energetic.
Yeah,
The whole
it's a
time.
little random.
He'll say, I've been all over the place. You really learn to appreciate the world when you experience it. You meet these people and they're so full of life.
I mean,
Then you just want to listen to the bongos for the rest of your life.
I think it was all good stuff. I was just surprised that it jumped around.
I can can understand that. Yeah, and after a little while, you'll arrive at the estate. The SUV takes a turn off of the road, or off of the highway, and onto sort of a not exactly a paved road, kind of a loose road.
Like a gravel road?
Yeah, that's what the word I was looking for. I just didn't have it, so I
There's
said
a lot
loose.
of them in the south, so I just assumed that's what you meant.
Yeah, and after about a mile of gravel, it gets paved again. And he'll just say, it keeps the riffraff out, you know? People don't want to come in here because there's no road.
Hey, so what does your family do?
You know, investment, that sort of thing. I don't know. I don't worry about the business too much. I do science.
Oh, okay. I mean,
No one
believe-
else in my family does science.
Eugene believes that. He's just kind of doesn't know what that means exactly.
You do science?
Biochemistry. You know, science.
Oh, Eugene will look at Sarah and shrug.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you more about it, but unless you're really into it, it's a little boring. I'm still technically in school. He'll wave his hands.
So your folks got money then?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I run on their coattails a little bit, and they're kind of hands off.
Great.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I don't know. I try to share it. People I know, not a lot of people.
Too busy
People I
eating
like.
science.
How do your folks feel about that?
No, they don't really ask about it. They just sort of give me my monthly allowance, and then we move on. I have a certain amount set away for when I finish my master's. But it's been a slow process because I do other things. More fun things than just in school all the time. I mean, isn't that what you would do if you had this? And he'll gesture at the estate you guys are coming up on. It's like a compound. Like a bunch of buildings, like
So,
little
what kind of
three-story
things,
buildings.
what kind of things do you do for fun then, other than science?
Oh man,
And,
I like to
cracking
travel.
codes?
I like to travel, and I like to I don't know, do dangerous stuff, like skydiving, base
He'll furrow his
jumping.
brow, like how dangerous. Oh, but then you started.
The dangerous stuff that you're not supposed to do because you might die. I don't know. It's a rush, and I can afford it, so I guess it's accessible.
Well, to each his own then.
hmm That's what I say. Like, you do crossword puzzles, right?
Yeah, Eugene will look a little embarrassed that that's something that he gets identified by.
Well, that's where your clues were. I mean, they were in, like, the paper and shit. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like
Who
reading
else
the
was supposed to
paper.
find that but old people? I mean, not old, but, like, a little old, you know?
I just like to be informed. That's all. Eugene will just look out the window for a little bit.
He'll just sort of look out the window like it got weird, and he'll say, well, we're coming up on the place now. Like I said, there's some other people here. My parents have people that they invite over that they want to impress. I don't know. I don't even know who these people are. But nothing's off limits here. You guys can do what you want.
Okay.
I don't think you guys are going to make such a bad impression that'll ruin things for them.
I mean, are you sure we're not intruding? Because we can just find another place and we can talk about the project.
No, it's fine. We can do the project thing, like, tomorrow. How's that? Today we'll just relax.
Yeah, I think the plane ride was a little hard on some of the guys.
Exactly.
So
And he'll like nudge Kay. Nothing happens. He'll shrug.
Eugene will roll his eyes.
Yeah, you guys will pull in. The place is extremely nice. The floors are all like I don't know, like polished marble on the first floors, and like the upper floors are like hardwood and the whole works. Like everything in here is what you would call extravagant wealth. And yeah, in one of the rooms there is a shouting match happening, and you can see that there are a number of people gathered around a TV, shouting at a a sporting event.
Can we tell what sporting event it is?
You sure can. It is a boxing match. And you could see two females, a male, and two females and a male are sitting on like a couch, and then there are three other males that are that are like standing up and like shouting at the TV. And the females are there's a lady who's dressed nicely. She is wearing what is basically like I don't know, like one step more casual than business casual sort of thing.
Okay.
She looks like she's in her 30s. She's got long brown hair that's braided, like one long braid down the back. And she's sitting on the couch with another lady who is young, maybe in her early 20s. She's got like a boy cut, brown hair, and she looks like she is largely trying to control the temper of a guy who is sitting on the couch, alternately sitting and standing, and he's got unkempt red hair. He's very short. He's like a little bit over 5 feet tall, and he's he looks like, from what it sounds like, he has money riding on this thing, and he is like extremely animated. The three guys who are standing up are, as far as you could tell, identical triplets. They're all. What the hell is going on the battle board? I just came back to it.
I don't know.
Okay, I have to mention, I've been seeing cats all night. So I was like, well, I'm gonna put my own cat photo up, but then I thought I'll type in cat in a coat, because that'll be my character icon.
Cat or day in the
So
park.
I put a very skeptical looking cat in a coat.
Oh, I gotcha. I'm gonna move on with these descriptions. Anyway, there's a triplet of young black men. Two of them are like standing up, like behind the couch, shouting things over the other people who are sitting down. They're all dressed very nicely, like I don't know, like, or the two of them that are standing up are wearing like, you know, like slacks and like a nice shirt with a vest. And they both have like very short cut hair and glasses. The other guy, who is clearly related to them, is sitting on like a smaller chair somewhere off to the side, and he's got his head in his hands, and he looks like he's trying to block out the noise. He's got glasses on. His hair is like longer and like cornrowed, and he's wearing a hoodie, but he doesn't have the hood up, and he's got his glasses like on one knee, and he just looks pissed at all of the noise that is happening. And there's a lot of shouting going on.
I'm dead quiet.
So is the guy who is sitting down.
Yeah, Sarah's gonna stay close to Dad.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob
Carrying
will
your luggage, so
Bob will come in, and he'll sort of put his bags down, and he'll walk over near the motion, and he'll say, he'll look at him, and he'll say, "That guy's gonna lose." No point at one of the boxers, and they'll just sort of look at him, And then the lady with the long hair on the couch will look back at the rest of you, and she'll say, "More guests?"
Eugene will kind of give a dumb smile and kind of look around at everybody else, like we just got caught.
Sure. She'll stand up and like sort of straighten out her clothes, and she'll say, "I'm Lauren. This here is Ava and Patrick," and she'll gesture at the pissed off guy. And then the three younger gentlemen will look at you and say, two of them in unison will say, "Preston and Alexander," and then the other guy will say, "And Andrew." And then he'll point and he'll say, "Preston, Alexander."
Yeah. Yeah.
The two look the same.
Eugene will point as if he was getting it together in his
You're
head.
welcome to watch, Lauren will say. If you don't want to, that's fine. I don't know. Who brought you here? Was it this guy? She'll gesture at Bob. Or was it one of the other ones? The other, his relative?
Your first response was correct.
I see. Well, nice to meet you. Can I get your names? She'll point at Eugene.
Yeah, Eugene. He'll like kind of shake his head as if he's still kind of catching up.
She'll point
This
at
is my
Sarah.
daughter, Sarah.
Yeah, she'll just kind of wave.
He'll gesture at Gil and the whatever is conscious of K.
My name is Gil.
Hmm.
I'll shake a hand if there's.
Yeah, she'll shake your hand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's got a firm grip. Like she also, you could tell at this, like she's dressing pretty comfortable, but she looks like she's muscly.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, are you conscious or are you not?
I'm gonna say, how long has it been?
Since you took the Ambien, maybe 5 hours.
Probably not. Probably got another hour to go. She's
Sure.
not a very big person.
Don't
Not
say
like
it.
not like Fat Cat.
Who's the zombie?
It's okay.
What about you, young lady?
Natalie, and she'll extend her hand for a firm handshake, very businesslike.
Oh yeah, no, this lady's is firm in a way that's like this is the handshake of a person who typically uses their handshake to impress people.
I will try to return strength as much as possible, in a equal fashion, of course.
Sure.
Absolute pleasure.
Well, we need to interrupt your match.
Oh, it's fine.
He'll be like kind of looking over her shoulder to see if it's still going on or if it's
Yeah, right as you say that, you'll see the guy that Robert predicted just lay out the other guy, and then he'll start celebrating immediately. And the other guy's head just hits the mat. Robert's like, "Haha, I'm always right."
That was a good guess.
Not a guess when you're always right.
Bob? Or Robert?
Bob.
Bobbert.
And he'll say, "Oh, I'll show you guys to your rooms. We're over. I think we're on the second floor. Second floor. Yeah. Yeah, he'll show you guys to your rooms. There are. You guys have like each of you has like a suite, like set aside for you. There's like, it's not just a room each. It's like a couple or few rooms each. And yeah, he'll say, "Well, I'm gonna see if I can get one of the one of the cooks to make me some food. I'm hungry. maybe go for a swim afterwards. The pool is, he'll give you directions to the pool. It's in one of the other buildings. Yeah, I'll see you around. We'll chat or something. I don't know." And he'll sort of wander away.
When he leaves, I'll make a dumb joke about I hope it's a heated pool.
He'll say, "Of course it's heated. Come on."
Okay, I didn't mean for that to be in his earshot, but okay.
Yeah, you're pretty sure it was out of his earshot. Like, it seems like it should have been out of his earshot.
Okay, things are getting stranger then.
Yeah, she'll look up at Eugene and she'll say, "You did pack a swimsuit, right?"
Eugene will shake his head. I really didn't think about that. I planned for cold weather.
Maybe he has one here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's my size, but gotta.
Yeah. So what are you guys going to do for that day?
I'm gonna see if Bob has a jacuzzi.
Bob does have a jacuzzi.
I'm going to relax and try and keep my things in sight.
Sure. How many bags did you pack? Just like a couple, or like?
Well, like I'll leave the
There's
luggage.
a jacuzzi in every suite.
I'll leave my luggage bag in the room, but I'll
Sure.
keep like my backpack of like notebooks and stuff inside.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. There's like off of the pool, there's like a spa and like an extra large jacuzzi, and there's like smaller ones in the rooms.
Cool. I will go to the spa.
Awesome. What about Gil and Kay?
Oh, wow.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, I probably will try to just pay attention to her weird drugged ass.
Oh no, Kay's probably up by now.
Okay, yeah, I
She's
mean,
probably awake.
yeah, I'll probably, I don't know, try to just feel my way around to the area, just kind of hang out.
Yeah,
Sure.
pretty much the whole place is open to you. Oh, also, for anyone who goes to the pool or wanders around, you will meet two other people who are clearly brothers of the three triplets, but are not like triplets. One is a guy who is he's like almost 6 feet tall. He's basically dressed like a male model. Like he's ridiculously fashionable. His name is Michael. Yeah, he will, if he sees Kay or Natalie, he will shamelessly hit on both of them. And then the other one is a older guy, maybe in his late 20s. He's huge. Like the only word really to describe him is huge. He's over 6 feet tall. He's got like big long cornrows that are dyed blonde. He wears clothes that clearly show off his muscles. Like he's basically built like a linebacker. Yeah, he's huge. You only if you see him or like his name is Jason. If you see Jason or Michael, they're basically always.
Lee, I'm going to drop my stuff off in one of the suites.
Sure.
Could you describe the suites? Because he'll probably look around a little bit.
Yeah, they're like 3 rooms, like sort of like a living room, sort of, like suite hotel room sort of thing. A room for sleeping, and then you have like the bathroom, and then off to the side sort of is where like jacuzzi, hot tub sort of thing. I don't know, they're very nice.
He'll pick a room that's like across the way or something, in whatever group everyone else is. But he'll purposely not pick a room that's neither too close or too far to his daughter's room so that he doesn't seem like he'd be smothery. And then he will drop his stuff off and he'll sit on the bed to see how comfortable it is. If there's a TV, he might turn it on and check a few channels. See if there's anything peculiar about the room, and then he'll go find everybody else.
Sure.
I am going to Ed left, right?
Yeah, I don't know where Ed went.
Okay.
The light's on in the bathroom. I assume he's in there.
I am going to
Probably had too much to drink. A while ago.
Poor Ed. And all this lounge whatever music is playing.
Yeah, I was gonna change the song when we got to go.
I am either going to go to the pool with Gil, depending on if he wants to, or I'm going to go into the jacuzzi with Gil and
Yeah.
to hang out with Sarah.
Yeah, he's in the spa jacuzzi area.
Is it the same area?
Yeah, there's
know they
one. The
usually-
biggest one is by the pool.
I will note that I didn't pack like a bag of luggage, like something you check. But he did pack like a hiking type of backpack with like 3 days worth of clothes in it. You know what I'm saying?
So practical.
Yeah, that's his style.
I brought 3 pairs of clothing, and none of them are bathing suits.
Well, I'm sure you'll figure something out.
Yep.
Probably something Eugene won't do. I am gonna go use the restroom.
Maybe 2.
What is Natalie doing?
Natalie is also more than likely laying by the pool.
Sure. Yeah, Bob, true to his word, he gets a sandwich and then goes to the pool immediately. For the people at the pool, Bob is extremely fit, and he swims like a champion. He swims like a man who enjoys swimming, and does this a lot.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pay attention to Bob.
Sure.
I'm gonna chatty Cathy with Sarah, though. Are you here?
Yeah, she's
you're
in
not
the
getting
she's in
jacuzzi.
like a jacuzzi. Yeah.
I'm gonna be in the jacuzzi.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, after a little while, Bob is going to come over to the jacuzzi, where there is a fair concentration of people, and he's going to say, so what did you think about those other guys? I did not expect them to be so varied. I mean, I don't know. Some of them are varied. Some of them are, I would say, the opposite of varied, right? Like the triplets. That's weird, right?
Yeah, she'll raise an eyebrow. By varied, do you mean black?
No, I meant more like,
I'm gonna raise an eyebrow.
I expected them to be like businessmen. I didn't expect, I don't know, some like young kids and some other stuff. I don't know, it's weird. Considering who invited them, my brother, I just expected something different as well. He's very
So-
much into the business, family
You-
business sort of thing.
You invited us, and your brother invited them.
Yeah, I think he's trying to impress them with our wealth and whatnot. I don't know why.
So they're here for a different reason.
Yeah. I don't know any of those people.
Your brother isn't that computer guy you were talking about.
No. No, my brother is.
Oh.
Hmm?
I probably would have asked her about the other people, because I don't really know.
Oh,
Um,
my brother is Carlos. I don't know. You'll probably see him around probably tomorrow. He sleeps a lot.
so we're gonna do something tomorrow.
Yeah, I figure if you want to meet up, we have a lot of great meeting rooms in this place. Like, we want to do presentations. I don't know, the whole work. It's basically made as like a ultimate business relaxation, impress people sort of thing. So it's good for that.
I'm back. We should talk about things tomorrow.
I agree. I think, like I said, I think we can crack this thing like wide open.
Why do you think that, Bob?
Because I think that, I think it's automated.
What?
I don't think there's a person doing it. I think it's just happening, and I think we can get ahead of it.
Like some sort of
Like, trick it.
internet thing?
Yeah. I think that's one of the things that the missing pieces were supposed to take us to. Eventually. This guy, the guy that we're missing, he's... I don't know, his research and stuff was all sort of pointing towards this being some other thing. Like a program, or programs that somebody wrote to, I don't know, like, find out stuff about us. String us along. I think we can get ahead of it.
Well,
That seems awfully ambitious, Bob.
It is.
some of these things I found in the real world, like a computer program can't do that.
No, I mean I don't think it's. I think the program just identifies things that we would be interested in. Or the people of certain types would be interested in. I mean, as far as I can tell, other people have found the same sorts of clues, but they all seem like keyed to where they live, or to the sorts of things they're good at. I mean, it's really weird.
Well, if we don't solve it, we're not paying you any of this back.
No, I don't expect you to. I don't need you to.
She'll smile, almost sweetly.
This is all on me. Whatever happens, happens.
Can Eugene have found the group, or is he wandering aimlessly in the halls?
Oh, you could have found the group.
Okay.
Natalie, you can hear this. I don't know if you're actually in the spa area or if you're just by the pool, but it's all pretty open air around here.
Is there anything for people to do in the spa area that's not
swim.
jump into a jacuzzi or water? Because Eugene clearly is wearing his normal clothes.
I'm technically not in the pool. I'll probably be laying in some sort of chase lounge or something.
Yeah, Bob will say, "Oh, there's like stuff over there if you want to change into something for the pool. We have like a locker room. Just go ahead."
I might take you up on that. Eugene is going to do the actual Ultra Dad thing, and he's going to roll his pants up and put his feet in the water.
Aww.
It's
Wow.
I mean, he's going to take his socks off first.
Good.
He's probably wearing like cargo pants, so they're loose enough to like kind of pull up. He'll be satisfied with himself because he's resourceful.
Yeah, and Bob will say, anyway, some of that I want to save for tomorrow because I think it's going to be exciting. For today, I don't know, like, feast? Does feast sound good? I think we can have a feast whipped up. Or unless you guys just want to sleep.
I was just about to ask what we might have for dinner tonight, since
I don't know.
going out anywhere.
Feast? I like Mediterranean food. How do you guys feel about Mediterranean food?
fine.
Yeah, Eugene will nod to that. I don't know how picky of
Awesome.
an eater Sarah is, but Eugene's okay with worldly foods.
Ah, yeah, she'll say, whatever.
Yeah, he will leave and go and get whipped up, or have someone whip up food for you guys, and he, true to his word, will have a feast made for you.
Well, when he leaves, I'll kind of look around at the group to see what everybody's talking about or not. And if they're not, he'll say, well, this is a nice place. Because he thinks he might be able to break the ice a little bit.
I'm still trying to process everything.
Mm.
We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we're still in a strange place, guys, so try not to leave yourself vulnerable.
Gil's been vulnerable since his 6th mimosa.
Yeah, and Kay has been vulnerable since the moment
Ambien.
the session started.
You're muted.
Stop
If anyone
muting yourself.
touches K, no, I can't. If anyone touches K, I will kick you in the dick.
What if you don't have a dick?
I will kick you. It is what we call.
We all know what
That's
the
a
equivalent of a dick
different way.
is.
Will punt you in an inappropriate place that rhymes with punt.
It's a vagina punt.
So yeah, Bob will have a dinner made. It's extravagant. It's like an hour and a half before he comes down and gets you guys. The pool is on the base level. While you guys are wandering around, Sarah and Natalie would probably have noticed that there are, building you're in is 3 levels. There are at least 2 levels down.
Alright.
If you maybe have taken one of the elevators or something like that, it goes down 2 levels here. The other buildings are question marks unless you go and visit them. There's a lot of them. Like I said, the estate has, or this place has 8 buildings.
Yeah, I'll try and leave the pool area with Dad then.
Oh, sure. Is this after dinner?
Yeah. Or yeah, I guess the dinner.
After
I'll
the dinner.
if we get into the elevator, I'll try and press the buttons for the lower basement floors.
Yeah, you can go down.
Yeah. Eugene won't say anything. He'll kind of look satisfied, like he was curious too. Where do you think it goes?
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, did you go all the way down or down to the first basement
B2.
level? B2, sure. Well, B2, you get down there and first you're in a very big open space. This looks like some sort of exercise area. Like you can see, like there's like what do you call them, like bamboo mats, that sort of thing around here, like dojo style.
Tatami mat types.
Yeah. And you can hear somebody exercising, like the sort of sound of wood being struck from up to your left in another room.
I guess I don't know what I expected to find.
Oh, Eugene will put his finger to his mouth and he'll do a thing. He'll play along and he's gonna like do a thing where he points at his 2 eyes and then he'll like point around the corner like we should go spy on what's going on.
Alright. I'll go along with
Sure.
it.
Yeah, you can go around the corner and you'll see you'll see a tall guy. He's
Someone we haven't seen yet?
yeah, you haven't seen him. He's got his hair is similar to Bob's.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got the same style of hair. Curly, short, brown. But he's taller and more muscular. He's wearing like a white undershirt. And he is like striking a wooden dummy pretty rapidly. He's sweating heavily. His back is to you guys. He doesn't really seem to see you.
Anybody else seem to be down there?
Nope. It's just him.
Is
You
there
can see
any-
other exits from this room. Nope, it's totally silent. It's just him and the dummy.
Oh, well, he'll look back at Sarah and kind of shrug.
Yeah, she'll sort of say in a soft voice, "Hello?"
Yeah, you'll see him sort of straighten up and look around and he'll say, "Oh, you guys are Robert's guests."
Hi.
He'll reach over and grab a towel and sort of wipe his hands off. He'll walk over to shake Eugene's hand and he'll say, Carlos,
Eugene,
nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. This is my daughter, Sarah.
Yeah, he'll shake your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like
you're-
he's in his like late 20s.
You're Bob's brother.
Right.
Nice
Probably
to
didn't
meet
tell you anything terrible about me. He thinks I'm a stick in the mud.
Are you a stick in the mud?
A little bit.
He didn't say anything bad about you.
That's good. He's really... Well, at least he's keeping it in check.
Looks like you kind of have a knack for that sort of thing, and he'll kind of motion towards the...
Oh, yeah, you know, one of those discipline sort of things. My dad got me into it because he wanted me to take over the family business. So he wanted me to have discipline and rigidness.
Investing? Is that what your dad...
Kind of.
Right.
Kind of, yes.
Mm-hmm.
He said I have a talent for it. I have... what's he call it? He calls it the spark.
Kind of investing.
Kind of. It's corporate secrecy stuff, you know?
Yeah, she'll look up at her dad and then look back at Carlos. Is this some sort of criminal organization?
No.
Sarah, we should
Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid.
We don't mean to pry.
It's as criminal as any major corporation in America is criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Offshore investing, whatever. I'm
Seems
working to
to be-
clean that up.
There seems to be a lot of people in the estate. Is it all guests too?
Mostly guests. Our sister is here. I think she has people coming tomorrow.
Well,
You'll get to meet her. Her name is Chloe. He'll roll his eyes.
Big family.
Just the three of us and our dad. He's not going to be here. Consider yourself lucky.
well, we didn't mean to interrupt, and
It's fine. You're welcome to explore. There's plenty of training area down here, and if you go off that way, and he'll point in the direction you guys didn't go, Japanese themed rooms and that sort of thing.
What do you say?
If you like to kneel instead of sitting on chairs.
Oh. Thanks.
Yeah, he'll go back over to the wooden practice dummy, and he'll just sort of look at it, and he'll let his shoulders drop, and he'll walk over to wherever it looks like the showers are. And yeah, he just sort of goes over there.
I guess he lost his steam.
Yeah, I feel like we're interrupting something.
Yeah, me too. You wanna go somewhere else?
I think I'm just gonna go to bed.
All right then. Yeah, I'll call the elevator if it is. If it's
The elevator's still on your floor.
Then I will hold the door open.
Sure. Yeah, you guys are on the second floor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed.
Okay. What about the rest of you guys?
I'm not gonna go to bed.
Ooh, what is Eugene doing?
Well, Eugene is gonna probably wait till other people go to bed, and then he's going to see if he can find swimming shorts that fit him, and maybe go swimming for a little bit.
Yes, you can.
He doesn't get to do that very often.
You sure can. And no one's gonna laugh at your dad bod.
Eugene's probably not in no, he's probably not in bad shape or anything. He likes the outdoors and he gets out quite a bit.
Where's
Sure.
that picture of Leo
So I think
DiCaprio at?
I think he's like maybe not tip top shape, but I mean like, he can hike and he can do whatever. You know what I mean?
Sure.
He's not a slouch.
What about Natalie and Gil? I would ask Kay, but he's in the other room. He can hear me though.
I will probably leave my effects in my room, meaning phone and everything, and
Mhm.
just start wandering around, seeing where everything's at, kind of getting a lay of the land.
Yeah. Are you going to any of the other buildings?
Yeah, I will check out as much as I can before I go
Sure.
to bed.
Notably, it is pretty cold outside. But of the other buildings, are you going in all of them, or are you just sort of wandering?
I'm just kind of wandering aimlessly. I just want
Sure.
to, again,
You're
lay the
two
land.
buildings, two one-story buildings that are locked. They're the same sort of style as these buildings, as the one you were in, except not as like the one you were in had a lot of windows. These two don't have a lot of. But one of the other buildings you go into is like an atrium.
Okay.
This is clearly a thing that was built as a sign of wealth to be impressive and that sort of thing. Like, there's no way that people would go out of their way to sustain this in Colorado, but these people do because they can.
I'd like to check out those first floor buildings, the ones that are locked, and see what I can see in the windows, though.
Yeah, there's there's only one window that you can see in, and it's for like a side door that looks like it's a service door or something like that.
Okay.
And you can see back, and it looks like it goes to sort of a blind hallway, but you can see one of the wait staff in there. It looks like they get in there and they like take off an apron and they sort of hang it over their shoulder while they're opening up a door, and then they go inside.
You think I'd have enough knowledge to kind of assume that he's doing something in particular, just based on what he's wearing? Like,
It
he's
looks
serving
like-
dinner or something?
It's like
Or...
he's done with his shift.
I'll knock on the door.
Yeah, before he finishes going into his room, he'll sort of turn and look. And then you can see that sort of look in his eyes like, do I, don't I?
I'll flash a quick smile and just kind of...
And then he will put his apron back on and then walk over to the door and say, Hi, is there anything I can help you with?
Hi, yeah, I'm a friend of Bob's. He kind of told me I could take a tour and walk around. I was kind of curious what's in this building.
This is mostly the servants' quarters.
Oh,
Aside from room and board, we also get paid our, wages and that sort of thing. It's pretty lucrative, but a lot of people can't do it for super long because, well, it's a little secluded.
why is it so secluded on the back end?
No, I mean, it's the whole estate's secluded. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Connecticut. I was just flown here because I'm a good cook.
We all have our talents. It sounds like you found your
I mean, pay's great.
Your place
Looks
to
good
be.
on a resume. I don't know.
It's always
I
a
can
good
hardly
thing.
complain.
No,
Did you
I
want to have a look around? It's not very interesting in here, I'm afraid.
I'd like to say as much as I can, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah. True to his word, he will show you around. His room is actually pretty, like, he'll even, like, open up the door if you, like, and, like, show you, but he won't let you into his, like, room. It's, like, maybe, I don't know, pretty good-sized room. It's not like a dorm room, but it's, like, bigger than that. And he'll say there's, like, 30-something of us on staff. I can't let you into their rooms.
Oh, no, that's fine. I don't need to take a look at their effects. It's just, I've never seen anything like this before.
We
I
have
mean,
a lounge area over here.
granted, for the company I work for is quite lavish out in Seattle, but I mean, this is something else.
These guys go all out. It's one of those things where they can afford to do what they want, so they just do.
He doesn't talk about his family too much. What does he do exactly, or what does his family actually invest in? Do they
I
have
don't-
something?
He'll smile, say, I don't really ask questions. I would say if you wanted to ask somebody, to ask Chloe. And he'll sort of like pick at the side of his apron and he'll say, if what Carlos says is true, then, she's all sorts of chatty when she gets a little bit of alcohol in her. He'll shrug. He'll say, I don't interact with her very much aside from making her food because she's a little bit of, well, I shouldn't spiel. She's a little bit of that sort of person.
Nothing wrong with a little liquor here and there. I'm sure it loosens anybody up.
A lot.
Lee, do I remember who Chloe is? Did we meet her in the beginning, or
You have
no?
not
We
met
haven't
her.
yet, or yet.
Nope, you haven't met Chloe or Carlos. I mean, Sarah and Eugene met Carlos, but you haven't met anyone.
Sure. Well, I'll continue some just idle conversation with him, like maybe ask about his job and stuff. Actually seem genuinely
he'll
interested
tell
on the
you.
business side of stuff.
He went to school in New York, blah, blah, blah. He's a very good chef. If what his background would tell you anything is true. He's pretty young. He's 20s, 24, 25.
Okay, so a little older than me then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's strike up enough chatter just to keep a solid relationship up, and this way, obviously, if we contact whatever, I can say hello and start chatting with him again at another point. But
Sure.
obviously, I can realize when it's the end of his shift. So, well, I will let you get back to enjoying your evening. Hopefully.
Sleeping. And he'll, like, stretch.
Well,
Yeah,
I
he'll
apo-
escort you to the door.
I apologize for keeping you up, but I truly
Totally
appreciate
fine.
you taking me on this tour. It's been wonderful to see something different.
I can spare half an hour here and there. It's no big deal.
I'll reach out. I'll extend my hand out. Natalie, by the way.
He'll shake your hand. He'll say, Michael.
Michael, I hope to see you again.
Likewise.
I'll go ahead and leave and
Yeah, he'll go back to
carry on.
Yeah, the other one-story building you cannot see inside. There's one door and there are no windows. This building is like on further inspection it looks nice for a bunker, basically is the impression you get of this building.
Got it. Anything up on the higher floors at all, or anything around, as you say,
A
the
lot,
compound?
The
I guess just
bottom
a
two
basic
floors,
overview is fine for now. I'm not going to go
a
into great
lot of,
detail.
a lot of meeting rooms, and a lot of rooms that are like suites, like you guys have.
Okay.
The upper floors of the 2-3-story buildings are basically exclusively used for suites and that sort of stuff, and the lower floors seem to be used for either recreation or meeting rooms.
Okay.
Both of the 3-story buildings seem more or less like they serve that function.
Being satisfied now, I think Natalie will go find a glass or two of wine and just try to kick back.
Sure. What about Gil and Kay? What are they doing for the evening?
Kay is going to probably do some stuff while Gil is
Dead.
Um,
Yes, he is.
wander around. Probably go outside.
Well, don't wander by the pool because you might find a middle-aged man swimming.
Getting to drink. Getting something to drink. Let's see. Yeah, just wandering around.
While you're wandering around, you'll see Jason and Mike wandering also. They're two of the brothers, the non-triplet brothers, and Mike will. I think Ed is legitimately dead. Going out like Ed's determined to go out like Hendrix tonight.
He's passed out. This is like amazing because it's so early in comparison to what we usually play. And
I think
Ed was a little drunk when we started.
Yes, he was.
Was he?
Of rum.
Yeah.
There was a lot of rum in that masonry jar he was drinking out of.
oh, okay.
He said it was Dr. Pepper and rum, and I'm like, how much Dr. Pepper, how much rum? Mostly rum. A
This is
little
what
bit.
he
Oh.
did during Jeff's last game too, and he had apologized for drinking so much. I take it as this is one of those. He doesn't have very many responsibilities tomorrow, and he can do whatever
Yup.
he wants.
Yes.
What it seems like.
And Ed, if you ever go back and rewatch this, you deserve it. So enjoy this.
Buddy.
What is he even leaning on? Is he's like, does he have like an L-shaped desk or something?
think
He's
his-
just flat out
his-
just hanging forward.
I don't know.
I'm guessing he's laying on his own.
No, I think he shuts down like an automaton, and he just like hangs there. He just stops when gravity can't take him down any further.
Initiating butt chopping.
Then you see him like lift
Yeah,
his yes.
Evo K will see, yeah, you'll see,
Mechanism engaged.
Mike and Jason, and Mike will sort of, like while you're wandering maybe on like, on the first floor, Mike will sort of, say, looking for some company tonight? Jason will roll his eyes.
No, I have company. Thanks.
Oh, it's a shame. Well, sort of think 3's not bad. That's fine. Flexible. No?
I don't know where Eugene is.
But he'll say, "Oh, Eugene. Oh,
She's gonna-
never mind. You know what? I'll see you later. I didn't realize that was how it was gonna. You know what? Come on, Jay. We'll just go play some pool." And he'll sort of hustle off.
I can't
As-
wait
as
till my
they're-
next interaction with those guys.
As you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah. Is there anything Gil's doing before the day is done?
Yeah, probably medium. Dealing with activities.
Medium is the safe word to say.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm doing. I am wandering around, and Gil is sleeping in the middle of the evening.
Sure. Are you guys doing anything else?
But I will bring Gil with me.
Sure. If Gil's awake,
Yeah.
that's fair.
But I have slept for 6 hours today, so I am.
Do you have the vapors?
I have the vapors. I am ready to do things.
Sure.
Don't give me that look.
Yeah, Mike and Jason,
Look.
true to their word, do go and play pool.
Eugene's probably gonna do medium to high.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
If I find you, I'm gonna tell him we're Jason and Mike.
Oh shit, I didn't put away my stuff.
What stuff?
I think Lee had food or something.
I did have food. I did have food, and Jenny was nice enough to put it away for me.
Oh.
She's the saint.
Oh, the dog was nice
Thank
enough
you.
to put my food away for me.
Oh, that's gross.
I'm good. I
think
promise.
I do not intend to do anything else.
Yeah, if it's the end
Sarah's
of the
asleep, damn it.
night, if it's the end of the night, and I successfully did a few laps in the pool and nobody
You
bothered,
managed to make it through them. Yep, didn't even die.
I was not planning on dying. And so
Just wanted to let you know it was an option.
I will use the public shower because in my day there was no problem in doing that.
Yep.
And then I will put my regular clothes back on after I dry, and I will go to sleep and consider that my shower for the
Be
night.
proud of that dad bod.
Yeah, that was a pretty good shower. The dad bod is the daddest of all bods.
No, it is not. Okay?
You're pretty fit. You're pretty fit for a dad.
Yeah, exactly.
You're doing all right.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't think he has a dad. I think he does all right.
So okay, the next day,
Just let Eugene go, all right? He's 42.
the next day, Bob is going to, like at something like 10 o'clock. Bob is going to try to get you guys up.
I will be up before then.
Sure. Bob has been up for a while. He looks like a guy who does not sleep a lot, and he has coffee in his hand the whole
There's
time.
no way that, well, like, Gene will probably get up like a schedule at 6, which would be 8 o'clock there, I think, because I think they're on Central. No, they're on Mountain. Okay, it'd be 7 o'clock. So he'd be up at 7, not as early as he normally is,
Still pretty early.
but early. And
Yeah,
mostly,
Bob's not going to try to get people up until 10.
Yeah, and Eugene won't wake anybody up either, but what he might do is go outside and just kind of get an idea of what the weather's going to be like, and maybe see what's going on for breakfast, and put some aside if it looks like they're going to start washing dishes or something like that. Oh, he'll also grab a newspaper if they get a nuspaper out here. They
I
probably
will
don't.
sleep
No.
in until someone gets me up, and then
you will hear
after
the
they
knock on your
knock,
door.
I will claim that I am awake and be ready about a half hour later.
Sure.
That's my girl.
Bob will want to meet you guys on B1, and he'll have breakfast brought down to you, or brought down to the room.
Someone's gonna have to get me up.
I will say,
Yeah.
thanks, I already ate.
Well, breakfast will be in the room, so you can eat it as you want. I don't know. Do whatever you want. I don't care. So, yeah, Bob will ensure that Kay and Sarah and Gil and etc. everybody makes it down there before he starts.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I don't think Frit's ever gonna be okay. I think she.
I'm good. Continue.
He's got the giggle fits right now.
It's all right. Sometimes you're a giggle puss.
What?
A giggle puss, you know.
Giggle
puss.
Is that like the equivalence of a cuddle puddle?
Cuddle puddle.
Not remotely.
No, it's a giggle puss. That's what it is. So yeah, Bob will
All right,
say,
give it the program, Natalie. We're down here in the meeting room.
Good.
Breakfast time. Have
But
some
all these
coffee.
cats are staring at me.
Bob is gonna get you guys together, and the room that he takes you guys into, first of all, this whole floor is much more businesslike. Everything is very tidy and neat and angular. The floors are extra shiny. Everything is very. When you get into the rooms, they have very nice carpet. Like big leatherback chairs, that sort of thing for everyone to sit in. A very long table. And I don't have any hard music. This is as hard as it gets. And yeah, he will see you guys. Sitting on the table is a in the sort of projector position is a tiny metal cube that's it's clearly flat on it's sort of resting on a point, if you know what I mean, but it's like flattened off there because it's like sitting maybe a quarter inch down, so it's resting like point upwards. Yeah, he'll ask you guys all to sit, and then the food is brought in and it's sort of on the table behind you guys. And he'll say, right. So, we're all pretty ambitious folks, whether we like to admit it or not.
Yeah,
not
you come across
just anybody will follow clues like this to the ends of the earth, as far as we have. We've been doing this for how long? And he'll point at Eugene. How long have you been doing this for? What, like 6, 8 months? Maybe longer?
4 years.
Eugene won't really answer, but he'll just
He'll
nod.
point at Kay. 4 years, maybe.
You will nod in fervent agreement.
And he'll say, I've been doing this for a year. Like I said, it seemed tailored to me. It was something I was good at. It was like laid before me. It was too specific.
I had a theory about that, but I mean, I don't know if you want to hear it or not, but
What's your theory?
well, I was kind of thinking that it's not necessarily that it's catered to us. It's that maybe these clues are actually all over the place, and because there's things that we like to do, we were just more perceptive about that at the time.
But why has it continued?
Well, I think that just might have to do with the person that stumbles upon it.
Sure. But it doesn't seem like there's an end. And I was looking for an end. And then
Well, maybe we just haven't.
and then I had that bad encounter. I
Oh,
feel like my eyes opened up. Everything that guy said was true. Every clue I found led to another clue. It just kept going. So I asked my father if I could get some extra funds and do some real research with some of the people, you know, if he could eat and that sort of thing. And what they found was this thing. And I point at the table. And he'll say, my father believes that everybody who's, he calls ambitious people, he says that they have a spark in them, a fire. I believe that this puzzle is meant to identify people who have this fire in them. And he'll say, Eugene, you're the closest. You want to press that button on it? And he'll like turn on the lights, and you'll see like a dramatic, I kid you not, a dramatic light like shines on the table, like it's supposed to light up the table normally. So like the whole table is lit up at this point in a fairly dark room, and then you could see like on it in the lighting that it was in before, you couldn't really see it, but on one side of it there's like a slightly indented button, and it looks just like a button. And he'll say, "Could you press that for me?" And he'll say, "I kid you, I've been waiting to see this. I don't think it's for just me."
what happens when I press the button?
I don't know. I think this is the skipping ahead that I was telling you about.
Sure, Eugene will clear his throat and he'll look at the others for a moment.
Go for it.
Yeah, Eugene will kind of skeptically kind of shrug his shoulders and he'll look at Bob and he'll put his hand on the button.
Yeah, as soon as your finger touches it, you feel electricity. You feel like you can tell that that this cube isn't flat on the bottom. You can see every angle on it, like it's an extension of your body.
Now, does
And
it?
you start. This is all in an instant.
Okay.
You start feeling like you can tell the exact geometry of this room, and then of the house, and then of the people on the other floors. You could tell what angles they're at. And you realize that there is something distinctly weird happening, because all of the other groups of people that you saw, they're in rooms like this, with a device like this on a table in front of them. And then the lot of you feel the room sort of, it doesn't exactly melt, but it bends and twists, and all at once the room, you feel like something is pulling on your brain and then on your body, like something sharp and dangerous is hooked into you, and you feel pulled into and underneath the fabric of the world. You see everything from a different angle, and then suddenly you see yourself like expanding into something you can hardly describe. You see fractals bending away from yourself and from the planet out into infinity. You see what look like waves of these waves of geometry starting to get away from you, and just as you feel like it's too overwhelming, like none of this is comprehensible, you feel like you snap back in, and you see yourself standing in front of a massive temple on what looks kind of like a desert wasteland. The temple is made out of gleaming metal. It's impossibly high. It's maybe thousands of feet high, like bigger than any skyscraper you've ever seen. And you realize that you're not looking at a temple, you're looking at a starship. It's pointed directly at the sky. And in front of you, standing there, is Bob, and he's dressed head to toe in metal. He's got a gleaming headpiece on. He's carrying a sword of light at his side, and he says, "Each one of us has a spark. We're here to fill a void." And then Bob starts walking.
Is the
and then,
cube thing anywhere around anymore?
Yeah, it's lying at your feet.
I'll look at
You're muted, Ebo.
I'll look at the cube. Where's everybody else? They're
Everyone's
all
standing
behind me.
around you. Yeah.
I'll,
You all see yourselves. I mean, you see you're all just sort of standing there, looking a little bit agape.
I'll lean down to pick up the cube and see if it does anything when I touch it.
No, it feels sharp and angular in your hand. It feels like from the experience that you had before, like you this is the only thing that you understand here. You feel like you understand this thing intimately. And each of you, when you look at it, you can feel like this thing is like a doorway you've walked through 1,000 times.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stare at what's the guy
Bob?
Yeah.
And say as he's walking away, I guess.
Yeah, he's taking like one step.
What the fuck?
Let's say
What did you do?
you were chosen because you're different. Each of us has the spark. That's what we call it. People who can move between places.
Don't you think you should have told us a little bit more before tricking us into this?
No, This was the only way. Have to. This is the way that we learned. This is the way you have to learn. We're all that's left.
Left of what?
Left of the people who were trying to save this planet, trying
Save
to do
it from what?
some good here. I'd like to show you. Save it from what?
Yeah, after a moment of paralysis, she'll pull out a
He'll-
notebook and start writing.
This is pretty fucked, Bob.
He'll say, this is the place I was taken. This is a place called Algol. It's hard to describe. I know. And then, right as he turns away, you can see, the particularly perceptive among you will see the telltale red dot on the back of his head as he starts to turn away. And in an instant, you see a flash of red light that seems to come from somewhere behind you, and hits Bob directly in the back of the head, and he slumps to the ground. The weapon he was carrying clatters along, and
I will grab Sarah and duck to the ground in case there's some more fire coming.
yeah, you can. Is anyone looking behind them?
Yeah.
I'll probably look now.
Yeah, you can see behind you. There's a number of hills, and there's also a weird vehicle parked there, like a large, kind of like the Warthog from Halo, except like larger and extremely heavily armored. And there's a massive cannon on the top of it that looks like something out of a sci-fi book. And you'll see off in the distance there's a setting sun behind you, and you can see the silhouette of a humanoid stands up on one of these hills, and you can see it has a massive rifle that it is holding, and it puts it down, and then you'll see large metallic wings sprout from its back, and the wings flap once, and it shoots off directly into the sky and disappears.
Lee, is
I
there
was
a
aware.
place that looks like it's safe?
There's the rocket ship. There's a door that's open on the front of it.
Eugene will say, let's get cover. The ship thing.
Is that button still present from what you pressed originally?
Here,
Anywhere?
I'll toss it to Natalie. We got it. We should move. He'll grab the sword just in case.
Yeah.
Because whatever.
Natalie, are you doing anything with the box?
I'll fiddle with it.
Yeah. Are you gonna press the button?
Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as you press the button, it ends, and you find yourselves back where you originally were, sitting in your chairs. The Natalie, you could tell that the box that you have, you can feel it coming apart in your hands, and you find yourself with 6 pieces. Bob is nowhere to be seen. Eugene, you have an assault rifle in your hand.
Well,
So, at this
Eugene.
point, before anything else happens, now is when I would like to make characters.
okay.
Alrighty.
Awesome.
All right.
So that's the point at which I
Making
need to know how
characters.
this game works.
Yeah,
Making
right.
characters in this is not a complicated procedure. I will tell you that. But considering you guys haven't probably spent that much time looking at it, it might be. It would be fine if we wanted to pick it up after the next session and do character creation now and in between, but I'd like to explain some of it before that officially happens. Right. So, character creation is, first of all, there are 3 different stats. They are might, speed, and intellect. There are also 3 I think they're just called character types.
Descriptor types.
Types, yes, types. There are 3 types that roughly correspond to those, which are vector, spinner, and paradox.
paradox?
If you want to think about them in the most generic sense, a vector is kind of like a fighter or like a warrior. They tend to be more their primary stat is their primary stat pool is might. A spinner is roughly like a skill user, like a rogue or that sort of thing. They're sort of an in between. And their primary stat pool is speed, and paradox is
Yeah, they're
kind of like
bards too.
yeah, they're spinners are in Numenera they were called jacks, which I think is a very appropriate term for them. They're kind of jack of all tradesy. And then a paradox is kind of like I guess they're intellect based. They use, I mean, that's their primary thing. They blast things, they special abilities, that sort of stuff. They're kind of magical. As a your character is made up of the easiest way to say it is I am a blank. Oh god, what's the sentence? Let's see here. If I can remember it. It has been a while since I read through character creation. Let's see here. Aha. I am an adjective, noun, who verbs.
Well.
So
All right.
the
Like a swift.
okay, the example they give is
hunt.
I am a tough vector who is licensed to carry, or I am a skeptical paradox who works the system. You are looking at your see, they are your the adjective is your descriptor, the noun is your type, and the verb is your focus. Your as part of this, you also get to choose something from your background. A background option mostly has to do with your advancement, and a lot of these can fit for people. A lot of them have to do with the way that you connect with the strange, or the way that you have connected with the strange. People who can do what they call translating are people who have what they call the spark. We'll get to that later.
I was gonna say, do we all have that?
Yes. That's one of the things that sets this game completely on its head, is translating lets you go to a different dimension if you are willing to take the time. It's kind of that simple. If you're a little prepared, you can completely derail things. It is almost impossible to jail characters from Strange. Vectors, like I said, the way the game works is in tiers. So when you pick your type, I think they recommend starting with your type first, but I don't remember. I think you do like background type. Yeah. And then they'll tell you what you
that
get
we can
at
fill
first,
out
at
that you
first
that you
level.
have?
I do not have character sheets, I'm afraid. We had Numenera character sheets, which I think would loosely fit this this pretty easily. If you can probably go to the
I can make one in the near future.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we can just put it up on a Word
Yeah, like
document.
Google document or something like that. Vectors use moves, the fairly straightforward approach, physical stuff, feats of strength, that sort of thing. You're all starting out at first tier, so that's pretty easy. And then let's see here. What about the descriptors? I think descriptors give you like skills and stuff. Let's see here if I can get past all this shit. A descriptor defines your character. It flavors everything you do. Differences between a lucky paradox and a brash paradox are considerable. They change your pools. They give you a skill. They usually give you abilities of some sort. One of the things about the strange another thing that sets it far apart from Numenera is that when you translate, depending on where you translate to, your focus might not function. There are some foci that can go with you to different dimensions, or I don't know what they're called off the top of my head. But there's a chance that your thing can change. Your type and your descriptor will never change. However, things like your race or your foci can change, depending on where you go. Notably, Bob became an android when he was when he translated to Algol. Yes. And yeah, your descriptors, things like lucky, sharp-eyed, intelligent, clever, fast, those sorts of things. There is also a book of character options, which I do not have, but I might get and share with you guys. I think it's like $15, but I can't find any of these things for download anywhere, so you're kind of shit out of luck on that one. But your focus gets stronger as you get stronger. So like, you get different focus abilities at every tier, which has to do with leveling up, which I'll get into in the next session. So you'll need to pick, like I said, you'll need to pick a type, a descriptor, and a focus. I have a blank who blanks. I have an adjective, verb, who nouns. As
So
far
you have
as
an adjective,
equipment,
noun, who verbs.
adjective, noun, who verbs, yes, other way around.
But almost, friends.
And as far as the equipment goes, like I said,
Sorry. Thank you.
It's going to be a little loosey-goosey compared to what's in the book. Like if they have standard equipment stuff or anything like that, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm going to deal with that during the next session.
You're gonna deal with what the next?
Equipment.
Okay.
Things do not necessarily translate. For example, if you're, say you're a tough vector who, has a focus, when you get into, if you translate, you're probably not going to turn into like a wizard or something like that. If you translate to a place that uses swords and sorcery and magic, you're probably going to turn into like a knight. If on Earth you're like a SWAT. If like on Earth you were like a SWAT person, and in Ardain, which is one of the established settings, you might be a knight or something like that. If in this one you're a thief, the other one you might be a rogue or something like that. You might have knives if you had like a handgun, that sort of thing. Things translate. I mean, when I use the word translation, it's fairly literal. You aren't just moving there; you're translating.
Meaning, we're translating the place that we're at to be different than what it. Than
No,
how we
you're
originally
no.
translating yourself into a different dimension.
Hmm.
These are things out in the strange, basically. It's kind of a lot to take. They're called recursions. That's what they're called. There are three recursions, like large-scale recursions that are part of the base book. Earth, Rook, and Ardain. I would say feel free to read about any of those that you want. And read about, you can basically read about most stuff. But that's the basics of it. As far as rolling dice and any of that stuff is concerned, it's a pretty simple system. Largely, I decide target numbers. You guys roll d20s to try to hit those numbers. So if I say a 1, that's 3. You need to roll a 3 or greater. If I say a 6, that's 18 or greater. Each one of the letter or numbers roughly corresponds to a word. That means a little bit less when you get into the higher tiers, so I'm probably just going to use numbers to keep it simple. You can change those by either being skilled in something, or being, or having tools, or spending effort, which is something that you get as you level up. Like every tier you get allows you to spend effort on a roll. So if you're tier 1, you can spend effort 1 time on a roll, which lowers the difficulty. So like a monster, say there's an orc who's a difficulty 2. That means that most of the time you're going to be rolling for a 6 or better to hit him. Whereas if there's a lich, he might be difficulty 9. So you'd be rolling for, 27s or better to hit him. Which would require effort or tools or preparation or what have you most of the time to hit that sort of thing. Yeah, I realize I just kind of info bombed you on the system work.
Yeah,
stuff.
dude.
But What I mean to say is, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me now, or over the Facebooks later if you don't want to do it right now.
Well, it sounds like the best way to start is to get down into the character creation section, which is a little ways down,
Mm-hmm.
and decide on your core, which is
I am an adjective, noun, who, verbs.
right. So
Now-
this is where you kind of pick what kind of character you're going to play, what kind of bonuses you'll have, and
This is what you'll be on Earth every time you come to Earth.
right.
Every time you're on Earth, you'll always be this.
Welcome to Earth.
If you translate to a different recursion, you might have a different focus. You might be an android. Who knows?
Right, but you'll always be the adjective and noun, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I would like to be a paradox. I don't really know the rest all that well. I'm pretty sure that I need to go and go to sleep.
Yes, you do, my friend.
I
I do appreciate you sticking with us for as long as you did, though.
Mhm.
yeah, I've been through the ringer today. I didn't realize how little I had left in my tank. But I liked what I got to play. It was fun.
Thanks. I wanted to try something different with session 1, and basically, get people to make characters in a different way. I think it actually turned out pretty well. It went a little completely different than I expected it to, but it was still pretty
Okay.
dope.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I will keep you all.
Yeah, have a good
posted
night.
about what I,
Yeah,
I
keep
come
us
up with.
surprised by the Facebooks.
Yeah.
Word up. See you later.
Peace.
Bye.
So, does anybody have any ideas of what their character is based on how they played? I'm thinking
Yes, we should
I'm
all
gonna
have
go-
fun paradox.
Vector with either strong or tough.
Okay. That's good.
And
Dad bod will do you good.
Dad bod. Stop saying that.
I don't. All I just see is hashtag Dad bod. Dad bod plays.
All I see is Jim Gaffigan
And
all the time.
Limbaugh's soft
I
shitty
don't actually
body.
know. Shitty bod.
Limbaugh's soft shitty body, serious?
That's not a dad bod. That's a
That's a shitty body, yeah.
The marshmallow.
icky bod. Crane.
It is an icky bod. Oh my god. There it is. As good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. We're done here.
Actually,
Reel it in.
I'm looking at
You're
what
welcome, Brady.
it says for strong and tough.
Mhm.
And strong, it says additional equipment. You have an extra medium or heavy melee weapon. And then tough. Okay, I read it wrong. I was thinking like how when I translated back, I had this assault rifle, and I was thinking,
Mhm.
oh, maybe, but it says melee weapon.
I wouldn't worry too much about your.
No, I was just trying to let the narrative kind of like help me along. Is why I was looking into it. Perfect, tough, because it says initial link to starting adventure, and it says from the following list of options, choose how you became involved in your first adventure, and it says you're acting as a bodyguard for one of the other PCs, and I'm like, there you go.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about the initial links and stuff.
No,
I sort of
but
cheesed over that stuff a little bit because I wanted to do something different.
I'm gonna play tough vector.
Tough vectors are dope.
What's the okay, is there an actual list of foci?
Yes.
They just go
Okay,
through
that's the whom blanks, right? Verbs.
Yes.
blanks.
Besides the verb.
Who
Let's see.
likes his coffee shaken, not stirred. Who
Upside
is
down.
a total
That's crazy. That's
alcoholic.
actually in there.
It's called upside down.
Are we supposed to pick one for just Earth,
Really?
or do we pick any of
Yep,
them?
your foci will for surezies be for Earth.
Okay.
This is what you'll be on Earth every time, unless you have a foci or unless you have a focus that is draggable, which means that some foci can translate to other recursions, and some can't. Depends on the recursion and the foci. And the focus.
I was thinking about taking the foci adapts to any environment. Because that sounds like the kind of guy he is. Because he's kind of like an outdoorsy guy that would be trying to acclimate to like the outdoors and whatever else. And he's kind of resourceful. And so... And it has a D in parentheses. So does that mean that I can use that one if I'm on Earth?
Yes.
I mean, can I pick that as a foci to start?
I think D is for draggable.
Yeah. But what I'm asking is, can I pick that now? Or do
I like
wait?
intelligent, sharp-eyed, and strange. So if anyone is thinking about being one of those, I'll be one of the other ones.
Well, you were very observant. So I think sharp-eyed might be the better one.
Wait, do you need paradox-wise? Oh, no.
Yeah, he's looking
For
at
the
descriptors.
adjectives.
Talking about descriptors. I was thinking of being strange, but I haven't really looked at any of them. So
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get the character options and share with people.
Oh,
brash
yes,
also might work for me.
I'm sure it'll be a paradox.
Lucky. Just gonna be a paradox.
What
Oh,
if
yeah,
it's something
it's,
like way out there? Like so far, Channel Sinfire looks cool.
I could probably be a paradox or a what's the other one? Vector
Spinner.
or spinner? Which one is spinner?
Spinner's like the charismatic
Jacks.
kind of.
Oh, spinner is probably a good one for me, actually. And that goes with Ebo's nature of always playing. I don't remember what the one in Numenera was, but I like that one too.
Oh, you were like a merchant or a crafter?
Jack in
He's,
Numenera.
He was a carpenter.
Carpenter, that's it. Anyways, so Lee, what I want to ask you is, can I pick from any of the 3 foci tables?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm just asking you because you made it sound like we had to pick ones from Earth because we're from Earth.
No, I don't think so.
And at any rate, since the one that I want to pick is draggable, would that definitely be okay no matter what?
Yeah. Well, let's hear about
I got some pretty good ones for these like brash would work. Just looking at the words. Appealing. Oh, here they are. Clever, lucky, skeptical, strong, tough.
Yeah, you can read.
I was actually.
Hey, that
impressed.
makes like all of us, except for Ed, because Ed's dead, baby.
Ed's
That
medium.
was pretty good.
That's medium, yeah, that's right.
He's
I would like to medium high today.
Ed, is there anything else you'd like to do? No, medium.
He's just gonna keep staring at the stairs and then start
That
bobbing
was
his head at
great.
random to the music. I've never seen anything like
medium, medium activity. So good. Oh my
that.
god.
We have that shit recorded.
I could
Hopefully
not
he
stop
goes
laughing.
back and watches it.
Next time we're playing Mage, if he asks me a question I don't know the answer, I'm just gonna say medium.
Medium.
All right, so I am a tough vector who adapts to any environment, is what I'm going for.
Oh, that sounds cool.
For what it's worth, I'm going to have the character options very shortly. If you do
Okay.
want to see them.
No, I have conviction. Thank you.
Nice.
I'll look through them, but so far I like either sharp-eyed or intelligent Paradox who channels Sinfire. Yeah.
Not strange, Jeff. We need one strange. It's in the name. I'm probably gonna be.
I thought you were gonna go strange.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
No, I was listing off. There's a bunch of them. I just remembered strange sounded cool from when I had read the book initially. But like I was looking at these, like brash works really well for me. Appealing works well.
I'm just trying to
Strange.
pick
lucky.
something that fit with my character.
Right. Because it gives you the examples at each one too, like
Oh
things
no!
that would have
apparently
happened.
You do have to pick. You do have to pick foci that are appropriate for the recursion that you're on.
right. Things that have actually taken place and what happened within the first adventure.
So the Earth foci would be the Earth foci.
Would you mind explaining again so that I can make sure I do this right?
So they have the foci table at the beginning of the character focus section.
Uh-huh.
You would want to pick, I would think, either one that has a D or one of the ones that's under the Earth section.
Got it.
Okay.
But then
Wait,
if we
I have to
go to
pick
one
one.
of those places, we can pick a new foci?
You can. It's sometimes you can pick one, and sometimes sometimes I get to pick. Sometimes it's random. Who
Now,
knows?
here's the next question.
I was gonna say, are you generally all from Earth in this game?
Nope.
It sounds like you can pick different
Okay, there are different races, and like the if you see the other recursions that they have listed, Ardain and Rook. Like Rook is like super science, Ardain is like magic. Rook
there's-
is more like mad science,
So
basically.
we can only pick from 8 of them?
I was gonna say, is there any way to
Or
get
the Dragons.
the other ones?
I am working on that.
10,
If you
11.
go to those, yes. The part of the thing is that in a given recursion, your options are more limited, but you change recursions on the regular.
So basically what he's saying is pick the one that applies to you when you're
It
on
doesn't even
Earth.
necessarily. Yeah, it'll apply to you
But
as
when,
in,
but when we go somewhere else, you're probably going to be something else. So if we go to the magic place, you can do channel Sinfire, but you can't channel Sinfire while you're on Earth because you're translated for
because Earth doesn't have magic, basically.
Right. So if we go back
So
to
your
that place,
focus-
we would get that.
Isn't like a thing related to your character. It changes depending on where you are.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh,
Like
okay.
you become a new person every time you translate.
When you translate, you can become like a lot of the time you'll become somebody who's totally different. Like you might look the same, you might look completely different depending on where you're going.
But
It translates your character into something appropriate for that recursion.
But our descriptor and our type.
Your
our
descriptor and your
are
type always the same. Are
Right.
always the same.
So you'll always be a sharp-eyed. What was it that you? Paradox.
Eagle.
If you choose to go
Sharp-eyed
that
eagle.
route, but then you pick your foci, or you're
That's not
given a
an eagle.
foci when you translate to another place.
Sure.
Conducts weird science.
Now the weird thing I
Weird
wanted to ask you
science.
about, Lee,
I'm gonna upload this book real quick for you guys.
is that you said that we all have translates. Is that right?
No, you all have translated. Translates is a focus.
Right. That's what I was asking. Is if we all have that ability too,
Everyone can translate. That is true.
but we
Everyone
just don't
with
have
Spark
the
can
foci.
translate.
Is translate Rook only, or is it's under
says
It's special. I think it's. I don't know what. I don't know what the focus for translating does, to be honest.
Actually, I'm gonna scroll down to it and I'll tell you. Almost there.
Still in the S's, it's long.
Yeah, translate. Special focus. This focus becomes available only after you've translated at least one time. After that, you can choose this focus in whichever recursion you translate to. So this is the one that you can't take unless you've at least translated one time, which is all
Yeah,
of
you
us.
guys have translated once, but I would also recommend not taking this one, since it ties very deeply into something that you know next to nothing about, having translates as a focus on Earth is probably gonna be weird for you.
It looks like having the translation focus makes you good at knowing information about where you're going. Gives you like lore and gives you like applicable items in the place that you go to. It basically makes you a good traveler.
That is going to be a paradox.
Shit.
Brett, what were you
It
thinking?
is probably gonna be a paradox. Yes.
I'm probably gonna be a spinner.
Spin, spin, spin.
Spin, spin, sugar.
Haven't heard that Sneaker Pimp song in a while.
I know.
It's a good one too.
I picked up an instrumental version of it and played it in Shadowrun.
Nice.
I don't think people realized it.
No, Sneaker Pimps isn't really well known.
Okay. I shared a book.
You shared a book with us. Well, Lee, that was pretty cool. I liked the delivery.
I wanted to do something totally different. I was planning on doing a little bit more near the end, but it was completely out of it. And I was like, I would like to finish this while Ed is remotely...
He was medium.
He was medium.
I would say he was low to very low, but whatever.
The whole time, I was sad. The whole time you guys were going over the stuff, I was like, oh, poor Bob.
When we were going over stuff.
During the beginning, it's like, oh, poor Bob.
Oh, because you knew you were going to kill him?
That's how it goes.
Already, first death. Woo!
Guys, we made
Session 0.
So a draggable focus means that it can be used anywhere?
No, it has to move from one place to the next. But if you opt to get a different one, you have to be in the one that you can only get the draggable back once you return to its initial spot. So if you have what is an earth draggable one?
Entertains, leads.
So if you have entertains in earth and you go to Rook for entertains, if you go to Eridan and then you decide to change it, you can't go back to entertains until you go back to earth. You have to literally drag it from place to place. You can get it again, you just can't get it until you make it back to its starting spot.
So it's like you take it with you to Rook, and then while you're in Rook, you can be changing to all these different things, but you can never change back to the one that came from Earth until you go back to Earth, then it like replenishes again.
Here you go. If you start with the focus in its proper context, you can keep it when you translate. You're dragging your focus. If you have a draggable focus but decide to change your focus when you translate, you cannot regain the draggable focus again unless you return to the original world to which it is tied.
Meaning you can only gain a focus if it's natural to that place. But if you had it with you when you got there and it was allowed, you can keep it.
Yeah, you can drag it to all these recursions, but if you get rid of it, you have to get back to the original recursion.
So like, yeah, if you drop entertains at all, you have to go back to Earth where you got it or whatever.
So Lee, would you rather me pick something from Earth or?
No, you can pick. Like it says, even says at the GM's discretion, you can choose to give characters draggable focus in a world other than the one that no focus is normally associated with. You can pick the other draggable foci. That's fine. But yeah, the Earth ones are the Earth ones. Yeah, there should be some other ones.
Okay. I'm going to choose not to think too hard about it, but I did like lock in what I want to be to start, and so that should give me a good like something to stem off of.
Yeah, and there's not as far as like party composition is concerned,
It sounds like that's going to change all the time, anyways.
it's a little weird because your type determines your role in a lot of things, but at the same time, the game isn't as tied down to roles as like even Pathfinder is.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on where you are, things can be wildly different, even within a vector. Like a vector can be a guy in Ardain who swings a gigantic sword, or he can be in Earth. He can be a guy with a rocket launcher. That's the same guy basically. So things can change. So it's like yeah.
Cool. I'm pleased.
Yeah, my idea was to basically have you guys. Does that say meow? God damn it! What is wrong with you people?
That was
No, it wasn't me.
Meow.
First of all, I don't know who did it, but it's not meow, it's meow.
That's exactly
That's
what
how
I
we
said.
just said
Yeah,
it.
no, well, I
Oh
was
my
saying
God.
it beforehand.
That's exactly why I thought it was Brit.
I was saying
What?
it beforehand.
It does sound
How
like
am I
Brit,
getting roped into
but
this
it's
shit?
definitely Jeff.
Brit, give us a meow.
What?
Give us a meow.
No, okay, it's not meow, it's tiger.
Hold on, ready?
growl.
Look, Brit.
Meow.
See, she did it. I knew it.
You're getting your dog in heat.
No, I would own up
my
to it
God.
if I wrote that. I did not write that.
You absolutely would
I
not.
put almost
So would I.
every single cat picture on the board, but I did not write the little meow thing.
Okay, why?
I did
was
not
it-
write meow.
Okay, I didn't know who was
Ed
putting all the
certainly
cat
didn't.
pictures
He was
on
not
there.
capable.
I only put one cat picture.
And I didn't, so.
I didn't
that
put
means
any
Lee
cat
did it.
pictures.
Okay, so Jeff, why did you put all the cat pictures on the board?
Oh, we were testing it earlier, and I did a search for a fat cat, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. That's
And
all there
then
is
you
to
just
it.
ran
Did you
with
guys see that I kept putting where's the fat cat? This
Oh,
one
by
here.
the way,
Did you
Jeff,
see
you really made my night. You know that?
What?
Oh, how did he
The
do that?
whole father-daughter thing.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
awesome.
It's
Thanks.
gonna
Didn't
be,
you know
it's gonna
Jeff
be
just wanted-
awesome.
Jeff just wanted you to be his daddy.
No, okay, I'll be honest. Like I said, this session was. I wanted to do something different because I wanted to, like, I don't know. I sort of wanted to force people to make characters in a way that was completely different. For a game that has dice rolling, to just take it completely out of the first session.
Mhm.
Basically, give you an idea, at least a little bit of a chance to play your characters before you put stats on them. I thought that would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Sort of like in Fallout or in other games where you get to, like
Do the
take a
questionnaire.
quiz. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And then they do the placement test. Yeah.
And it was like, I bet that would be fun. I'm gonna try that.
Like, I thought, man, maybe this time I'll play a little bit more of a roguish character when I was, like, trying to not think of character concepts. That's, like, my default, and I haven't been playing that. So I was kind of thinking, maybe I'll go back to that. But then the whole father-daughter thing happened, and I started to, like, settle into my groove, And I was like, yeah, I think I'm just going to stick with this, whatever this turns into. And then it's like looking at the character descriptions that are given, it made it really easy to pick the things that were where I am as a character already without even like I'm trying to immerse myself in your character creation idea.
Mhm.
So this is the
No,
character I
I'm
played.
glad it clicked for you.
Yeah, this is the character I played. That's what I'm gonna pick for now. And it sounds like things get topsy-turvy, so it's good to have a home base.
Yep, your type and your descriptor are much more your character than your focus is.
Right.
Like your focus can be wildly differing from what your character normally does. Like that's fine.
Okay, whatever. We're gonna get rid of this meow thing. I don't know who did that.
Good job,
Yeah.
Evo.
Fuck off, Evo.
I hear that only the person that wrote it can delete it, so I think.
Do you guys like how I kept secretly putting that cat's penis under its eyes?
Yes. I thought that was a weird thing. I thought maybe it was like a messed up cat because I've never seen a cat penis before.
That's a cat's foot, isn't it? He's sitting on his foot.
Yes, that's what the. That's.
Oh, it's his back paw.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is that?
I thought it was some kind of weird, like,
I'm like, what are you talking about?
I thought it was some kind of
Cat wing.
weird, like,
God damn it.
No.
cat damage.
fucking
You know
people.
that. I took cat damage.
Oh no. Oh no.
You're fucking muted again, Ebo. Stop it.
Why would you
Thousands
mute yourself
of
while we're all
others.
Why do
talking?
you keep muting yourself? Stop it.
I like to
Oh,
play.
you're
with
muted
this
again.
thing now. Shut up! I'm not muted. I like to play with it, guys.
Oh my god.
Yes, he
All these fucking cats.
Did you like my cat, Nicole?
Look at no! Don't leave it over there.
Okay, you do it. You do it.
Look at.
I'm even using a cat picture for myself.
He looks like a little.
If there's
sexual
only a way I
predator.
could like erase part of it, so this one's like cat can hang out of this one underneath it. It just has a little like.
Look. My cat's got sass. Okay, guys. He ain't no burrito supreme. He's a. My cat's Clint Eastwood. Apparently.
Kitty. Here, you have banana. Eat it.
No, wait. It's perfect cat. He fits perfectly with this.
Yes, he does.
I can
What?
make it happen. Na 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 cat man.
You suck.
He does pretty much, yeah.
Na 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 na.
You
na,
would
na,
know.
Cat banana.
Did you have fun, honey?
Yeah. When don't,
Yeah, babe.
I don't.
Yeah, I wanted to.
I was talking to
figured
Sarah.
that this would
Okay?
actually be
No.
I figured that this would actually work fairly well for Brit. to
Oh my
try
God,
to
there, it's
get into the
perfect.
thing. And
Oh
then-
yeah,
That is
it's very
perfect.
roleplay heavy. And I do remember the Numenera rolling to be. I forgot, but I remember that it was wonky that they give you a rating of 6, which is 3 times 6. That's what you're trying to hit. I do remember that, and how we talked about in the podcast how they should have just like divided them all by 3 all across the board, and it would make sense for everybody or something. But then I think we figured out the math wouldn't hold up one way or another.
Yep, it's a little weird. I think it'll take some getting used to. Wait until you get into GM incursions and whatnot, where I get to fuck with you guys and then give you experience points.
Whoa.
That's cool. No, I liked. I thought it was really cool to just kind of. It was bizarre, and it was like just neat to have that.
Yeah, I just wanted to I don't know, just let it roll for a little while.
I didn't know that it was a plane shifting game, and it would have been way more awesome if I didn't expect that we were going to plane shift anytime soon.
It's okay. I will tell you that the strange is they are not kidding. It is one of the strangest settings. Also, the setting I used for the first plane shift, I specifically picked you because you are literally the only person here who could possibly recognize that word. That's why I picked you to press the button. Although I wouldn't expect you to recognize it. Algol was the is the universe that Phantasy Star takes place in.
Well, and it sounded like the music, maybe from. I don't know why I
I
thought
specifically used a Chiptunes album for that.
but it sounded like something from Phantasy Star was the first thing I thought of, but not like what used the Algol thing. I didn't remember. But what I'm saying is the music. Could you play that chiptune again?
I sure could.
Is it?
Oh, I misspelled it. I'm stupid.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was like you put.
Endless.
Yeah, and
Because my D keys, I spelled shit on my key.
I mean, does this not sound like a Phantasy Star song to you?
It does. That's why I picked it.
I know. I thought of Phantasy Star the moment that I heard it.
This is actually, well, anyway. Specifically, I wanted to use this more for the Strange, but yeah.
Yeah, this is a cool song.
This whole album is fucking amazing. But yeah, this is I'm really excited. The Strange has a frankly terrifying amount of potential player agency in it. When you read about translating, you'll understand why that this is maybe a little intimidating for me to GM.
Well, I will read it, but if you want to talk about it, that would be quicker and easier.
Translating is
Does give a lot of character, like imagination, and
So-
then you have to roll with it.
the recursions they're largely created by what they call fictional leakage. So basically, places that people believe or interact with strongly enough. Ardain was originally created because the guy who discovered the Strange, which is the Strange, I'll explain it later, or you can read about it or what have you, but I'll also be explaining it in character a little bit in the next second. The Strange is, he uploaded Ardain to it, which was like an MMO he had worked on. And Ardain was like this magical, mystical place or whatever. It was a video game that he worked on. And it just it became a recursion. Rook is a whole other recursion, but there's also recursions for like anime tropes and necromancy and all this other crazy shit going on. And you can get as they couldn't put it in the book obviously, but you can get it as specific as you want. You could go to Middle Earth, for example. You could go to Forgotten Realms if you wanted to. You could go to Algol from Phantasy Star. Anything. And it's based on this concept of fictional leakage. Places that people interact with enough, they sort of bleed out into the Strange as recursions.
Okay,
Not necessarily the entire universe. Like all of Algol wouldn't be there, but it would be like a slice of it.
So, just my philosophic take on what you're talking about is these are maybe works of fiction that are so popularized that some of it just has to exist somewhere.
It isn't even so much that. It's the way the Strange functions that makes these things happen. And it has, some of it's a little different. There's other reasons for some of them existing. There's like a billion different reasons that a recursion could be there, basically. Which I think is really, really cool. But
May I ask
you can go to a recursion by meditating and having the appropriate things and making a roll. I kid you not, it is kind of that easy.
Like,
You can say
I
for
want to
example,
go to Disney, like a Disney universe,
and say you had
like a bunch of
you
VHS
had
Disney
something
tapes.
from there, or you had something that was a close representation of it, like a picture of old-timey Disneyland,
Or like I went
and
to
you know,
Disney
like
World
video
and
games and that sort of thing. You typically need like something like a
More symbolic
physical
and
representation or symbolic, yes. And then you can spend time, and other people can spend time with you, and you can meditate, and you can go there. Even if you've never been there before, you can go there. So,
and we
that's why I
have
say-
this power because the player characters have the spark.
because people have the spark, yes. Now,
Oh, people.
spark-
So does
some people.
everybody basically?
some people have the spark, some people don't. Like, it depends. It's a percentage of the population in some places. Like, I think in Ardain the percentage is like 30-something, and in Earth it's like really tiny.
So there's a lot of people that actually have this power that never stumbled on that stuff.
Right, and and people who have the spark are people who, even before they ever directly interacted with the Strange, probably interacted with it in some minor way without realizing it. Things go a certain way for them. They tend to be healthier, stronger, faster, what have you. To sort of deal with the backgrounds of it, like they're lucky people and stuff like that.
Or they're like
The
more
people who are-
imaginative, or they're more.
Yeah, they're basically people who are connected with the Strange, even though they don't realize it. And I was trying to get that across when I was talking about like
We're gonna call
you
them
guys will connect with.
sleepwalkers.
But I mean, like, and
We're gonna
like,
head
there's
out.
so many different
Oh,
ways to
see you,
interact.
Evo.
Bye,
Oh,
Evo.
yeah.
Goodbye,
Yeah,
Evo.
later.
Get that. Oh yeah, we can probably turn
Bye.
off the stream.
Bye, people.
No, I guess so.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for watching, guys. It's
we'll
been
probably
good.
be
Enjoyed it.
playing some Mage on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feel medium
Talk
tomorrow.
to you later.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Medium.